Lovely. Good morning and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground for day 3 of the Rothesay County Championship. Somerset taking on Sussex. The state of play should be on your screen right now. A excellent and timely 80 from Archie Vaughan and a nice 60 from Tom Lammerby started the second innings. Somerset closed on 338 and day 2 was a great day for Somerset, dismissing Sussex for 152. 6 wickets shared by Pretorius and Overton. And Jack Leach has struck twice in the follow-on innings, 127 for 4. Sussex still trail by 59 runs. There are 2 of the 6 Toms on show at the crease at the moment. That's Alsop and Hayes. I'm joined by Somerset women's captain Sophie Luff to open the batting with me this morning. Weather is set very fair. Good morning, Soph.
Morning, Triggs. I think this is our first stint together this year, isn't it?
Yes. Did you have a sleepless night of dread? But I suppose having Vic Marks as our third wheel today would have made you feel a bit more comfortable.
Yeah, I've been buzzing to get back in the comms box with both of you. So looking forward to hopefully a good day ahead for Somerset. The crowd are filling in nicely on this Sunday morning, and yeah, Somerset in a good position, but Sussex will be hoping that they can do a job with the bat. I think the pitch still got a little bit in it for the bowlers, so excited to see how Somerset go in that first half an hour this morning.
Yeah, I think the game was very much set up. I think on day 1 when I was here, I thought I suppose you could probably call it some form of an experiment, but certainly a calculated one. I thought Josh Davey in particular really did set a platform for the middle order, batting for quite a considerable amount of time. I think he was dismissed just before lunch, so did a really good job. And not to understate that performance, it followed Lammerby 60, Rue 46, Abel 42, and then a Vaughan 80. And I think that the fact that those batters for once, if you can say that, weren't exposed to that new ball. So really good performance in the first innings. It was a lot greener on day 1, no doubt about that. Looking down at the wicket now, 80 metres away, it's definitely browned up. So I think Jack Leach will be doing a fair bit of work today. We know the characteristics of the Taunton pitch. It's fresh. It offers something for the seamer on day 1. It sort of flattens out day 2, and then day 3 it just starts to offer a bit of spin. So it's certainly going to be a buoyant Somerset dressing room at the moment, but huge opportunities for Sussex batters to get in on what is still going to be a very good batting pitch on day 3. Players are sort of crowded by the side of the pitch at the moment. James Rue's taking a few catches off of assistant coach Shane Berger, just getting the old hands loose. He'll be doing a lot of work up to the stumps, I thought, maybe even to the seamers as well. So while we're waiting, let's have a little reflection on the start of the season for the Somerset women. Got off to a flyer, still in pretty good position, 4th or 5th in the table, sort of upper mid-table, 17 points I think. So you're pretty happy with that start? Yeah. Would you have taken that at the start of the season at this stage?
Yeah, I'd just probably snapped your hand off for that, Triggs. The girls played some really good cricket. We obviously had some really good momentum at the start of the Metro Bank One Day Cup. So, yeah, we've probably been a little bit off the pace this week. And I guess it's probably a reflection of where the game's at now within the county structure. You can't afford to have a day where you don't turn up with one of your skills, and we've probably found that with the ball in one of the games, and then with the bat on another occasion. And you've got to do your skills well enough for 100 overs to win the game now. Yeah,
what I thought was great, yes, especially the start of the season, I always think that sets you up for a good season. You got over the line in a couple of really tight games, and I think that sort of galvanised the team, especially with the structure changing. The majority of the Western Storm squad have signed for Somerset, playing for a new badge. Do you think there's something in getting over the line that, your first winter where you've got one base, that one club field, do you think that it's a little one of those magical 1%ers that have helped you get over the line?
Yeah, definitely. I think there's always been a togetherness, even when we were at Western Storm, but a lot of the girls are now living in Taunton and spending a lot more time together, and yeah, it's great to come into work and this be our home. I absolutely love it here, and I think the girls are starting to love it just as much as I do now, which is great.
And even though it was sung in a slightly different octave than I'm used to, singing the Blackbird songs, something that you have also adopted, great to see, and that was awesome to see that video of you all singing the Wurzels classic, The Blackbird.
Yeah, there's been a few practice goes, I'd say. The winds are helping us practice the song. Yeah, we've still got a few girls that don't claim that they don't know the words yet. There's not that many of them, is there? So yeah, they need to up their game. But yeah, hopefully we go up to Loughborough tomorrow to play the Blaze. Hopefully we'll be singing it again on Tuesday.
Well, keep making it famous, because you'll end up with some invites to some Wurzels concerts, no doubt, throughout this summer. They're always well worth seeing. If you ever see a Wurzels concert and you're at a loose end, definitely worth a trip. Looks like it's going to be Matt Henry starting proceedings this morning. 37 overs gone, so you expect the ball to be a little bit on the soft side of life, but hopefully the ball's been well worked on, nice and shiny. We might see a little bit of swing. It's a great temperature, I think, for the ball swinging through the air, but we will see. 127 for 4. Somerset chasing these 6 wickets as Matt Henry steams in, and yes, there is an offering of swing there for the New Zealander. Sporting a fair bit more hair on top this summer. He's grown it out during his rehabilitation phase, so looking very bouncy on his way in. 3 slips waiting. Yeah, back to the Somerset women thing. You know, put yourself in a position to get through to those knockout stages. That's the key, isn't it? Next couple of games will be quite important, I would say.
Yeah, we've got one more 50 over game, so that's this week against the Blaze, like I said, and then yeah, a little bit of a break now before we head into the Vitality Blast.
Yeah, lots of double headers we have here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. I think the first one is Surrey.
Yeah, the 30th. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be a great
one,
day. Great day. Tickets will be hard to come by. I think maybe even you might have missed the boat.
We've got 1, 2, 3 and 8 outside.
Obviously, then I was left meat to cook the barbecue and everything like that. Yeah. And then, but then
Yeah, I haven't had the luxury of bumping into Matt yet, but judging by the way that the dressing room talks about him, obviously added a lot of value last year, and that's one of the reasons that they want him back.
Yeah, he fits in well. Good lad, loves a coffee. So, yeah, I think certain coffee shops just around the corner will be doing quite well at Mr. Henry. It's the end of the first over, a challenging one. Certainly keep the batter honest. And we've got Craig Overton removing the woolen jumper, giving it to umpire Tom Lungley. Very much Somerset's talismanic bowler. I think you've watched enough of Craig. There are modes, aren't they, of Craig, and you sometimes get a mode, you know, if there's a bit of fatigue in there, which is understandable, you get sort of a 70% Craigo, and then something just makes him angry, and then all of a sudden you just see this different beast, don't you? So we'll see how that unfolds this morning. Bowled a couple of absolute beauties yesterday, in particular that swinging back delivery to dismiss a real key player, John Simpson. Scored a heap of runs already. A nick and out! Craig Overton, he must have got up on the wrong side of the bed. He's angry and he's got that wicket. What a beauty to start the day. Alsop has gone for 8. What a lovely way to start the day.
Well, just ease in, easy as you like. Didn't even look like an effort ball, did it? Great start from Craig Overton this morning, and Somerset.
Yeah, that's an absolute beauty. The Broad Warner sort of battle reimagined around the wicket. A ball just landing on and around off stump, shaping away, nipping off the seam towards the slips. And a real smart catch by Captain Lewis Gregory at first slip, leaning forward and plucking that just off the grass. Exactly what Somerset would have wanted this morning. And as I was just mentioning, one of the danger players in the middle order coming at about, I think this is
James Coles, is it?
Even though I've got the old bins on, I can't really make him out. Yeah, number 30. Looks like Coles. Yeah, they score a lot of runs in their sort of mid or lower order, so that will certainly be a welcome bonus, that the first ball, which is always a little bit of a loosener, isn't it? But in a perfect spot and just a little bit of movement. Unfortunately, we might have had a gremlin in the system, so we haven't got a replay of that one, but I assure you, if you watched it live or from up here, it was an absolute beauty. The ball that, when you're facing your first ball of the day, you've got to play at it. It's just done enough to catch that outside edge.
Overton into the right-handed Coles on this occasion, left alone.
Yeah, definitely a bit of swing on offer there. So for every ball from Matt Henry just shaped away, and that certainly offered a way towards the slips as well. So real opportunity here for Somerset, and in particular those golfers out there that might want a few holes later on this evening if they bowl really well.
Slight shout there, but heard a lot of bat on that one. Yeah, Sussex still got really recognised batter in Simpson to come. They obviously bumped up Jack Carson to bat at 3. The off-spinning all-rounder James Hayes came in as the night watcher last night, so still got a few batters to come. But a great start from Somerset this morning.
Right on the money this morning, Craig Overton. It's always good to set the tone, isn't it? I think that's one of my observations, commentating and watching your game, Soph. Is that an area where, as captain, has been a bit frustrating, the opening bowling combination, a few sort of loose deliveries?
Quick single there.
Oh, he's gone! He's gone! What a start from Somerset. Tom Banton with a direct hit, middle stump. And that is an absolute nightmare way for Sussex to start this innings. Coles with the red ball run, trying to get off the mark. And Hayes is gone.
What a shy from Tom Banton there. I think he enjoyed that one, as did the rest of his Somerset teammates.
Oh, that's a proper Wow, they call it a barbecue these days, don't you? That is a full grill of steak and sausages there. He's sold his mate up the river. Great piece of fielding. And the Somerset boys are up and about. Oh, that's really not a good run. Hit it straight to Banton. He's out by a yard, maybe more. What a start here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. John Simpson, the Sussex captain, strides to the crease. He's in immaculate form. He's going to be a key wicket, but the momentum is certainly with Somerset at the moment. Every single ball that's been bowled this morning has been bang on the money. And exclamation mark by that superb piece of fielding there by Tom Banton.
I think you talk about setting the tone with the ball, but you know, as a fielder, you want to set the tone with your first pick up and throw, don't you? And Tom Banton, exceptional there. His anticipation to the ball was brilliant. Any young player watching that, that's how you do it. And yeah, as you can see, out by a country mile.
Well, I feel like I should apologise for me being very excited on a Sunday morning. Calm down. Move the microwave away from your mouth. You nearly deafened me. Sorry, guys. I apologise, but yeah, it's not every day on a Sunday at my age you get that excited. That was certainly something to get excited about. 2 wickets from Craig Overton's first over. One with a magnificent delivery, followed up by a great piece of fielding. I'm not going to apologise.
I don't think there's anything wrong with a bit of excitement. I know if I'm at home and I've got like the stream on in the background, I want a little bit of excitement to draw me back into it if I'm pottering around the house.
Oh, there we go. There's the Craig Overton replay. Beautiful delivery. Maybe a bit of a airy-fairy shot, but you can't really blame the batter. It's his first ball of the day. Yeah, if you can't get excited about a run out like that, you're watching the wrong game. Somerset certainly have their tails up at the moment. Keeping an eye, or we will all be keeping an eye on the live stream, the comments.
That's good from you. Do you usually do that?
Well, I like to keep an eye on how things are going. You know, the public discourse. Always nice to know how the supporters are feeling, especially in those games that are sort of like ebbing and flowing, and you get a lot of predictions and what's going to happen next, and that's bad captaincy, and I'm a terrible bloke, or whatever it might be. It's just good to know, Soph, you know. A couple of people have had a rough morning already by the looks of it. I think he might be a Sussex fan. I think it's sort of doubles down for me personally. I mean, in the sort of peak of my career, we played a lot of one-day cricket against a very strong Sussex team, and I think Somerset and Sussex, I mean, slightly biased on one of those, but Sussex have got an awesome winning song as well, and it was very much ebbing and flow in the games that we played. They beat us in a finals day, we beat them in a semi-final, and they've got a great song, and always sort of, I'm always remembered by that as that chance goes begging. It would have been an amazing catch from Craig Overton. I don't think it was going to carry to Lewis Gregory. So Craigo had to go with those big shovel hands of his, but he couldn't quite scoop that one up. And the batter's going to pick up 4, but Somerset are flying at the moment. So we have a look at that replay. A beautiful delivery, shaping away. No, it didn't carry. Good effort there from Craigo.
Yeah, Matt Henry, as you'd expect, asking a lot of questions early doors this morning. Somerset won't mind seeing that, though. Hopefully one to hand in a moment for them.
Yeah, their the Sussex team song is like something like "Good Old Sussex by the Sea." It's a really good tune, actually, and like they sing it and they slam their bats on the dressing room floor, and yeah, it used to get us right fired up for the next contest.
Question for you. So, when you played here, was Blackbird always the team song?
I think it came in. I think Andy Hurry and Justin Langer wanted to create that, the feeling that all team want, that you're fighting for something bigger than the eye. And yeah, we had a bit of group think, and certainly not going to claim it, but I think my input was at the time that we needed something that was just out and out Somerset, and
Yeah.
and it basically came down to, it was always going to be a Wurzel song, and I really wanted "I Am a Cider Drinker," but the chief executive at the time sort of jumped in, and I think he might have just hit the ground there. Yeah, it looked good, but tough one for the umpire to give when there's a bit of the toe of the bat scraping across the floor. Ooh.
That's close, I reckon.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one to give, isn't it? I think the bat does swoop across the ground at the same time the ball passes the bat. Yeah, you see that bit of puff of dust. Could have nicked it though. Yeah, we did as you have said you've done as well, we did a few rehearsals, and I think it was a real close, we were a democracy, and it was down to a vote, and I think the CEO, I think it might have been Richard Gould at the time, came in with a trumping vote that we cannot be singing about cider at the end of the game, so we went with the Blackbird, and it was a good decision.
Yeah, we did discuss Cider Drinker. Trevor was actually very keen, our head coach, on that one, which surprised me. But yeah, I was an advocate for singing the same song as what I've heard a lot of times out of that dressing room here. So
No, I think
yeah, I'm glad we
it's
went with
great.
Blackbird, and we've actually got Chris Hollins as our physio now, who's worked here previously, and there's nothing better than watching Chris try and start it off for us. He's in his element.
Yeah, it's I think it's important you've got to have one of those sort of boom boxes as well, because not every cricketer have got those beautiful singing voices like we have, Soph. You need a bit of support, a bit of a backing track, but yeah, it's brilliant. But yeah, I did a big sales pitch to Richard Gould about our walkout song being, I was like, Richard, imagine 2020 day, got 8,000 people in, and we're walking out to "I Am a Cider Drinker." Your sales are going to go up through the roof, mate. And he just wasn't having it. Didn't like it. And we are where we are. What a great start from Somerset. 133 for 6. Somerset chasing 4 wickets for victory. Sussex still trailing by 50 odd, I think. Just have a little check. Yeah, Sussex still trailing by 53 runs as we see a replay of that run out and what it means to the Somerset team. All getting around Tom Banton.
Perfect start for Somerset in these first 4 overs of the morning. Matt Henry in again, left alone by Coles. Doesn't really strike me as sweater weather, but a couple of the Somerset fielders got their jumpers on. Craig Overton, Pretorius.
Well, I think it's also, I think there's a bit of like self-preservation in that decision, because those two are like big guys and they're seam bowlers, just trying to keep the heat in the back. You know, as a bowler, especially if you bowl a spell, you've got to come back. You got to keep the warmth in that area. If you go cold, because obviously if you sweat on your shirt and then you get a cold breeze on it, you can get quite cold quite quickly. And nothing worse than a bit of rigor mortis in the lower back when you've got to bowl a spell later on in the day. So yeah, I was always a short sleeve jumper wearer whenever I was on the field. Ooh, a bit of a misfield there by Pretorius. Yeah, some good history here. Sussex by the Sea, also known as a horse galloping, a song written in 1907 by William Ward Higgs, adopted by the cricket team.
Clipped beautifully through mid-wicket. I think Josh Davies going to pull that one in though. It's going to be a couple of runs.
Nice shot that. Fantastic day's weather, so if you are in the local area, 4 wickets remaining, I'm sure Sussex are going to make it hard work, so get yourself down here and have a watch if you can. Perfect conditions, another beautiful delivery by Henry off the outside edge of Coles, and he's going to pick up 4. It's always quite a tough, I think it's always a tough time to bat after you've run someone out. Do you know what I mean? It's like you feel bad, don't you? Really bad. We've both done it, no doubt. And
Yeah.
you just like,
I think even when you might not even think it's your fault, just that happening in the game can throw you a little bit. But yeah, definitely when you sail someone down the river, as Coles did to Hayes, might just be playing on his mind. But you just got to try and park it and concentrate on the job in front of you.
I think one of the motivations is, depending on who you've run out and what sort of character they are, you really don't want to get back in the dressing room anytime soon. Safest place for you is to be out there batting. I think the only worst thing you can feel as a batter, and it happened in one of your games when Heather Knight was run out in this fashion, when you hit a ball back and it gets deflected off the bowler, run out of the non-striker's end. That happens so rarely, but when we've all done it, and that feels so bad, especially when it's a key player like Heather Knight.
Yeah, I think it was Fran that absolutely whacked that one back. Actually broke the finger of the bowler.
Did it really?
Yeah, missed the next few games.
So, regret from both parties on that particular occasion.
I'm glad you brought up that one, not the one that I was involved with Heather the other day, Triggs.
I didn't see that one, so talk us through it. From your perspective,
from my
obviously.
perspective, I was at the non-striker's end and I was surprised that Heather thought there was a run there, so I sent her back.
Well, we've just had confirmation that there wasn't a run and you made the right decision again. So you can... you on speaking terms?
Yeah, we are, yeah.
That's the important thing. Both Somerset bowlers have started immaculately this morning. Very, very few balls that you'd say were scoring opportunities. The runs that have come have been thick edges through third man. There was that one clip through mid-wicket, maybe a fraction straight, but into the 5th over now, and Somerset all over Sussex at the moment. I do feel like the future of this game is very much in the Sussex captain's hands. Simpson, he scored a bucket load of runs this summer, a quality player, and I remember reading the move from him from Middlesex to Sussex, and it's one of those that really springs out as that's a good signing. Very, very capable batter and pretty solid wicketkeeper too. Nearly snuck through.
He's not as old as I thought he was either. 36.
Simpson?
Yeah, I felt like he might have been closer to 40. But maybe he's just been around a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, he would have played early 20. Well, he'd have been playing for years now. Yeah, he's probably been playing 15 years at least, I would have thought. Scored a lot of runs. Had a brief time in the Test side. Thanks to WPA Health Insurance, one of our sponsors. Harris Fowler, Virtue, lots of brilliant partners here at Somerset County Cricket Club. Another beauty there from Matt Henry. I feel like this is almost the time of the game where, I mean, there's not really much you can do with those. That's an absolute beauty. I was just saying that Cole's, maybe, he looks like a sitting duck at the moment. Maybe he can be a little bit aggressive and try and throw the bowlers off, but not a lot you can do with balls like that. And another one that's just dropped short. Come on, Henry, bend your back, lad. That is one of the features here at Taunton. You often see the second or third slip put the helmet on and get really, really close, because I think those fine nicks carry it. Taunton, days 3 and 4, the pace just goes out the wicket a little bit. Get a lot of those genuine edges that don't carry.
Did you used to field in the slips much?
Over. Yeah, I was always the third.
So
it was
in that
Trescothick, Hildreth, and myself.
In that situation where you've maybe had a couple that drop short, like, is the consensus you just go, oh, well, we just need to get a bit closer, or what? What are the things you talk about?
Well, I think you're governed a little bit by the keeper's sort of final position. I mean, most keepers these days, they'll start and walk into a position, as you see from Rui. I think he takes 2 or 3 steps and then sets himself. So rule of thumb is you'd have this the finishing position of the keeper. You'll have the first slip slightly set back, and on a quick pitch you'd have your second slip kind of adjacent to the keeper, and the third slip, because obviously if you dive for a ball that's in the middle, you don't want to collide, so you need to sort of like be able to dovetail in between each other. And I think on a pitch like this, rule of thumb is you always go like a pace or 2 in front of the keeper. That would be deemed as being quite close. And obviously for a defensive shot, the nicks generally are quite, you can set yourself for a defence. I think Craigos in that perfect position. He's sort of 2 paces in front of James Rue. A defensive shot is the one that you kind of have to set your position for. Where the trouble arises is when it's a half volley or a cut ball that they slash at, because they fly, and that's the one where the helmet comes into play. Because like I said, you've got to set yourself for the defensive nick, but you always got in the back of your mind, if this is like an aggressive shot, I'm gonna probably have to book into the dentist the following day. But I suppose that's what you got to do. I think one of the best second slip fielders of all time is probably Lordy and Botham, and he was, back in the day they used to always comment on how close he used to stand to the field. He was an exceptional slip fielder.
And how do you find yourself in the cordon? How do you find whether you're a first, second, third? Is there a pecking order?
Well, that becomes a little bit hierarchical. I think in practice, you do a lot of practice in the slip cordon. First and foremost, Trez was always the second slip, and he was an unbelievable catcher at second slip. So I think your best slip fielder is always your second slip. First slips, it's a difficult position because your field of vision you've got two people in front of you. So the training thing within being a first slip is to be able to watch the ball and ignore the twitches from your keeper or your second slip that undoubtedly go in front of you and in your eye line. So that's a real skill. Third slip to gully is for me the skill is like you need some reactions. The first loose ball of the morning there from Craig Overton, and John Simpson does not miss out. Slightly short, slightly wide. And a very classy cut shot for 4.
Yeah, off the mark with that cut shot.
Yeah, so they're the ones. They're the ones that come quick if they're nicked. And your third, fourth slip, yes, you do get some straight back nicks, but often they're sort of slashing drives or cut shots. So I think having sort of sharp reactions is the skill there. But ultimately, you don't spend long in the slips if you drop them, because bowlers do not like drop catches. So you've got to have a reasonably steady pair of hands. I think probably the best in my playing days was Ricky Clark.
Okay.
Warwickshire and Surrey. I don't think I ever saw him drop a catch. He was a ridiculously good slip fielder. Back on the money there from Craig Overton. Thomas Rue playing for a select side against Zimbabwe at the moment. Currently 82 not out.
Yeah, I saw he was not out overnight.
Maybe a case when James Rue disappears and starts playing a bit of cricket for England, we won't miss out too much. We'll have another Rue. It's going to churn a few runs for Somerset at some stage this season. Another slightly full delivery and squirted through cover point. Jack Leach chases well. I don't know why, because I played a lot of cricket with Leach. I was kind of expecting him to throw that with his left hand.
Yeah,
yeah,
it threw me actually, the way that he slid for the ball. It's like, oh yeah, he does throw with his right hand.
Good over there from the Sussex point of view. A few runs coming off the Overton over. I think we can afford him a couple of shaky overs. Thanks to the live stream, a correction. John Simpson played one-day international cricket, not Test cricket, so a slap on the wrist for me. Maybe he should have done. Tough gig to get into the England team as a wicket-keeper batter. There seems to be about a dozen that have been rotated over the last few years, and I think it was well reported on that Champions Trophy. I think they had 4 potential wicket-keeper batters on the field at the same time.
Yeah, I think it's almost the opposite in the women's game. Almost looking around as to who's the backup to Amy Jones at the moment. There's that many or that much appetite from young girls to keep wicket through the age groups and pathway, from what I'm hearing. So yeah, any local clubs out there, get some gloves on these girls and get them behind the stumps and involved in the game. Adjustments to the field, Somerset. Who's that in there? Is that Casey in there that's on the field?
Yeah, that is Casey Aldridge. There on the field. Who's he replaced? Let's have a little scan.
Suggests that wasn't that far away.
Leach is off the field at the moment, I think.
You're right.
Obviously, that sprint to the deep point boundary was enough for him this morning.
Casey's on and straight in the game. Cover.
He's getting peppered there. Casey Aldridge. Not playing this game. He's been bowling and batting pretty well. I think this jiggle around of the order probably cost him a spot. That, and of course, the inclusion of Matt Henry, who's certainly going to be one of the first names on the team sheet. Henry over. Can't imagine it's going to be too long before we'll see a bit of Jack Leach into the attack. Somerset picking up 2 wickets so far this morning, all in the same Craig Overton over his first ball, edge to Lewis Gregory. And then Coles, itchy to get off the mark, took a very, well, let's say, tight single and sold his mate up the river. Great bit of fielding from Banton. Beautiful shot there from Coles. Rocks back. Square drives that through cover for 4. Piece of batting.
Yeah, 4 from the moment it left the bat there. It's a short boundary out towards the Somerset stand. Beautifully played.
And the 150 up for Sussex. Yeah, if it beats the infield square of the wicket at Taunton, the block kind of spans pretty much the whole width of the pitch, so incredibly quick across the field, across the outfield.
It's looking pretty dry out there, isn't it? I haven't had a lot of rain in May so far. I'm sure there's a few ground staff out there that would like a little bit soon. Yeah,
it's been beautiful weather. So the groundsman could probably do with a drizzle or two, but all the cricket grounds and golf courses are just browning off hard and fast. Spinners into the game. Yes, an amazing little island, isn't it, Soph? Great Britain. We've either got flood warnings or hosepipe bans, and doesn't seem to be anything in between.
In between, no. Yeah, can't complain. This is the weather you want to be playing cricket in, that's for sure. Worked through mid-wicket. Banton chasing that one down. Come back for 2. Ooh. A bit tighter than he might have thought there, Coles, but made it safely in the end.
Banton's on it today. Great bit of fielding there at mid-on. Slides round and throws to right over the top of those bails. Just making sure Coles has got to put the hammer down to get home. Perfect conditions out there. What were your least favourite conditions so far? Personally, wind, high wind. I used to drive, especially with your helmet on. It used to like.
Where were you playing?
Drive me up the wall. Eh?
We played at Durham 2 weeks ago, and it was the coldest game of cricket I've ever played in. Yeah, we actually played here against Lancashire and then Essex at Vale, and it was glorious sunshine. Went up north. And I think it went from like 25 degrees to about -1.
A solid cover drive. Good piece of work out there from Josh Davey, saving a couple of runs. Sussex pair playing nicely these last few overs. Yeah, we had you always, I suppose, what was it, November, December time when the fixtures sort of come out. We had, I think, a couple of years in a row, we had Durham first game, like first week of April. We had a couple of sessions where there's just a little bit of sort of sleet coming down. It was absolutely freezing. I think it was sort of just over freezing as well. It was like 3 or 4 degrees. So cold. When you stand, and that is the worst time to stand at slip. You're like, please, not me.
Yeah, you are praying that the ball doesn't come to you. I think I took a catch that game, and I think I caught it on my chest rather than using my hands.
Well, you went viral the other week, didn't you? With a quite extraordinary bit of I'm going to be harsh and fair. It went from disaster to brilliance in sort of 0.1 seconds.
Yeah, I think it was my best drop ever, Triegs, to be honest.
That was a serious bit of panic reactions there, so.
Well, Max Waller does always talk about care in detail for the ball, so yeah, I hope you enjoyed that one. Probably didn't enjoy the first bit of it, but
well, as long as it stays above ground, that's the main thing, isn't it?
I really enjoyed watching it back for Skelts' reaction, because again, you just watched every emotion that went through her mind, where she thought I dropped it, and then by some miracle I held on to it on my hamstring.
Jack Leach back on the field. How long will we be waiting to see the first Jack Leach over this morning?
Can't imagine it will be too long. Triegs 2 for 19 for Leach yesterday in this Sussex second innings.
Yeah, we witnessed a fired up Jack Leach as well. I think he loves his work for Somerset. Loves getting wickets. Incredible record here at Taunton. Getting maybe a little bit, not frustrated, but that was quite an aggressive delivery there. Simpson wants no part of that. Nicely played. Kept his eye on the ball. Takes that one on. Pulls that nicely out to Tom Abel at deep square leg. Sussex pair have weathered a pretty fierce storm from the Overton-Henry combination. They played nicely and left well. 48th over. Sussex at 155 for 6. I'm going to take a little break, Soph, and you'll be joined by the dulcet tones of Mr. Vic Marks.
Thanks, Triggs. We have got a change of bowler. Well, we've got a change in the commentary box. It's going to be Miguel Pretorius into the attack to replace Craig Overton, who's bowled beautifully this morning.
Hello, Sophie.
Hello,
Yeah.
how are you?
I'm good. Yeah, I'm enjoying my summer. I hope you are too.
Absolutely. Can't complain when the weather's like this, Vic.
And this, well, you can't take anything for granted here, can you? We've learnt that. I mean, terrific start for Somerset, but it's all settled down a little bit. Still some batting to come and two very good players in at the moment. And then we can't take for granted what happens to the surface here. See, it moved around a little bit yesterday and the first day. I didn't see that did you see that you weren't here for the first day, were you?
No, I wasn't, unfortunately, no.
Because I turned up yesterday for the first hour. It was zipping all over the place. I thought, how did we get just 6 wickets down for 300 odd? And then it sort of calms down. It turned a little bit yesterday, not viciously, but just enough to keep Jack. You'll be busy in a minute, I think.
He will, yeah. I think he will be ready to go shortly.
He could be the next man.
Well, it
River
looks like Josh Davies doing it, unless he's just trying to, catch the eye of Gregory. But he looks to be warming up.
Oh, right, well, perhaps.
Down at long leg there.
Mind you, I think Jack's... I've got my money on Jack. But we'll see. He has got lots of options. It's rather handy. He's got 6 options, hasn't he? Bourne hasn't bowled a great deal. He bowled 4 overs yesterday with 2 left-handers in. There you see my man. He's loosening up out there too.
Yeah, he's ready to go.
Well, not my man. Our man.
Full and driven beautifully by Simpson. I think that is going to make it all the way to the boundary. Beautiful on drive there.
Well, he's been terrific since he's gone to Sussex. He's always been a very good player. He's also very elegant, isn't he? Somehow, some of the left-handers, they just make it look quite beautiful, don't they? Not all of them, but some of them do.
Got a touch of class about them, some of them. And so you were on all day yesterday, Vic, were you?
We got the odd reinforcement in.
Okay.
Shep was in for a while. Annie Chabe came in for a little while, talking about her book. But it was no hardship. There was always something happening outside. It's amazing the championship cricket we have here at Taunton. In that we agonise quite a bit about the pitch. Sometimes it's going to be too flat or too spicy. But the upshot is, for the last couple of years especially, we've just seen some great games of cricket of all sorts of variety. Sometimes it's been a batsman-friendly thing, but the results come. Sometimes it's spun. And very often it's been tight. At the moment, Somerset very much in the ascendancy, but I think we've learnt not to take too much for granted. But I think it's done less. Yesterday morning, the ball was a bit older when they started. It was probably about 16 overs old. Pitch was a bit greener. And admittedly, Somerset had their lower order in, but Ollie Robinson and indeed McAndrew, I mean, they were zipping it all over the shop. We didn't bat particularly well, but it was very difficult. It was moving far more. So the characteristics of this pitch, they just changed. It's like a chameleon.
It's not going to be your man.
He's not Jack. Well, I suppose the logic there is, I'd be tempted to put Jack on myself, but then the logic is, as this ball gets older and older, if Davey is going to have an impact, you want the ball to still have a little bit of shine, perhaps, and a little bit of hardness. Because you won't want to bowl him, probably. Reverse swing doesn't seem to happen much here. Or perhaps our bowlers aren't, I don't think they're necessarily that well suited to reverse swing. So you might, if you're going to bowl him, you might as well bowl him now.
Yeah.
And then in the knowledge that there could well be plenty of work for Leach throughout the day, and indeed possibly Vaughan.
Yeah, David.
But I think Jackson thought he should be bowling.
Yeah, I
He
think
saw him
I
loosening
think
up.
Leachy will continue to warm up.
Yeah, he only likes bowling at the other end, there, doesn't he? The river end.
He does, yeah.
Oh.
But it might be a very short spell from
Yeah.
from
I
Davey
can
to see
see
if he
it's
can
worth-
generate anything.
It's worth having a go, but if after about 3 overs nothing's happening, there's no disgrace in saying, right, that'll do for a minute, Josh.
Punched off the back foot. It's a big boundary out there. Might be a long
long
chase
way.
for Tom Abel, who's not going to be able to pull that one back in. Just trickles over the fence in the end. And Coles has played a couple of classy shots off the back foot in the last couple of overs.
Yeah. I mean, we were inevitably talking about the follow-on, as you do up here, yesterday. And I think we saw the obvious logic in that our experiences of Taunton, although you can never be sure what happens, is it just gets better and better and better. Therefore, you might as well get bowling again before it's improved a bit more.
And they'd only bowled, what was it, 40-something overs in that
45
first
overs,
innings.
so there's theoretically plenty of sort of fuel left. So I think actually Charlie and I think we decided it was probably a good decision. I would have done that. But we were slightly surprised because modern teams very rarely do enforce the follow-on. But we thought it was a good idea. And we were sticking to that, I think, even when they were 90 for no wicket. But we can see how the seam is still pretty, it's getting more comfortable for batsmen. And the colour changes, doesn't it? It started off really quite green, but it's getting paler now. Roos, you can't keep him down. Thomas Roos, who's playing against the Zimbabweans for a select 11, is by all accounts 98 not out.
Off just 102 balls as well.
In 102 balls, gosh.
Driven beautifully by John Simpson. It's going to be 4. And an expensive start by Josh Davey here. A couple of boundaries in this first over from him.
Thomas Roos got his 100. I don't know how we know this. Oh, we know it because you yeah.
100 off 103 balls, 14 fours and 1 6.
Wow.
I think he got a duck in the first innings.
He did.
Actually.
He did. I think maybe even the first ball duck, or he certainly got a duck. Fourth ball duck. Well, you can't judge everyone on 4 balls. You can after 100 odd balls when he's got 100, because he's right-handed. I've seen him bat. He's quite good, but he is. He's different to his brother partly because he bats the other way around. He's right-handed. And the brief times I've seen him, I mean, he's looked very impressive, and he plays all the shots that even you are too old to play. Some of these reverse doodahs.
I like that reverse doodah.
Well, but he also looked a bit of a throwback in that he's not one of these. He's not that tall, but he's not one of these who sort of stand tall with a bat raised miles above his head, ready to thrash it somewhere. He's sort of got a cagey, kind of slightly open stance, quite sort of crouched in a way you sort of very sort of 20th century almost.
Okay.
But he clearly he can play all the shots. I've never known a 17-year-old, I don't think, for a long while, who's been sort of trumpeted. So it's not a great ball, but it's a glorious shot. In the cover driving slot, he put it away with some elegance and great timing.
Yeah, Coles
So-
is finding his groove at the moment.
He's not going to run for that. Get the spin wrong. So whether he finds it burdensome, I don't know, but they seem to be. I mean, the fact he's captain England under 19s when he's barely 17, it's very strange, isn't it? And there must be a sort of element of the expectation suddenly is so high for a poor 17-year-old, but he clearly doesn't seem too bothered by it. And we will see more of him clearly as well.
Where did you see him play, Vic?
Well, I've seen him play at King's Taunton, where he's still at school. And then also almost inevitably on a short stream for the second team somewhere. You can watch, I realise you can watch practically anything now.
You can,
watch
yeah.
club cricket. Or I expect other people to discover that a little earlier. He was very good yesterday, Pretorius. You know, he was aggressive, on target throughout most of the day. Again, it's not quite so much zip in the pitch now, but he did a good job. As he's got more influential as long as he's been here, hasn't he? He's been
Yeah,
terrific.
he impressed me in the Essex game.
Mm.
Well fielded by Matt Henry. Mid-on.
So when's your next game, Sophie?
We play in Loughborough on Tuesday against the Blaze. So we travel up tomorrow.
Right.
And we've actually got a few days off leading into the Blast, which will be exciting.
Yeah.
Lots of double headers here alongside the guys.
And I presume that most of your team think the more watching the merrier. They like it. They must like it. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
there should be some really good crowds, hopefully.
Yeah. I think that first one against Surrey on the 30th is a sellout already.
Yeah.
And then they come thick and fast, and I think we've got a few double headers on the road as well. So, yeah, it should be a really exciting competition. And I think the county structures really found its feet already in the one-day cup, but I think the Vitality Blast might take it to another level as well in terms of getting people into the venues to watch us. Sussex just trailing by 13 now.
Yeah, well, so I had that dream start, didn't they? Overton, wicket, first ball, another good slip catch. Tom Banton. The scoreboard got it wrong for a while. They had Coles run out. I was getting very excited. But Hayes, the unfortunate Hayes, run out. direct hit from Tom Banton, all in the same over. But no, it's tougher. Batsmen, two good batsmen settling in.
JD.
Some very dramatic sound effects there. I'm not sure that was coming from a player or someone in the crowd. It was very high pitched.
Yes.
Got very excited about that leave. Here he is, Vic.
Well, he's warming up, but he was warming up before they put Davey on. He thought that was the moment. But it wouldn't surprise me if this is a short spell from Davey, and you'd go up to Davey and say, look, well, okay. There's nothing wrong in taking him off after two. Ooh, he's just beaten him now. But after 2 and 3 overs, you can take someone off after 2 and 3 overs in the knowledge that actually it's just, we'll need you down to Pretorius' end in a minute, but I just want to see what Jack's going to do. Got to nurse your bowlers. I remember when I was captain years ago at university, one of my bowlers, he got hit with 6 fours in the over. And he was desperate to bowl. And he was a very bubbly character, and he disappeared down to long leg or something. Feeling a bit grumpy there. And when I said, have another one, he was so thrilled. Got to nurse him a bit. He didn't get anyone out in the next one, but he didn't go for 24 again. But he always remembered, he always appreciated the fact that we had enough faith.
Did you just not have any other bowlers? Or?
No, of course I had other bowlers. I mean, it didn't matter too much for the state of the game anyway, probably, but no, go on, have another one. You know, you've got to keep, some puncture their egos,
Yeah, you've got to keep their confidence up, absolutely.
Even if your faith is not absolute. You can't tell them that. You're doing nothing with the ball, have a rest. Or you're bowling garbage, go to third man.
Dot ball to finish the 52nd over here. Sussex 174 for 6.
There's a whole load of helmets coming on, which often signals the advent of some spin. I think they're Somerset helmets, aren't they? And they're going to plonk them behind wicketkeeper Rue. I suspect in preparation for Leach coming from his favoured River End.
Still Pretorius for the time being. Coles is defending. Strong lad, Pretorius, isn't he?
He is. He's got a nice sort of easy action. I mean, he looks like he could bowl for quite a long time. You know how in this era, we're always conscious, aren't we, of workloads and making sure that the pacemen don't do too much. Every ball they probably bowl, even in the nets. I don't know if it happens with your team, but it's monitored.
Yeah,
of thing.
absolutely.
You know exactly
yeah.
how many balls they've bowled in a week or a month. and the analysts, stroke physiologists are right on it. And obviously, some of the men's team are conscious of workloads. But my impression is, well, don't worry about Patrol. He'll just put him in. He's all right. He's strong. he's from overseas. Just he'll play. we won't worry. We won't bother counting his balls. Well, I'm sure they do, but that's a probing line. We had 2 yesterday. 2 batsmen. Shouldering arms and just getting hit off stump by Overton in the space of 2 overs. Amazing. Round the wicket to the left-handers, that was. I mean, not entirely amazing because the ball was doing something. So leaving the ball was was a good idea because it was like a bit of movement off the pitch, a bit of uneven bounce perhaps. So it sort of made sense to leave those deliveries, but those 2 were a bit too straight.
Jack Leach does the fielding.
Now then. Oh no, it's still not quite the over.
A few field changes as the left-handed Simpson comes on to strike. Still just the 2 slips though. Pretorius is round the wicket to the left-hander who's driving beautifully through the offside. We've seen a couple of Simpson drives already today, and that is another glorious one to add to his tally. He moves to 19.
Yeah, well, again, it was just over pitch, but it was a beautiful shot. It's a long boundary out there, and he just hit it hard enough across the road, but it was soft enough to keep Matt Henry and Tom had to keep chasing it. It could have been a run or run 4, I would have thought, with the flick back, but you never know. It's a big boundary that side. Anyway, we have 2 overs from Davey from the rear end, and now the easily recognisable figure of Jack Leach. Bowled nicely. Well, he bowled really well in the Essex game. We were busy during that game. He actually did. And he's bowled well in this match. He got the breakthrough in this innings, first wicket. It hasn't turned prodigiously, but there was some help for him, a little bit of help, not all the time. Tom Banton.
That's
He's got to put his trousers right, and he surely he can't stand like that, can he? He's got these big black shin pads.
Yeah, I think they might be his keeping pads when he's usually behind the stumps.
Okay, well he's put his trousers down there. I mean, you know what I mean. Slip in the gully.
That was the 50 partnership.
Yeah, and it's always
Simpson
interesting, what sort of approach do they take against Leach? He's obviously a threat. Do you try and take the initiative against him, or you just play him purely on merit, which means you might have to wait a long time to pick up your runs because he's not going to bowl much rubbish? He's giving that a nice little flick for a single. So how aggressive are they going to be against Leach, or are they going to be content to kind of sit on him? One of the beauties of having a variety of pace. Suddenly you have to make the batsman think a bit, what am I going to do? Which shots are on and which are not?
Swept hard by Simpson. Abel does the fielding at deep square.
Someone tell Pretorius that they've got a right-hander in there. He's just realised.
Yeah, that left-right hand combination is always a frustrating one. You've got to be switched on as a fielder.
Yeah.
It's a fair bit of movement,
And
change in field for the two batters here.
And it's quite, and it's I mean, bowlers are used to it, but if you have to keep changing too many of these singles and Jack's going round the wicket, over the wicket, different angles.
Yes, Matt. Shots here, boys.
Obviously they've got a field set that's expecting sweep shots from Simpson. He's played two already. You've got the man at deep square leg, pretty square, and then another Pretorius who's sort of not quite 45 but behind square on the leg side. I think they know that better than I do that he's liable. He's a sweeper.
Yeah, Abel looks disappointed there, but bounced well short of him. Whether he just didn't pick it up initially, but
I think
I'm not sure it would have been a chance either.
He sets very high standards.
He does, yeah.
He might have had a broken nose if he went for that. Some way in for him. But they obviously think that the sweep shot he will play that, but there is always scope for a bit of a top edge there. We do pick up a lot, don't we? At the moment, I'm picking up on my earphones. You can't quite hear exactly what they're saying, but they're trying to be fairly noisy out there during a sort of period where it's all a bit serene. Had a wicket for over an hour.
It's a good ball.
They like that. They like that in the Prescothic stand. Rolls behind the stumps. So the score is -3 for 6. I think that's right, isn't it? Yeah. So that'll cheer him up a bit. -3 for 6 is not too bad, but there's still work to be done, especially against this pair. Settled in well.
Good. Building it, boys. So nice.
Simpson leaving those alone outside the off stump. Plenty of noise from the fielders, as you mentioned, Vic.
Yeah.
I think that's Craig Overton.
Oh, he's being noisy, isn't he?
Yeah, second slip. Looks to be the loudest of the bunch at the moment.
Do you like a bit of noise out there when you're there? I don't expect you like to be giving it, do you? You've got plenty else to think about. But you've got a noisy team? Well, encouraging. It's encouragement,
yeah, encouragement,
really.
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably something that we kind of work quite hard on, is our sort of energy and presence in the field. Yeah, we're not the loudest bunch. We've got a few loud characters though. Amanda Jade Wellington.
Right.
She's pretty loud, pretty chipper.
Yeah, but I suppose if you're captain, sometimes I remember it's not an exact parallel, but Graham Smith, who captained himself, you know, for 100 Test matches he captained. Only about half a dozen Test matches when he wasn't captain. But I think I can remember when he took over, and he was, I mean, he's a terrific character and full of energy and quite loud. Initially, for about 6 or 10 tests, he was so loud out there, you know, geeing everyone up. And then I think as he went on, he had so much else to do that he was very grateful that he had some other people in the side who were going to be doing the vocals, as it were.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you probably feel the same.
Yeah, you can't do it all.
You've got
for sure.
you've got to do some thinking as well.
Swept hard by Coles.
Yeah, it's a short boundary there, but that would have gone for 4 anywhere, really. Missed the field. There's a fielder out there trying to protect that short boundary. Just quite interested to see. We'll get a replay of that. What sort of line he's taking that from? Well, I mean, it's a pretty straight ball, but it was a very confident shot.
Coles on to 36 now. Defending this time. That shot means that Sussex have a lead of 1.
Yeah.
Just nudges that into the leg side. Pick up a single.
He must be, Coles must be, I don't know that much about him, but I do know he was alongside Ben Stokes with the England Lions before Ben Stokes had played Test cricket. They went to Australia about a year before Stokes made his England debut. Anyway, he and Stokes got sent home for misbehaving from a Lions tour. Coles never played for England again at any level. But within 9 months, Stokes was playing in a Test match at in Australia. So he didn't recover from that. The Lions trip. Stokes did.
Oh, right.
So therefore,
I didn't realise Coles was that old. I thought he
no,
was
I
a
didn't really,
youngster.
but I think he's got to be a similar age. Treagle will know. But they were both on the same Lions tour about about a decade ago, if not a bit more. Dragged down a bit. Sweet shot, that big sweet shot he played, which he hit so well, is a bit unnerving because it's not the worst ball he's bowled, but he's got 4 from it, and he looked so confident in playing it. But Jack's used to that, and I think he's in for quite a spell.
And talking of spells, I'm going to take one there, and
Okay.
Pete Drigo's going to come back into the box and join you, Vic.
So it's a period, well, Somerset trying to be patient. A bit of batsman error, or just one ball to just misbehave a bit more. It's good batting from this pair. What can you tell me about a bit more about Coles? But I was just relating the fact he got sent home early from a Lions tour along with Ben Stokes about a decade or more ago. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do remember. Yeah. Some people get away with these things somehow,
well,
and end up smelling of roses. I could think of a teammate of yours that we have a stand on the ground that probably had a number of run-ins with the ECB. I can the Fredolo incident, and some people become national heroes on the back of misdemeanors. Other people just don't get away with it.
Well, that is true.
I think it spans.
One of the factors is how good are you?
Well, I was just about to say it spans. The music, the film industry. I mean, whatever industry you're in, if you're really good at something, you kind of get away with a lot of stuff, don't you? And it's.
Yeah, but if he didn't have a Fredolo, but he had.
He had a
few moments there.
He had all the other lows, though, didn't he? I would have thought. Oh, beautiful delivery there from Pretorius. Just bouncing and offering away from Simpson. He's going to be a key wicket today, Vic.
Yeah. He's had a terrific time since he's moved to Sussex, hasn't he? And he's always a good player, but that added responsibility.
Yeah,
Didn't move there to be captain, but they made him captain after fairly quickly. And it's obviously worked really well. And I mean, I have not seen much of him over the years, but he's a lovely player to watch too, isn't he? He's quite silky.
Yeah, he's a high quality player.
He's just nicked one there. Elegantly edged.
Yeah, I'm not sure about Coles and Stokes on the same tour. I think I know it was someone, but I don't think it was Coles.
I don't know.
I think it was.
I'm fairly confident. I'm going to look it up in a minute.
I want to say like maybe Alex Blake.
No, because I've been doing a bit of writing, and I think I looked it up. More to do. I've been writing about England's captains, and this was a moment in Stokes' very early career when he went. He was in the Lions squad. I can't remember the year before he made his debut, and they were probably in the same. Anyway, he got sent home prematurely, and I'm pretty sure I read it was
Matthew Coles.
Yeah,
Matthew Coles.
is that a different one?
Kent.
Isn't,
I think potentially because
I'm talking rubbish then. I'm thinking.
Well, I think you're nearly there. I think James Coles being 21 now might.
I am talking total garbage.
Yes, I think we need a public apology from you.
I do. I take it all back. He behaves impeccably, and he's a jolly good player. I've got my Coleses muddled up.
Yeah, easily done. It can.
I am. You were right. I'm terribly sorry. What's happened to Matthew Coles then? He's playing
well,
somewhere, isn't he?
I'm only.
He was at Kent.
Yeah, it was Matt Coles, a bustling seamer who played for Kent and Essex, I believe, but a lively character.
Yeah.
And I think it was Matt Coles and Stokes that were
Yes,
sent
you're
packing.
absolutely right, and I'm embarrassed that
I hope
so wrong, and so I issue mega apologies to everyone in Sussex, everyone in the world.
I hope
to the Coles family.
I hope this piece of writing hasn't made the broadsheets. Yeah.
No.
Quick, get on the phone to the editor.
No, I'm all right there. In that I wasn't specifying Sussex's Coles, but I've no feeling unhappy with myself for getting it so wrong. I got this feeling moved on to.
I'm just waiting the Daniel Norcross text. It's imminent. I can feel it coming.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
No, I think. Yeah, but it's very much the same conversation, though, isn't it? I mean,
well, the premise of you can get away with most things if you're brilliant at something. But I'm totally out of order in terms of getting my Coles mixed up.
well, from my end, you're forgiven, Vic.
Okay. I want to curl up now.
Good knock.
Very good partnership here, Vic,
Yeah.
from the Sussex pair. They've weathered quite the storm. You have to say, there's been a lot of good deliveries around. Very, very few. Yeah, that first hour, I thought Henry and Overton just barely missed their mark, and especially with the sort of brain fuzz that Coles would have had after running out his partner, you kind of think there's an opportunity there, but they've batted beautifully since.
They have. And where's that gone?
Oh, until that moment there, Coles has made finally a mistake.
Well, it's easy to make mistakes. We know that, but he took the aggressive option, but in a slightly half-hearted way, and he skimmed the ball to mid-off. And it's a big wicket because nothing was happening out there. He had batted really well.
Yeah, watching him walk off there, you can tell he's devastated. with that bit of execution there. I don't think necessarily the plan was there, but it's just got a little bit too close to the ball. Hasn't able to get that elevation. He said it's straight to mid-off.
Yeah.
A bonus wicket there for Jack Leach.
It was, I suppose. You're never quite sure what a batsman's thinking, but I think you're right. His intention was to just hit it over mid-off, stroke mid-on, over the bowler's head. And he got a bit close to it. And he didn't get the elevation. He hit it reasonably hard, but it skimmed. He'd be better off trying to hit that on the ground as it happens, but he got too close to it, so he couldn't get the elevation. He'd taken that bold option, the aggressive option. He played a beautiful sweep shot in the previous over. He obviously was not going to be content just to sit on Leach. And that's one of the beauties of Leach. He's so well established that a batsman knows that by and large, I'm not going to get any freebies from him. Here he goes. He is quite close to it, but that's sort of in between, isn't it?
Yeah, he's got it on the sort of thick edge as well, which obviously the strike wasn't quite there, but yeah, it wasn't really a full-blooded swing for the fence as you normally see when a batter advances to a spinner. Finn Hudson-Prentice now to the crease, who's a very, very capable batter. Another key wicket here. 3 wickets remaining for Sussex. They've got to do some scrapping today. They lead by 9.
Of course, when you see that sort of dismissal, even as the next man in, you're thinking, I'm not sure the aggressively. I can't be a second man to get out trying to play a big shot. So you're more inclined. I mean, he's an aggressive player, isn't he, by nature?
Yeah, I think there's always that situation where you know 3 wickets left for 9. Someone's going to have to play positively to a point, but another brilliant wicket there for Somerset. Jack Leach celebrating with his
third of the innings.
With his mid-off. Who is that at mid-off? Is that Lammonby? I think that's Tom Lammonby who took the catch.
Yeah.
Sussex partnerships there very much a bookend. 100 for the first wicket, 66 down the order, but not a lot in between, showing that there's a fair bit of potency in this Somerset bowling attack. The middle order blown away from Overton, Henry, Leach, and that magnificent run out from Banton.
Yeah.
And I think maybe enough time has expired that at least Coles will go back to a slightly calmer dressing room than if he'd have got out, you know, soon after barbecuing his mate.
Yeah. I mean, where Somerset looked good yesterday, and the good sides.
Yeah, that's very close. That's very close. James Rue, direct hit. Be interested to see that slowed down. There are a lot of heads on hands there. We've got a brilliant side-on angle of that. James Rue round quickly, throws at the stumps. He's just made his ground, I think. Yeah, good decision there.
Yeah.
Oh, that's incredibly tight.
I mean, direct hits, they do deceive, don't they? You think he's safe sometimes, and the direct hit is, but I think we can't quite see the lines too clearly, but I think he's just okay. There was indecision. I mean, I thought he was going to throw the bowler's end, actually, to start with. No.
Yeah, very good decision there by Michael Burns. Somerset have been on it today.
Well, a run out is just good for morale, isn't it? It's a bonus wicket. It was the last man, but nonetheless, see him hit the stumps.
Yeah, I think he just made it by a couple of inches there, but certainly a close one as Hudson-Prentice gets his first runs of the day down to third man. He's going to come back for 2. No PTSD from the run out, the previous ball, so scampering back for 2. It's just enough lateral movement there. Vic and Pretorius, those big strong shoulders, slamming the ball into back of a length. He's getting the odd ball to rise quite sharply.
No, I mean, there's less movement than yesterday, I'd say. You know, as we kind of expect here. Grass grows older. changes colour a bit.
So let's have a short reflection, Vic, on the move from Somerset that sort of flagged up a little bit as Hudson Prentice again defeated on the outside edge, but gets away with it again. Played with soft hands down to the third man boundary for 4. I don't really want to put it into the category of experiment because both very capable players, but I think we spoke about it on day one when you actually took a sort of you zoomed out a little bit on the Somerset order and the way that they put Davey and Gregory up. All of a sudden, you had an incredibly long batting lineup on paper and a lot of bowling options. I couldn't help, the more I saw it, thought about it, that move there was, I think in terms of like changing your fortunes in a positive sense, I think it was a really positive move from Somerset, especially when you zoomed out.
I agree. I've always thought, for example, that the notion you never change a winning side is a load of rubbish. In fact, the best time to change a side, actually, obviously, it's much better to do it after a win than a loss. And I could see the logic. I think they might. Who knows? But I think the Davey experiment at the top of the order could last a while. And if I were Davey, I would be very eager for it to last. It's tough. It's a tough ask, but actually, if he's going to be playing on these dry surfaces, he's less potent as a bowler. He's therefore more vulnerable, to be rotated more often, let's say. So from his point of view, I think he likes the chance to do it. He's always been a capable, sort of technically sound batsman who hasn't produced a major number of runs, partly because he's been batting at 9 or something like that. But he has a lot of the attributes you need. And I think I like the way that there was a sort of flexibility. Hang on, it's not working at the moment. Even though we won the last game, it's not working. We're losing too many early wickets. Middle order exposed very early on. What can we do? And it's tough for Archie Vaughan right at the start of his career. And I like the fact that they were flexible enough, open-minded enough to go for something that was quite surprising. I mean, I knew that they were contemplating a Davey promotion. We'd seen him bat night watchman, hadn't we, a couple of games, and looked pretty good. I was more surprised when I saw Gregory and Davey, but I hadn't then realised that he wasn't going to bowl in this match anyway. So I saw the logic of that. But I like the fact that they were open-minded and not too blinking. Cricketers can get very suspicious, can't they, and sort of set in their ways, saying, I bat at 4 and that's it.
Now, I think in the Davey Gregory case, as I mentioned on day one, that the sort of the inner speak between the two of them, even though they're over a decade into their first-class careers, for most of that, they view themselves as batting all-rounders as well. So Davey's got a very, very capable technique. He moves forward. He uses his reach. I think one of the real plus points for Josh Davey is he's one of those batters that makes decisions on length very well. When it's forward, he really does come forward and smothers the ball. He leaves well. He's got a good temperament. I think, doubling down on the fact that let's call a spade, he's one of the bowlers that, when you sign a Matt Henry, becomes very vulnerable in terms of selection.
Yeah.
And I think there's a hunger there for him, and there's no doubt that he would identify this as a huge opportunity. But what it did to the balance of the team, I thought it was brilliant. I didn't realise that Lewis wasn't going to bowl. I mean, if you throw onto the fact that Lewis could also bowl as a second, third seamer as well, I mean, that really would make this quite a formidable lineup.
I mean, we'll see what happens, how they juggle it. And you mustn't underestimate, we don't underestimate that it is quite a specialist task to open the batting. You do generally come across more movement than extended carry. So it's not easy. So you can't expect too much. And we've seen how it's not easy because Somerset have struggled to put together an effective opening pair for more than this season. It was the same the last year or two. But I like the way that they are open-minded to try. Ooh, that's a good shot, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that Somerset not that the players haven't got quality, but they've never really replaced Trescothick, and then slightly after Trescothick they had Chris Rogers.
Yeah.
And you know that's two big holes to fill. And also I'll throw the name of Errol Sapire in there as well, who did a brilliant job as the foil up the other end to Trescothick. And the combinations have been tried, tested. Lammerby's gone up, I think Abel's gone up, and you know nothing's really settled.
I mean,
so you're probably in a position where it's a free swing at the fence. But again, watching it yesterday, just purely based on the movements of the two, felt like that there was that they have that confidence because they are bowlers as well, and you know that kind of all-rounder psychology as well. They will move in positively, and I think you've got a much better chance against the new ball when you're moving up and down the wicket in a positive manner, and especially Lewis, who's always obviously going to be a bit more of a shot maker than Davey. I think it's got some legs, I really do.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know what they'll do. There are going to be built-in needs to chop and change, because Tom Banton is away with England, I think, during the next match. Is that right? The one-day series. I don't know when he leaves for the one-day series. I'm not quite sure when that is. But okay, so he might be available for Durham actually. But so there are unknowns. We've got James Root, who's in the England squad, but he's playing this game, and perhaps he'll play the next one if he's not playing in the Test match. I don't know.
Well, the name on the shirt might remain the same. We've got
that's
Thomas
true.
Root, who's doing really well at the moment, so an opportunity for him to follow in his brother's footsteps, and it creates opportunities. You know, when guys do really well.
Tom Banton is in the England setup for the one-day squad, so he's going to miss something. So there's some juggling there. Might be within the T20 side. He's been an absolute mainstay of the T20 side, but if he's playing with England, he's going to miss a few games there. So there's a lot of juggling. So they need to be flexible. I mean, obviously, as far as the opening is concerned, both Lammonby and Abel. I mean, Abel opened with Trescothick for quite a long time, didn't he? Before he was captain.
Well, I think the names
and did very well, but then it's been decided that Lammonby and Abel have sort of established themselves as very handy in that middle order, and they don't want to really shift them.
Well, I think as well, looking at the skill sets and the way the guys play, and I think reflection on Archie Vaughan's brilliant score that he got in the first innings here. You know, it gives you the flexibility to then play the two other batters in the team, taking out Dixon because he's got an injury at the moment. You've got Umid and Archie Vaughan that can probably then slot into the team in a more familiar position, which I think is in the middle order. It certainly looks like they're more middle order players.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. It makes it all the more interesting. I mean, as I say, I think the Davey experiment might last for a little while. Although there's one more championship match, and then there's a big gap, actually, isn't there? Before, there's a T20 segment coming up.
I mean, that's one of the headaches of county cricket. Somerset finally get a real sort of spurt of form, and then they're not going to play a championship game, or for a period of time when the 2020 starts, and you often have to re-find that form. It was obviously a brilliant win against Essex, and the way they're performing in this game, you almost think it'd be great if there was another couple of 4-day games coming up. But it's the nature of the beast.
Still got to get a couple more weeks to. But it's added a bit of spice. But I was quite excited to see the lineup. I thought, I didn't realise Gregory was injured, but I turned on the first day to see who's playing. I was intrigued to see. I thought, well, at least he won't run short of bowlers. And I hadn't realised that.
Lots of options. Lots of options and lots of cricket. A festival of red ball cricket coming in June 2025. Somerset taking on Nottinghamshire.
That's right, towards the end of June, I think. Nottinghamshire, who are top of the table at the moment. sure how many people predicted that.
Yeah, playing well. Hassamid, captain Hassamid, carrying his bat for 200. 205, I think he got in that first inning. So playing some good cricket. They got that Mohammed Abbas and Ben Hutton terrorising batters at the moment. Certainly
not
helps.
with their lack of pace, but with their skill at medium pace.
Leach toiling away. Sussex currently lead by 23 runs with 3 wickets left in the hutch. Beautiful day's weather here at Taunton. I think Somerset will be quite surprised at that, how things unfolded yesterday. You always think when you see, you know, especially here at Taunton, bowling a team out, that follow-on I think would have been a slightly, I suppose, taken with a little bit of uncertainty.
Yeah. But I thought they wouldn't enforce it because modern sides hardly ever do, but I hoped they would, because, and they would have rationalised again. They would have been open-minded enough to say, hang on a minute, here at Taunton it gets flatter and flatter, so let's get golden again before it flattens out a bit more. It's perfectly logical.
Well, it's panned out perfectly, and I suppose on the back of them chasing that large total against Essex, they'll be more than happy to bat last on this pitch here at Taunton.
Well, Craig Overton's going to have a go now. Nice little spell again from Pretorius. I think Overton's been good in this match. Well, he's been good. He's always good, but just a bit more life about him. And I just suspect too he likes having Henry there as well. He's no longer the obvious spearhead. As sometimes batsmen just think, well, I'll get through Overton. Won't take too many risks against him. That'll be all right. But there are others. Oh, it's on target. Some shots on this pitch, it's in the wrong, not quite in the right place. It's gone a long way.
Yeah, Hudson Prentice can certainly strike a cricket ball, and he's already put in a few good performances this season with the, you have to say, the main man at the other end, John Simpson, who's having another great summer.
Oh, he's given a bounce. We haven't seen many bounces from Overton this year, but you thought he'd better bowl one there. Henry's bowled a couple. Bounce has gone out of fashion, really. Well, in the Somerset attack, we haven't got anyone really. Well, they tried it, didn't they, against Worcester when it was so flat. They had the sort of ultimate bouncer field with no slips and 3 men back, but it didn't work.
Well, it's always good to have up your sleeve as a bowler, isn't it? Just if you feel like the batter's lunging at you. As Alfonso would always shout from wherever he was on the field, take the studs out your face, Triggs, or whoever was bowling. That was his call for a bouncer.
Even when you... No, so
even Vic.
Well, you see, the best bouncers have a surprise value. And you wouldn't have bowled many overs with a stream of bouncers, I don't suppose.
Well, one of my sort of end of delivery, end of follow through chirps to the batter was, They're not fast, but they're always straight.
And with a plaintive look at the umpire saying, "Is that the one?" No.
I used to also have a little bit of fun with the umpires. I should actually get some sort of like bonus for getting up that high. There's a lad looking to start his career early at the Cooper Associates, slashing his dad through the covers in the car park. Oh no, I think that's might be mother bowling actually.
Yeah, that shed is proving very useful, isn't it? That's a full swing at the
Oh,
bat.
good lad.
I'm just playing with a soft ball. There's a lot of windscreens out there.
Well, I did call for the groundsman to get some paint out and
put the three
draw,
stumps
draw
up.
some stumps on there, but you know maybe that might be encouraging play. Might be a health and safety violation.
Yeah, I'm sure it would. Well, we heard your reservations about the new staircase for studs, but then we had a close-up of them, and we thought there might be something there trying to protect people with studs coming down the brand new staircase from the dressing rooms.
Yeah, I know the ones that they have at Bristol are just like that sort of NC car park, sort of corrugated steel, and you end up walking down like Bambi on ice. You're very sketchy. There we go. Oh, we've got some.
See, they're rubberised.
Oh,
you see, they've taken that into account.
Very smart. Yeah, normally it's just the stuff that you can see on the facade.
Not at Taunton.
No, we do it proper down here. Yeah, I was just imagining sort of getting out and being in a bit of a strop and trying to take some sort of like dynamic leap up the stairs and ended up flat on your backside.
Yeah.
Not a good look.
I think that he probably is taking that from outside off stump.
Yeah, I think he's batting sort of on middle and off, so
Yeah. I
think
mean,
he's
I would have thought
calculated
if
that
you
one.
are Leach, I don't know, what do you think, but if you are Leach, and he's clearly the sweep shot is his main source of counter-attacking, let's say, would you not be tempted to go round the wicket just to bring in LBW if he misses?
Well, I think with a little bit of bounce on show from Leach as well, it's quite interesting the positioning of the sweep men. They're quite a long way in off the boundary, sort of halfway.
They're hoping
in
for that top. I mean, particularly Pretorius down here is sort of in no man's land, but where they think a top edge might go, then there.
Bit of work there from Banton at short leg. Yeah, very much waiting for the top edge sweep, and that'll certainly be in the back of the mind.
So maybe
of
they
Simpson.
don't mind him sweeping because they think Jack is also, I think, in this game, but certainly in the last game as well, that he's varied his pace more. I mean, he's become a pretty quick left arm spinner. I mean, most finger spinners have got quicker and quicker. Nathan Lyon, 90 mile an hour constantly. A lot of finger spinners bowl quicker than they used to, but I think he's varied his pace more in the last couple of games, and I think against Essex he sort of just took a bit of pace off and got a little bit more dip and found it might turn a little bit more when he bowled slightly slower. And I think in this match he's no longer bowling at maximum pace. He's varying his pace a bit, and his stock ball has come a little bit slower.
Well, I think it's a part of the reason why led to the downfall of Coles, because that ball. Normally when you come down the wicket to the classical left-arm spinner that toss it up, you can sort of you can judge your steps towards the ball, knowing that it's going to drop on you, and you can get underneath it. Whereas that one's a bit flatter, and it tucked him up almost. It got underneath him a little bit quicker, so he couldn't get that elevation. So credit to Leachy there, absolutely. If there's not massive amounts of spin, one of your arsenals, I guess, as a spinner is being able to deceive with a bit of flight and guile.
Yeah, they count just as much when they're caught mid-off as opposed to first slip. That's good to zip through nicely, but just a bit wide. But quarter of an hour till lunch. Overton's in good rhythm, I reckon. Might consider an over of Vaughan, perhaps, somewhere, but we'll see.
Oh, that's a stingy one. That's
somehow
avoided the inside thigh pad, I think.
Yeah. I think he's in a good spot at the moment, Overton. He's coming in with a bit more, well, the ball's coming down with a bit more vim than I think I've seen this year.
Yeah, I said to Sophie earlier, you get sort of levels of Overton, don't you? There's a sort of cruise level of Overton. It doesn't take a lot just to get him a little bit fired up, and going for boundaries would definitely fire him up.
Yeah, it's a bit overpitched, and he's put it away beautifully.
Beautiful shot there from Hudson Prentice, playing positively. He's already into the 20s. Simpson on 28. Lovely swing of the bat there, and yeah, I think there's a little bit of Bruce Banner and the Incredible Hulk in Craig Overton, and it doesn't take too much to get him angry. Nice comeback delivery and a few words there. So yeah, we're definitely starting to see a little bit of steam leak from the ears of Overton, which I think is always a good thing for him. In there, and some good batting as well. So Sussex certainly up for the fight as a plane's in view. That's done me there, that Vic. It's an aeroplane on the camera, and I've said flight instead of fight.
Well,
do you fancy a trip in a two-seater?
No thanks.
Propeller plane?
I don't think so. Have you done that?
My only sort of commercial aviation experience was a helicopter flight down to a warm-up game in Cornwall with Andy Caddick.
Was he driving?
Pilot. He was piloting. I don't think he drive.
Do you feel happy?
He didn't drive helicopters.
Okay, I'm technically done.
And yeah, probably be the last.
Oh right. Wasn't an entirely serene experience for you then?
Well, actually, my worst flight experience was I played cricket in Nepal.
Yes.
I was, I'd say I'm a bit of a nervous flyer or passenger, and I was offered this competition in Nepal. It sounded very exciting. So I decided to take them up on the offer, but I did say to my agent who was organising my travel that I would only fly sort of like a proper airline. I don't know really what I mean by proper, but a recognised brand, because plane goes down Himalayas. It's something that I've seen more than once in my lifetime of following the news. So I was a little bit nervous, and I got to Kathmandu airport and had a connection to the place I was playing in called Pokhara. And I had this printout given to me while I was on the main flight for my connecting flight, and it was kind of on, for anyone that went to school in the 80s and 90s, it looked like it was on that sort of printed on that tracing paper toilet paper. Yeah. So I was like instantly a little bit nervous, and I got to my gate and the airline was Air Yeti, and I looked down to the tarmac and there was this like scorched down the side 16-seater propeller aircraft. I have never been so terrified in all my life. Because obviously flying through the big mountains, you get some updrafts. It was all over the place. It was. I was sat there in whatever seat I was in, 15 other people on the aircraft with my cricket bats between my legs because my cricket bats were too long for the hold, and there was like half a dozen Sherpas, a yak and a bale of hail in the plane with me. I was like, if this goes down, no one will know.
Well, you got there in the end. Sweaty palms, no doubt.
Just about. Simpson. End of the Leach over.
Well, are we going to have a bit of that? Archie Vaughan, I'm thinking we might.
Yeah,
we will.
Yeah, I think with the left-hander in, a little bit of off spin. Whoa, right on cue. Archie Vaughan has lifted his hat to the umpire, Tom Lungley.
Change your shoulder, sponsored by number 66, Archie Vaughan.
I had one flight like that, a bit like that, years ago in Guyana. We went to see some of these wonderful, there was a wonderful trip arranged to go and see some waterfalls in the jungle somewhere. And I just remember the clouds came over and all I could see was the pilot at the front kept staring left and staring right because it seemed like the only means of sort of plotting his course was through his eyes, staring out the window. I can't see anything. Anyway, we got there in the end.
Yeah, you think pre the modern technology now navigating the world, very nerve-wracking. Here we go, Archie Vaughan. We're going to see a little bit of turn here. A watchful John Simpson again. Can't really speak highly enough of John Simpson. Very, very good player for Middlesex. He seems to have got even better since moving to the south coast. Nice place to bat Hove as well, isn't it, once you get yourself in?
No ball, he's bowled several no balls. Not quite. He's bowled that much recently. Bowled quite a few in the early games. He hasn't had the same success as last year. But hasn't bowled terribly badly, but not much to show for it. Very fine, really slim.
I certainly think Somerset will be the happier of the teams, quite considerably. Another nice piece of fielding there from Craig Overton.
They will.
Yeah, Somerset taking those 3 wickets, they certainly would have taken that at the start of play, especially in the fashion they got them, in particular the run out, but don't expect this to be easy. Getting these last
you
3
feel
wickets.
one more wicket is, well, you always keep saying one more wicket. McAndrew and Robinson left. And McAndrew, they're both forthright batsmen who are capable of hitting the ball. McAndrew, we looked him up yesterday, has got quite a reasonable record. He averaged just under 30, 28-30 in first-class cricket. So he's no mug, but he's clearly someone who likes to play aggressively. And we had a weird innings from Robinson, who played and missed to Leach. First ball, lovely, perfect. One that left him. So he ran down the wicket. The next one hit him for 6 into the Hildreth stand, end of the over. And then he was facing Leach at the start of the next over. He played a standing reverse sweep that he missed and just missed his off stump by a whisker. And then the next ball he ran down the wicket and had a great big heave and it went up in the air. So it was an odd innings, really.
Well, he definitely plays one way. I think, was it maybe last season or the season before where he hit the headlines? Did he hit 6 sixes? Maybe, or he hit an enormous score, didn't he? In super quick time.
Ollie Robinson.
He can certainly strike a ball.
He can strike a ball, but it was an odd innings given that he had a batsman at the other end and Sussex were in the this tricky position. Last over before lunch, this will be. Coming round the wicket this time. I mean, one of the things about bowling, he's going to try and get another over him, but I don't think there's time. So I wouldn't bother with that. Perhaps he's just hungry. I mean, one reason he likes bowling over the wicket to the left-hander will be there's a little bit of rough there. Not a huge amount, but there is some rough there. To come round the wicket, well, he sort of brings LBW. If he does sweep and miss, there's more chance of an LBW. They're shuffling around the field. Matt Henry's gone to first slip. I haven't seen that for a bit.
I think that clock's about to tick over to 1. I don't think Somerset are going to get...
No,
it's just ticked over to 1, so this
Yeah.
will be the last couple of balls before lunch. And in the lunch break, the club are making a presentation to a great servant of Somerset County Cricket Club, Rolf van der Merwe. I'm sure it will be on the camera, so all of those Van der Merwe fans who got to witness so many of those magnificent celebrations from Swerve, stay tuned. What a great character he was, Vic.
Well,
He
still is.
He is.
Still
He
is.
still is a
He's
great character.
still alive.
No Air Yeti flights for him.
No. Well, no, but he's a great favourite here, and rightly so. I mean, he's done some astonishing things on a cricket field. And there were a lot
Yeah, what a great session there on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. Sussex 224 for 7. 3 wickets taken this morning by Somerset. 2 in 1 Craig Overton over. 1 brilliant run out and some excellent rear guard action batting from John Simpson. Stay tuned for that Rolf van der Merwe awards ceremony and join us in about 40 minutes time for the second session. We'll see you later.
It's a special occasion, mate. Yeah. Got my leg out for a special occasion. Ruler? Here come, yes. He was a key member of Somerset Royal Member from 2019 and the Vitality last week in 2023. Roll-ups consistency delivered when it comes to months. One of his standout moments came in 2017 when he hit a remarkable 165 not-out on Surrey, turning the game in 6 runs into one of the greatest of their world. He leaves a lasting legacy of far beyond boundaries. He has brought joy, belief, and inspiration to all who are well playing fields. As a token of our appreciation, Roll now being presented as a friend and momentous time for the club. Please join us.
That's good. That's good. Hold it.
One of life's great invites. Thatchers have invited me to their orchard to see the process from on the tree to in the pint. Shipplate Orchard is just 16 minutes from Myrtle Farm, Thatcher's largest orchard with 137 acres of land and home to 65,700 trees. It's got the most amazing views over the levels and across the Bristol Channel. No wonder our apples are so happy here. The apples include varieties such as Dabinet, Three Counties, Tremlett Bitter and of course the Somerset Red Streak. There's even a royal variety called Prince William, named after his favourite drink when at university. When it's time to harvest, we shake the apples from the tree using specialist tree shakers. It's fascinating to watch and a lot more effective than back in the day when William Thatcher used to shake the trees by hand. Once the apples are shaken from the tree, it's just a case of gently sweeping them up. The harvester has giant brushes that collect the apples and transfer them to the trailer that's hooked up to our tractor. Right, my lovers, we got a trailer full of apples. We're back to Myrtle Farm now to press these into pints. So we've made it to the processing farm. Here is John here, who we met earlier, with my apples, ready to put them onto the weighbridge here at Myrtle Farm. Our trailers gently lower the apples onto the apple sorter and washer. So now we see nearly the end of the road for the Thatcher's apples, going into the cleaning facility. All of the, as I'd like to call them, bad apples are got rid of, dropped through the bottom, all the leaves and bits that the machines have picked up, all disappearing, and all those high quality apples going into the press a bit later on to make that famous Thatcher cider. It's ideal, this machine, but it actually came from the potato industry and works brilliantly for our apples. It's gentle on the apples, saves on water, and has been a fantastic addition to Myrtle Farm. We can shake, collect, deliver into the press within an hour. That's impressive and means we get the apples to Myrtle Farm when they are still at their absolute finest. The apples are fed into the mill and pressed into apple juice. Our cider making experts then ferment the juice and turn it into cider. This is probably the most important part of the whole cider making process. And then the juice is matured, blended, ready for tasting. The cider makers taste the cider every day to make sure it's absolutely perfect. Now that's a job to get. Hey, Martin, where do I put my application in? After a hard day's work harvesting the Thatcher's cider apples, it's only right that you taste the fruits of your labour.
At Thatcher's, we get real benefits being involved with the Somerset County Cricket Club. I think being part of the fan experience on those amazing match days, but also when Somerset step onto that national stage, is really fantastic to be involved with. We've had a long-standing relationship with Somerset Cricket and Thatcher's cider, and I think it's perfect because Somerset is ultimately synonymous with a few things, cricket and cider, so therefore bringing them both together is absolutely perfect. I've had some lovely evenings watching cricket at Taunton. I think my favourite memory altogether was watching the highest ever T20 Blast score against Derbyshire a few years ago. The crowd atmosphere was absolutely electric. Somerset's advancement of women's cricket has been a really positive, innovative step forwards, and we're delighted to be involved with Somerset as they grow that next stage of the cricket's journey.
Get to the cricket this season with First Bus.
I honestly can't remember when I started playing cricket. I think it was probably around 6 or 7 years old.
I guess when he was about 7, we started doing more things together, playing more sports in the garden.
There's definitely a competitive relationship between me and Dad. We've played many sports against each other over the years. We've got darts, pool, table tennis all in the garage. Played all the racket sports. We still play golf against each other. But the one sport that I've never beaten Dad at is tennis. And that is because he refused to play me since I was 12 years old.
He beat me at everything else by 13, and so I had to, had to just call it a day there.
I remember distinctly having a birthday party here. There was a cricket party when I was 7 or so. Dad managed to cut a strip and rolled it. We've even got a little roller in the garage and had a great time.
I went to various estate agents and borrowed sale signs, and we put them around the garden as hoardings around the boundary rope, and we had a small little strip in the middle that we cut and rolled, and he had, I think, 13 friends around, so there was almost two teams worth of players, and they all had a bat and they all had a bowl, and then they had a lovely party tea afterwards. When we first looked at this house, the estate agents suggested to us that we should take a pair of shears with us, because we wouldn't even be able to get in through the gate because it had been neglected for years and it was very, very overgrown. When we got a lot of the bulk clearance done and I started to cut the grass, it was quite obvious that it was just a sea of weed and very little grass, more moss than anything else. Because of the size of the garden, I didn't have the time to do very much about it, so it was obvious that we needed some help to get the grass into a decent condition, which is when we engaged the services of Green Thumb. At one stage the garden was full of climbing frames and we had an above ground swimming pool and trampoline, all sorts of other stuff, and whenever Green Thumb came they had to move all this stuff around to actually tend to the grass, so they've been great.
I remember Green Thumb coming round probably from the age of about 8, because I remember the little orange pellets that were always in the grass, and Dad would say, no, you're not allowed to play on them whilst that's out there, so I was always frustrated for a week or so after Green Thumb had come, but obviously it gets the grass to look like it does. I've put it through a lot of trauma over the years with cricket spikes, rugby boots, and I think it's obviously testament to them that every time I come back home now, and when I came home after school, it looked immaculate and I was able to just get out there and have some fun. I think they've done a fantastic job for 25 years. There's probably a few patches around the garden where I've taken a few too many divots with the golf club as well, and they've managed to get it growing back very well.
I think the combination of what they have done, the treatments that we've had, and the advice they've given us on how to care for the lawn in the interim, it's been first class.
They can't do stuff, but in my mind it's opposite. I think you can do stuff with your life, you just got to adapt.
Connor was born with cerebral palsy, epilepsy and learning difficulties. We didn't know if he was going to live. He didn't talk for 5 years. He couldn't walk properly for 3 years. We have terrible times when he's in and out of hospital and it's awful. As a mother, perhaps I actually grieved for the boy I thought I may have lost. That he would never be able to have a normal life. He was told if he did sports, it would help him with his CP, help him get stronger. Sport is Connor's life.
If I didn't have it, I don't think I accomplished a lot.
He runs everywhere, but the main problem is his epilepsy.
You could faint at any time.
When he goes out running, he normally needs to run with someone else. Even though he's had all these challenges, he's grateful that he can run.
I feel so lucky because everything I've done, my parents always supported me.
A lot of mainstream sports don't really include people who have disabilities, whereas Super Ones is fully inclusive. He absolutely loved it from the first time he went.
I didn't know at first it was cricket. It just came out of nowhere, really.
After a few months, he got more confident and he was asked, would you want to lead the warm-up? He was then able to transfer those skills elsewhere.
He started coaching 2 years ago and he's been working on the All-Stars programme, but he's also been coaching on the Super Ones programme at Yeovil as well.
He's one of the people who's helped me do what I can, be more independent.
He's always trying to improve himself, not only for himself, but so he then can pass that on.
The fact that they get to see Connor and have him as their coach is a really good role model.
He's looking for what's the next stage, how far can I go? So he now helps out with the gym and walking cricket, the over 50s. For him to come in and say, I'm going to work, I mean, that's something I didn't think I would ever hear.
I make sure all the gyms are nice and clean. If someone needs a court, you log them in the system.
He has proved it doesn't matter if you have challenges in your life, you can do amazing things.
When I was younger, I didn't think I was going to do nothing, but I proved a lot of people wrong.
The biggest thing I would say is let them do it. Encourage them and be prepared to let go. And a group like Super Ones is so encouraging.
If I didn't have cricket, I don't think I would be as happy.
Oh my God, I am so proud of him. He's happy, and to me as a parent, being happy is it's the most important. Sorry.
Couldn't say thank you enough, really.
You turned your life around.
With the mental side, so I think big thing for me has been understanding my mind and how it kind of works and why it kind of thinks how it does, and some of the best conversations you have around the mental side of the game is with your fellow players, because they've all kind of going through the same thing as well. So I think that's really helpful. And depending what it is, like sometimes you want to talk to someone that's actually completely detached from all of that.
Reaching out can sometimes feel like you are admitting defeat by just kind of going, oh, I'm struggling. But sometimes I think that's the most powerful thing that you can do, is to open those issues up to not just your own mind, but other minds, other people who care for you and want to be there for you and make sure you get through it.
The biggest thing for us at Clevedon, whether you're a lifelong member or complete novice, is everyone's welcome, and we just want to get as many bodies up there as possible buying into what we're trying to achieve as a club.
Fundamentally, it's probably the most important part of what we do at our club is trying to build that sense of belonging and sense of community, and that's why we pride ourselves on the fact that we've got lots of people that are connected to the club that have been here for years. We've got a saying at the club, which is that we have many teams in one club, and we recognise that we're trying to support that pathway.
People feel welcomed at Broadway and Horton Cricket Club because there really is something for everyone, and everyone is met with a friendly face and that feeling of inclusivity. Through our Wellbeing Championship work, in collaboration with Somerset Cricket Foundation, we promote the importance of wellbeing and community.
It doesn't matter whether you're a senior, a women's or a juniors playing member, or you just like to come up to the club and support. The clubhouse is a safe environment where we can support one another through both cricketing and non-cricketing elements of life.
We're here to make the club the best that we can, and we want the club to be great for everyone. So we're an inclusive club and look forward to working together.
The players are actually pushing for our wellbeing events. So whether that's doing some of our wellbeing series or any of our sort of community days and fundraising events, it's really driven by the players, and the wellbeing champions can then really feel that and, you know, get the whole club and energy behind it.
Years of history.
And he gave himself some room there for the stroke and paid the penalty. Ball guarded.
A century and a half in Somerset.
Straight, out.
Spin to swing, this county's seen it all. Records set and broken, Somerset's spirit endures.
The cider that flowed with the fans' roaring cheer, the hopes and the dreams that have spanned every year. From rookies to masters, the club's beating heart, each player a thread in this vast work of art.
From Atkinson to Abel,
Bottom to Banton,
Garner to Gregory.
Lewis Gregory does what Lewis Gregory has done for a little while now.
Cricket is very much alive in the Southwest.
There it is. James Hildreth was there at the
end. So here's to the club, to the game, to the law, to the echoes of laughter, the battles and more. For Somerset's legacy, rich and profound, shall forever be cherished in hearts all around.
followed by the Kent Spitfires. That's on the 15th of June. So full day's cricket here to watch. I'm joined by Sophie Luff, who will be in action that day. Maybe as soon as the Blackbird sung, you'll be up here with us, hopefully.
I think that will be the plan. So, yeah, a proper double header for me on those days.
Do you think would that be dependent on how the fixture goes? Are you able to sort of like get over the whatever's happened to come up and be your normal cheerful self, or are we going to see grumpy Sophie if you don't come on the winning side?
No, I reckon that's probably the best thing I could do, actually, just to get me out of that headspace if we were to lose. But obviously,
yeah, I think if you won, it would just be like water off a duck's back, and you'll enjoy it and you'll be happy. And I think the only thing you'd be if you lost is probably be a bit more cynical than normal.
Number 38, Josh Davey.
We've got Josh Davey starting the session from the Marcus Trescothick stand end. Looked like he bowled really nicely and towards the back end of that first session, getting the ball to move around. Certainly targets, certainly to the right hand of those sort of wobble seam deliveries that shape in towards the pads. Looks like that field is appropriately set for that. They've got 4 on the leg side, a mid wicket in sort of a semi sort of catching position, mid on, deep backward square in the fine leg. So looks like he's going to attack those stumps.
He'll be hoping he can get a few quick wickets here so he can get his batting pads on, won't he?
Yeah, the new Somerset's Roy of the Rovers, opening the batting, opening the bowling. Very exciting time for Josh Davey. Very good performance in the first innings. He's also backed it up with some good bowling. The lead by Sussex is currently 38. Rare misfield there from Tom Abel at point. I'm sure the narrative in the Sussex dressing room is something 3 figures, high 3 figures, 150 plus. Might make this game a little bit interesting come the 4th innings. The opposite for Somerset. Anything in double digits they'll be more than happy with. Looked like you had a very healthy lunch there, Soph. Some sort of like yogurty granola affair.
Yeah.
Oh, right on cue. That ball that just nips back. High on the back leg. Maybe a little bit of bat involved, but certainly the area that Josh Davey looks to exploit.
Going to see a replay of that one now.
Just maybe a fraction too far, maybe going down a little bit. Bit of bat involved. So all in all, not a great show, but good piece of bowling. Definitely darted back sharply into that uncomfortable area on the batter.
Yeah, I had to have my fruit and yoghurt drinks because I want a microwave downstairs in the kitchen.
What's your microwavable option?
Fajitas. It's a strong day, that, I reckon. Yeah. It was very well organised.
So a fajita is a flatbread with stuff inside, is that right?
Yeah,
chicken.
Don't have those regularly.
Well, I always find like some Italian and Mexican food is like, they call it different names, but it's essentially the same stuff just folded in a different way.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, a bit of chicken, onions, peppers, mushrooms.
The athlete's lunch, whereas the other athlete in the commentary box had a beautiful, thick, juicy sausage roll from downstairs in the stragglers.
I went and sat somewhere just a moment ago that I've never had the pleasure of watching cricket from. But I went outside Andy Hurrey's office at the top and sat there for a little bit. And it was
The
lovely.
Ivory Tower.
Yeah, you feel very important as soon as you just take that extra set of stairs up. I've made it.
Yeah, I often see Trez up there and Jamie Cox, Andy Hurry, Jason Kerr up there. The only thing I feel is lacking is, like some sort of like white-furred Persian cat, like Dr. Evil or Dr. No from back in the old James Bond days.
Oh, it's vacant up there now. Very quiet.
Yeah, certainly a sun trap, hence the solar panels up there, spelling out SCCC.
What do you make of the new stairs? I haven't spoken to you about the new staircase.
I'm happy with them, especially the fact that they put a coating down. I was a bit worried looking at them. Looking from here, they're obviously grey, and I know the ones at Bristol just had that sort of corrugated steel, which was a slip faceplant waiting to happen. So I'm glad that they've done a proper job there and put some sort of rubber coating down as well. So very smart. And I like the way that the umpires have gone upstairs as well, so that whole floor is for the players and you can congregate and come down. I think in a one-day game in particular it would look particularly good with all the players coming down in unison. Jack Leach from the River End, beautifully played by John Simpson out to the cover boundary.
It's well fielded, really well fielded by Archie Vaughan, I think it is, out there.
Smart piece of fielding by the young all-rounder.
Great bit of work there. Saved 2 runs.
Couple of thousand people joining us on the live stream. Feel free to add your comments. Sweep, John Simpson, probably outside the line. He bats in that sort of off-stump region, so kind of mitigates the LBW by getting that front leg outside the line, which I suggest would be the reason for the not out. Yeah, just outside the line, but probably one stump away from being in the game there, Jack Leach.
Down the leg side, that one. Looks a strong, obviously, played and missed that one, but looks like sweep is a strong option of Simpson's, square of the wicket.
Yeah, I think there's obviously a case that batting long periods is probably the first thing to check off, but you've got to push that score up as well. And sweeping Jack Leach is kind of, I think it's the modern day go-to, isn't it? When there's a bit of turn on show and a classy bowler that you kind of know is going to bowl in a certain area, and the sweep is really expertly played these days, but does give an opportunity for the bowler as that closes out Jack Leach's over. A couple more cricket fans just taking a bit of time out, getting a bit of practice in. One and one bounce.
Even got the action replay on that one.
We don't miss a trick here. Delivery there from Josh Davey, nipping the other way this time, just beating Hudson Prentice on the outside edge.
single, Abel does the fielding.
Just a bit of a ricochet off the batter, just need to stop that going over the rope. Just pulled up short.
Oh, he's got the cricket footwear on there. Got the old Birks on.
It's amazing how fashions turn around. I mean, I quite like those sort of leather sandals, but if you wore leather sandals in the 90s, 2000s, you would
he's
normally...
got boots on. Long socks and boots.
Yeah, he's got the old rigger boots on. He's come straight from the building site. You'll have sweaty feet later. Yeah, leather sandals in the 90s, 2000s. You were probably spending the majority of your day knocking on doors trying to sell Jehovah's Witness Bibles. But now they're all the rage. Would you wear them with or without socks? Oh, you've got a pair on. Without.
Without, yeah.
Question answered. Very stylish as our Sophie.
I think a lot would go with socks, though.
Yeah, you've got to keep up with the trends, haven't you? Nice shot there from John Simpson. Short, wide delivery. Beautiful swing of the bat from the informed John Simpson.
Oh, one-on-one bounce. Gone. See you later.
Yeah, we've got a decision review. So if you're umpire, are you giving this one out? Oh, he's got a bit of a closed bat face there. Oh, you're gone, son. Decades ago, you have a team 7 down, you'd think 20 minutes, wrap it up, but not really much of a thing as a proper tail ender these days that everyone can offer. You get a lot of number 11s capable of scoring 50s. That's Apprentice, certainly a quality all-rounder. I've seen his name pop up on the score sheet a number of times, I think even this year already. Valuable contributions from that 7-8 position that he normally bats, normally 7, I'd say. Good player, I think. Right, in saying he started at Derbyshire before moving down
Yeah,
south.
he definitely moved from somewhere to Sussex. Yeah, just McAndrew and Robinson to come for Sussex. Who are leading by 44 at the moment. Must be a pretty nice view from up there as well. The retirement flats.
Yeah, the Pegasus building there. Maybe 65 and above to own a property in there, and it's remarkable how many visits you get from grandchildren and children on a match day. I think they have a look at the calendar and go see Grandpa today. Oh, there's a game on. Remember when that was built? It's sort of in two minds whether it'd be a good thing, but it's certainly given Somerset a enclosed feeling, obviously with the acoustics as well echoing around on a one-day game. Those cheers from the Somerset stand feel even louder, so it certainly adds a nice atmosphere to the ground.
Leach is going to continue here. Do you see Leachy just operating from the river end and rotating the seamers from this end, Triggs?
Yeah, I think it makes sense. I mean, as you know, as a captain, there's that algorithm of over bowling and how many runs is he being milked for. He's incredibly economic at the moment, so yeah, certainly can see a fair old stint here from Leachy. But you've got, you know, Archie Vaughan, you've got Lammonby that can offer a point of difference with his left arm swingers. So, yeah, there are other options to give Leachy a break. I suppose you get a feeling as a captain, you know, when two batters are really comfortable against a spinner, it's probably time to give them a break. But Leachy just has a knack of sort of looking relatively innocuous, and then all of a sudden he'll just bowl that magic ball, or the batter will be forced into a mistake, and often that mistake comes because he doesn't really go for many runs. What's he now into his 19th over, and he's going at less than 2 and over, so he's given Lewis Gregory, the Somerset captain, a lot of control from that one end.
Very good, Leachy boy. Come on, boys. Come on, boys. You're going that day. Beautiful, Pippa.
Oh, the cat! Oh, the nick there. That's the magic ball that spins. A rare missed opportunity there at second slip from Craig Overton, who is still moving. He's doing the old Tyson Fury. He's off the canvas. He'll be disappointed with that. It's a sharp, low chance. But Overton doesn't often miss out, and that's the ball that spins. That's actually quite an easy chance for a fielder of the quality of Overton. Very rare spilled opportunity. See, just when you think it's going flat, Leachy just does something.
Yeah, you talked about that magic ball. I think that might have been the one, Triggs. I'd have put a lot of money on Craig Overton catching that one.
And I've gone full Nostradamus-esque here as Tom Lammonby is into the attack for the first time with his left arm swing. Got a couple of wickets already this season, just breaking partnership. So me and Lewis Gregory are on the right wavelength today on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. Yeah, that's probably put Craig Overton's late afternoon tea time back an hour or so. That little drop. Lammonby into the attack. Short delivery. Cut out towards Tom Abel, who's going to, sorry, Jack Leach, who's going to, nice piece of fielding and keep it to 2.
Leach is busy out on that cover boundary. Another couple to Simpson. Clipped into mid-wicket, moves into the 40s.
This will be, I think, a bit of a different challenge here from Hudson Prentice. Lammonby has that ability to swing the ball back, but one that just goes on with the angle to bring that outside edge into play. This change in the angle is always good to have a left armour up your sleeve. Delivery there from Lammonby and cut out to a very busy Jack Leach. 7 runs from that first Lammonby over. How costly will that drop from Craig Overton be on this perfect Sunday afternoon? Looks like the crowd are having a great time. I also think, you know, I kind of imagine sitting in your garden, iPad or laptop open, watching the live stream, cup of tea in hand. Beautiful day.
Got the women's ODI, England against West Indies, 7th of June. Tickets selling fast. England kick off a series against West Indies on Wednesday, starting with the T20s at Canterbury, and they'll be finishing the ODIs here on that Saturday. Get to see the likes of Heather, Charlie, who've obviously been playing for Somerset at the start of the year, in action once again here for England.
Sweep shot there from John Simpson. Banton taking evasive action.
Yeah, it'd be great if the weather's like this in a few weeks' time for that game. I know the last couple of times that England women have played here, it's been cut short by some poor weather, so fingers crossed it's blue skies like today.
Did I trim a bit of pad on the way through? Somerset wicket keeper and first slip certainly think so. They've probably got the best view of the house. Would have been very adjacent if it did. No, just outside the line, I think, as well. Good decision by Michael Burns. Gone are the days where you can play safely with bat and pad together. So many left-arm spinners, probably post the sort of DRS era, if you like, as we have a close-up there. Yeah, I think that's probably just caught the front pad before the bat, but I think there was enough doubt there and the right decision made. Yeah, it's quite a high-risk strategy. I think, you know, if you grew up in my era, that was certainly the way that you were taught to play, with bat and pad together, but the modern way is to, you know, especially left-arm spinners, to bat on leg and make sure you keep your left leg out of the way. And I know it sounds very obvious, but play with your bat. Because so many left-arm spinners slide that ball occasionally straight towards the stumps. Back in the day, if you got a good stride in, it was an instant not out from the umpire, whereas now you make that error and you go. Catch the front pad, but I think it was so close to the line of stump safe, wasn't it?
Yeah. Lammonby's going to continue. Andy Mead on the field. certainly hear him on the mics. Andy Mead making his presence known on the field.
Where's he fielding out at deep point? I think one of our effects mics is somewhere up on that fence down there. Cheering his bowlers on.
There is the mic that's picking him up.
Nothing a can of Red Bull can't fix. Yeah, from Andy and Mead, so maybe he just needs a little bit of a taurine boost. I think that's one of the chemicals they put in there, the old stimulants. Oh, inside edge onto the helmet, 5 runs. It's taken a deflection off the inside edge, dropped short of James Rue, and it's clattered into the helmet behind the wicketkeeper.
It's actually hit the one behind.
Yeah, amazing.
Unbelievable. Don't see that too often.
Yeah, it's one of the hardest catches to take as a wicketkeeper, the inside edge. You kind of shape up for the ball beating the outside edge, and you get kind of wrong-footed when it's an inside edge. And I think it looked like it carried, but James Rue was just unable to organise his feet to get down there. Let's have a little look. Definitely an inside edge, and dropped short, I think, anyway. And bosh into the helmet for 5. So all happening here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. We've had a drop catch, a rare drop catch from second slip fielder Craig Overton, a real rarity.
That was the 50 partnership between these two as well, Simpson and Hudson Prentice.
Now the poster that I know Sophie has dreamt about. Friday the 13th of June. Somerset Lancashire Thunder. Tickets are only £5, followed by Forever Swift, a Taylor Swift tribute act. And I heard a rumour that Sophie is going to bang out a few tunes up on stage. Is this true or false? Confirm or deny this?
That's definitely a rumour, not a trumour.
Well, I think it's one that could add some ticket sales for sure.
For £5, it's an absolute bargain.
Isn't it just?
I wonder if she's local to Taunton. Forever Swift.
Just been told by our booking manager that she's coming from the north of the country, so the old Swifty song with a Lancastrian accent, maybe that could be.
Well, the Lancashire girls will enjoy it, won't they?
Does she pop up on your playlist, Soph? Taylor Swift? Are you a Swiftie?
I'm not a Swiftie. No.
That's why we get on to her. I always think that, I think I had this same conversation with Stephen Lamb a few weeks back. It's probably one of those sort of musicians that you would say that I couldn't name a song, but I reckon I could sing along to half the catalogue because you kind of just hear them.
Yeah. I'm sure there's a few girls in the change room that will be Swifties, and and looking forward to singing along after the game.
I remember in the 90s, everyone was sort of like Blur and Oasis. That was what the boys listened to, and it was always kind of like, and I was actually quite a big sort of like under the radar Take That as well. And it was always like you couldn't admit to being a Take That fan. Is that a thing with the sort of Taylor Swift catalogue? I think you associate it with quite young teenagers, didn't you?
Yeah, people a lot younger than me.
Lammonby continuing. Hasn't quite found his rhythm as yet. He's very much a sort of part-time bowler. Started out his Somerset career being very much a bowler that batted, and that's flipped on its head. So we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. We'll take him a few overs just to find his feet.
It's always nice to have the option of left arm seam, different angle. Just challenge the batters in a different way.
Yeah, I think it's a great asset to have if it sort of naturally fits into your team. Obviously, he's not what you call a frontline seamer, but even the sort of preparation as a batter when you face a left-hander, if you're kind of aware of technique, is you bat in a slightly position, you open your shoulders a little bit, and to see the angle that the left armer comes from, there are some sort of subtle changes that you do in your technique. And that can just, well, not necessarily unsettle, but it's something different, isn't it? And that's why it's certainly worth exploring for Lewis Gregory. He did pick up a couple of wickets, I remember, the championship game earlier on in the season. Looks like that game of cricket in the car park is going up in intensity. Old Mr. Socks and Sandals steaming in from the red car end.
Bit of left arm being bowled over there as well, I think.
It's over there from Lammonby. Sussex lead is 60 at the moment, 3 wickets left. Somerset have squandered a chance to dismiss Finn Hudson-Prentice. I like that from Leach. I think Josh Davey was going to that short mid-wicket, but I do like, with the ball spinning away, leaving that mid-wicket area open, trying to entice the batter in, closing the face on the ball. They went out on the sweep, which I have to say the modern game's quite rare, so very much a over to you batter. Do you want to take the risk? It's a guaranteed 4 if you get anything on it. Just a bit of canvas being played. 2.4 overs until a new ball is due. I think that would probably suit seam and spin as well. I can't imagine that won't be snatched out of the umpire's hands as soon as that 79th over is completed. And hence probably why we've seen a bit of Lammonby, just give the big three a little bit of a rest in Henry, Pretorius and Overton. And of course,
Josh Davey.
Opening batter, Josh Davey.
Yeah, give him a rest before he has
Got to
to
change
get his
the
pads
language. He is now Somerset's opening batter.
What would he have been carded as before this game? You know, would he have been an all-rounder, or would he have just been in a bowler? I might have a look on the website as to what they've categorised him as.
I mean, maybe it's. I think everyone's an all. As we said, there aren't really tail enders. I think everyone would coin themselves as an all-rounder nowadays. But I would say that to be a legitimate all-rounder, you probably have to bat in the top 7, and you know, be one of the 5 bowlers. I think that would probably be the classical definition of all-rounder. But as I said, Josh Davey is shaped up well a number of times and has been used as night watchman. I think that maybe was the sort of start of the thinking behind the move, that he'd gone in tough situations and shaped up really well. So certainly deserved the opportunity, and yeah, you know, he's in his early 30s. He's got a chance to really change the perspective of, or the perception of what he is as a cricketer. And as me and Vic mentioned, it'd be huge for him if he could nail down that position. I mean, really, there are, in the current context of opening batting for Somerset, it's some quite low-hanging fruit at the moment. If he can average, you know, something in the late 20s, early 30s, I think he's nailed on for a position for quite a while. So I'm sure he'll be keen for that. Overton into the attack, looking to get a loosener with this old ball before the new ball's due. Great timing as well for that 80th over to tick over. Bar the drop chances, you know, being a reasonably sort of flat period for Somerset in terms of looking like they were going to get a wicket. So good timing that new shiny Duke ball is due in 11 balls time.
Attempted pull there, doesn't come off. One left alone by Simpson. Fuller on that occasion by Overton, and a miscued drive out to deep cover. Vaughan does the fielding.
Quick bouncer there from Overton. Just a little bit of hulk seeping through from that drop chance, maybe.
I don't know whether they should be trusting the S&C with the new ball.
Yeah, you can't clean and press one of those, can you?
One over to go then till that new ball Sussex 249 for 7. Simpson is there on 45. He's faced 116 deliveries. Doing a great job for his side at the moment. Leach, the pick of the bowlers so far, 3 for 42. And that is the 250 up for Sussex. Warm applause here at the Cooper Associates county ground.
Yeah, Sussex making a much better fist of this second innings. That quick little spurt of wickets this morning certainly set them back a little bit, but led by Captain John Simpson, a good fight back so far, but plenty of work still to be done. The lead's only in the early 60s, so a lot of work left for the Sussex batters, remaining batters, to try and push this up to what you'd call an awkward run chase. I think in the high 100s, I would say, would be a fair target at this stage. Oh, that's close, that's close. Oh, batting on off stump. He's missed that straight one. A rare miscalculation there from Simpson. Was that just sliding down the leg side? Could be the only thing that saves him. Let's have a look. Oh my word, that is very, very close to leg stump. Outside of leg stump, would you say?
I feel like that might be hitting.
Yeah, he might have gotten away with one there, the Sussex captain. Benefit of the doubt again going to the batter. Oh, that is mighty, mighty close, being that far back on the stumps. You can just see leg stump around his legs. Very close call. Very, very close call.
Overton's got that new ball in his hand.
New ball for Somerset has been taken. Craig Overton bowling his second over of this spell. What a quick bouncer, so he's got his tail up as the big man. Matt Henry doing some rather vigorous shadow bowling at mid-on, so I'm assuming he will be taking the new ball with Craig Overton. Always like seeing the bowlers and how they go through their warm-ups, and everyone does it slightly differently. First glance, it looks like there's definitely a little bit of extra bounce and zip with this new ball. Nicely played there by Hudson Prentice. Out to square leg, he's going to pick up 2. Smartly back and across. Beautiful delivery there from Overton, and well played in the end. Just withdrew the batting gloves out the way. Rising delivery there from Overton.
Definitely a little bit more bounce and carry with that new ball.
I mean, those sort of deliveries there. I mean, the highest compliment you get as a Somerset bowler, you used to call balls like that Caddick-esque, and that was about the highest compliment you could bestow on a Somerset bowler. That was quick, rising sharply. Very nice set there from Craig Overton, and you have to say, combated well there by the Sussex all-rounder. Henry is giving his cap to the umpire. Slicked his new look, locks back, his new look for the season.
It's almost getting to the stage where he might need a little headband.
Doesn't strike me as a headband kind of guy.
No.
You could pull it off. Thanks to our sponsors, WPA, Virtue, Harris Fowler, et al. Lots of good partnerships built up here at Somerset. We hope you enjoy being involved with us as we enjoy being involved with you. Henry into the attack, 3 slips, waiting, deep point. Just looking to maybe give Simpson the opportunity to get down the other end and more deliveries at the all-rounder. Good partnership brewing here. It's past 50 already. Jack Leach going out to the boundary on square leg, just intimating to the batter that the odd short one might be around. There we go, right on cue. Simpson wants no parts of it for now. I think he's a good puller and hooker of the ball, but I think the situation might just dictate for now that he rides a few, gets in the scrap.
On the money straight away, Henry.
We're going to take a break after this ball safe and leave you with Vic, who I believe has been out the back. He's doubled down on his fact checking. Make sure that he's right when he comes up with a few of his stories and anecdotes.
Don't let the truth get in the way of a good story.
Exactly right.
It?
Much to the wide ball, given a high over the helmet ball, called there, I think, by the square leg umpire. much the joy of the legal team. I don't want any more liable cases or anything like that being thrown upon us. For once, it wasn't me, Soph, which is an absolute highlight for me today.
He just got the name wrong, didn't he?
Yeah. Coles.
Can happen.
Another short ball at top edge. He's taken it on. And he's going to get 4 runs for it. A little moral victory there from the Somerset bowler, Matt Henry. John Simpson won't mind. He's been there. He's done it before, and he's picked up very well played 50. Not take a break because Vic's gone back to the laptop just to make sure he's got all his ducks in a row. So I get to enjoy one more over.
Yeah, brilliant 50 from John Simpson there. 126 balls. And he's been well supported by Hudson Prentice as well.
John Simpson's 50 was off 126 balls with 6 balls.
Quick single. Made comfortably. Just a case of Somerset being patient here, Triggs?
Yeah, I think, you know, so there's that balance, isn't there? You don't want a flurry of runs coming. You want to make Sussex scrap for all the runs that they are going to put up for this run chase. I think, yeah, just finding that balance between sort of, you know, aggression from time to time and intensity and balls like that more often than not in the order of the day. Yeah, there's no need to panic. You know, these two look very comfortable at the moment. They're playing well, but the old adage of cricket, you know, 1 brings 2 and all that kind of stuff. I think with the new ball that is going to still be new in sort of, you know, this movement will last for sort of 20, 25 overs, a new batter coming in. We'll find it difficult to start against certainly in rhythm Somerset bowling lineup. Beautiful shot there from Simpson. He's going to pick up a run out to that fielder out there at deep square leg. And I think that's, you know, Somerset I think they're getting the fields right as well. They're protecting the side boundaries as well. So those good shots like that would normally on day 1 of a game be 4 runs are just 1s, and just keeping control of that run rate. Vic's back, so I can finally take that little break. He's we were just imagining you know, behind the scenes with your laptop out, doing your fact checking, making sure you got all the names and numbers and all that right. And he's just given me a little signal there. And in cricketing terms, he's given me the Dicky Bird. Sure, in the dressing room that Vic Marks played in here at Somerset, he was used to a number of his teammates jumping on any opportunity to take the mick. You know, he's such a perfect specimen of a human being. You know, when he does open the door, you've got to walk through it. You know, is this a once-in-a-decade opportunity to tease Vic Marks? Nicely bowled, closes out. The 83rd over, 260 for 7. Sussex battling hard.
Another good over by Overton there. Somerset still on the hunt for this 8th wicket. This partnership is progressing nicely from a Sussex perspective. Up to 65 now.
They have both played well, but the pitch is not as, I mean, it's much more friendly now than it was. It's amazing this surface changes. But a new ball, quite critical. You know, they ball zipping through. You can see the difference, can't you?
Yeah,
Craig
absolutely.
Overton's got the ball zip through, and the keeper's taking the ball with his fingers pointing to the sky. But I guess it's a case of staying patient and not to sort of I mean, I think if we hadn't had that Worcester game, that we would be a bit more relaxed. But we remember the Worcester game where, well, it was 200 overs before they bowled them out, or they didn't bowl them out. It's a slightly different situation here. You just have to trust the process, I guess. That just keep the ball in the right slot. One will do something. Someone will make a mistake, or one will move. Just don't look too far ahead. Stick to it. Discipline sounds easy from up here, doesn't it?
Oh, so easy from up here, isn't it? Yeah.
But also you get sort of, in a way, you're probably more anxious looking on if you're a sort of coach. You can't do anything, strutting around, a wicket for 90 minutes or 2 hours or whatever. After that start too, it gets you excited.
Yeah, well,
Maybe
whenever
out
you
there.
get early wickets,
Yeah.
then 2 and an over, you do sometimes get a bit giddy, don't you? Oh, that's a good ball.
Still, it's a full day's entertainment and possibly more. I tell you what, if we're here tomorrow, Sophie, or you probably you're off on your travels.
Oh yeah,
and
I won't be.
preparing,
I
you
won't be here tomorrow. Are you doing tomorrow as well?
Yeah. No, honestly, I'm tiring already. But I am. And if I'm here tomorrow, we've got a game on, haven't we? The game's still going.
Yeah, that's a. So you weren't here on day 1,
No.
but you do.
I'm doing
3 out of the 4 days. That's a good effort.
Well, thank you, Sophie.
Yeah, very
Just
good.
try not
I'm
to talk
usually.
rubbish.
I'm usually like here
Well,
for a
yeah,
day,
but
and then I.
You've got a
potter
proper
off.
job. You don't just moonlight now and again.
That's
That's a
clips.
very good shot, isn't it?
Next side, lovely.
I mean, that's the downside of new ball, is that if you time it, it just races away, and that's an effortless shot. It's not the worst ball in the world, but you just clipped it away. Boom.
Yeah, just
And
lent on that.
no point
lovely.
chasing that. I suspect that would race
Think-
to the long boundary.
I think Mike Burns was signalling that before it even
Yeah.
went to the fence. Yeah, Hudson Prentice, he's looked in good order.
He has, yeah, and he's a sweet time little ball. Hang on, what's going on here? Can't rest easy as a 12th man nowadays. And hang on, you can't say 12th man. What do we say for the 12th?
12thers?
12thers? But anyway, it's not a peaceful occupation. Well, it never was, actually. But I think it's got even less peaceful. Always like the notion, you go out on the first morning. Probably happened today. I wasn't really paying severe attention, but Somerset got a wicket in the 7th ball of the day. I suspect a couple of 12th men ran on with drinks for everyone, because that's what you do. And probably after the run out in the same over, they ran on again with the drinks.
Want to be
'Cause
involved,
that's what
don't
you
they?
do. fair old rotation. People pop off, don't they? So you're not supposed to, really.
Yeah, it's
But they're
sometimes hard
constantly
to
popping
keep
off.
up with
Yeah.
who's on and off.
That's a good delivery.
Trying to figure out
Another
where
look,
that's.
see where it hit him.
Yeah, looked a bit.
Leg perhaps, but it straight opened him up. Sort of right thigh stroke hip. Good delivery. How wide was that? Probably not quite as wide as Overton's sort of suggesting. Let's have a look. So it's okay. Well, obviously it's okay because it didn't hit the off stump.
Creating a bit of theatre, a bit of uncertainty to the batter.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a huge appeal there, but Tom Lungley is unmoved.
Unmoved.
Hands on hips from Craig Overton.
I think he was in the worst position, Craig Overton. He was had a similar view to Tom Lungley. Well, we'll have a look in a minute and see what we can see. Clearly, behind the stumps, there was much excitement. Short ball, he's evading. Well, all I can say is, if it hit anything, it had to hit bat or glove. But it may not have hit anything. But the only thing anywhere near the ball was the bat or the glove. So if there was a noise, he might be lucky. But he might not have hit anything. I mean, you can't trust him, you know. So the modern cricketer, you can't trust him.
No. Well, here's a different angle.
Yeah, well, this should be a better angle. Take my point. It could only, if it hit anything, it had to hit probably the top of the bat, or just flick the top of the bat. But it may not have hit anything at all.
I'm not sure that's hit anything.
No, I think you're probably right. And Overton was only supporting the appeal that came from behind the stumps, to be honest. He was a slightly delayed reaction on his part. So anyway, it's not out. And on they go. Just feeling, you know, we look at Pete talking, and we always say it, but if you've got one, there's two players left. McAndrew, who can bat, we know that, in a sort of, I think, an aggressive way, certainly judging by the first innings, but we looked him up, you know, he averages 28 with the bat, which is not rubbish. And Robinson is now the number 11, who actually he can bat too, but he sort of rarely sets his mind to it. He played an extraordinary innings yesterday.
Is that if you're carded at number 11, you bat like a number 11 kind of mindset?
I think there's a case for saying there's no real logic there, please. Jack Leach has batted number 11 quite a lot. He don't bat like a number 11.
No.
And I think it's sometimes a bit of a cop-out to think, well, because I'm batting down there, even though I've got some quite good hand-eye coordination, I can just have a slog because that's where they're putting me. I don't think that's good enough, really. And over the years, over the years, I reckon the standard of batsmen at, let's say, 9, 10, 11, 10, 11 has improved immeasurably. I'm so old that when I started there were no helmets. Okay. So if you were batting 10 or 11 and you were you were in a side 4-year bowling and a modest batsman, you didn't have that extra protection either. Oh, that could have gone. That could be the first 6 I can remember in the match, actually. Yes, there was one on the first day. He's picked that up. It is a short boundary, but he has launched that into the empty Somerset stand.
There's only one guy out there, and it's the cameraman, Harry Trump.
Oh, right.
Who's had to retrieve the ball.
Well, haven't done much good to this new ball. Hit it well, though.
And I don't want to say back in your day, Vic, but how much did the lower order practice their batting as well?
Well, probably less. That's true. They might have a token net at the end, but by then who was left to bowl at them? So that's one factor. Another factor is no helmet. So, suddenly they're feeling very vulnerable if they're ordinary players or if they've got ordinary hand-eye coordination. The dangers were significantly greater, and so we'll stop that for a minute. That's out. 6 and out.
That was obviously the plan.
Yeah. Well,
it's worked, hasn't it?
It might
Short
be
ball.
That he hit him for 6, and I think he loitered on the crease in the vague expectation of getting another short ball. You can't do that to me. You're going to get another short ball. In fact, we'll see it's a full-length ball that has removed, I think, the middle stump out of the ground. Here we go. He's not going. Oh, that's the 6. So that's that. Get the context. I mean, it was a good shot. I think he probably banged that in on purpose, and he took it from outside off stump and smacked it into the Somerset stand. He ain't gone anywhere, has he?
Stuck on the crease.
Stuck on the crease, and it's just beaten the outside edge. It looks a nice shot at the end, but he's missed it. Well, Somerset desperately needed that wicket, and Matt Henry, lovely to see him back. He's still feeling his way a little bit, I think.
I think he enjoyed that one, though.
He did. I imagine that's a great sight, isn't it? I'm not sure I ever was capable of knocking a stump out at court pace. But there it goes. Which stump was it in the end? Off stump.
Off stump, yeah. Yeah, he really enjoyed that one.
Well,
celebrations.
Quite, as he should.
With his teammates.
Yeah. So he's gone. He played really well.
He did play well, Hudson Prentice. Yep, you're right.
Just to keep our wittering on while they get ready. The drinks have come on, of course, for the fielders.
12th is on.
Yeah. So there was this jeopardy that doesn't quite exist with the helmet and the extra padding. So you had a lot of very, very sort of what you now suggest are sort of slightly cowardly lower order batsmen who would just back away if they were up against a really quick bowler, because they didn't want to get hit on the head. Hit on the head's pretty serious. So 9-10 Jack sometimes were less gifted. I mean, quite often they had wicketkeepers who batted at number 10, which seems unthinkable now, even though they would probably have got good eyes and good catch. You wouldn't dream of having a wicketkeeper back at 10 now. You just can't do that.
Can't do it, no.
So there were more, if you like, rabbits right down the bottom, I think. Oh. I mean, the best in relatively recent times. I mean, he was a great servant for Somerset. It was Charles Willoughby. Did you ever watch him?
I remember him bowling. I don't remember too much of his batting.
You had to be pretty sharp to catch him batting. And he was a lot. I mean, if he stayed in Taunton, I think, and he's still around. But he bowled left arm swingers, very skillful, played for South Africa. But got a lot of wickets here, classical, LBW left. But his batting, he was pretty awful. He could have hit the odd occasional 6, the standard anyway. But by his own definition, I think one year he was actually disappointed. He hit a boundary, which meant that he'd now scored more runs and taken wickets in that summer. I think Pete would have played with him. But he was pretty damn useless by his own estimate. But you don't get so many like that now. I mean, Leach, who's batting number 11 in this game, although I thought he might have come ahead of Henry the other day. But anyway, he could have batted number 8, in an all-star side. Gets in the right positions, doesn't he? And he scored a few runs, vital runs in his time. But he's a proper batsman. He plays. His feet move in the right direction. He's in good positions. He knows what to do, and he's made himself much better too.
Yeah, I mean the modern game now,
you've got to do it.
You have to do more than one skill, don't you?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's quite interesting about Shoaib, actually, because it's sort of started to apply to spinners too, that you want your spinner to be, multi-purpose. So, a bit like Jack Carson,
yep.
who scores, batted well in this game and recently scored a century, but he's a bowling all round at just about. So you like that Graham Swan was, but Graham was sort of wonderful time of recruitment. So Shoaib is an oddball in that sense, because he's always batted at 11. He's still kind of working on his batting, and I'm sure he does practice hard, but he's yet to bear fruit.
Yes.
So he's slightly freakish in that he is an out-and-out specialist spinner, I guess. Or finger spinner, especially. So. Anyway. Have you got any rabbits in your team? Or have you got everyone could do something?
No, we've got a lot more batting depth now.
Yeah.
I think just generally in the women's game, the batting depth around the country is... Yeah. I mean, with resource and practice time available,
so
skill levels...
And everyone gets a proper, your number 10 will have a proper practice and net,
Yeah, absolutely.
And,
they might not have the luxury of facing as many bowlers.
Yeah.
The batters will take priority in that respect, but you've got a couple of coaches slinging and throwing these days, so they get plenty of time to work on their skills.
But I think you're right too, that you've got to get it into their heads that it doesn't matter where you are on the scorecard. It shouldn't impact upon how you go about it.
Yeah. I batted with Ellie Anderson, who was batting at 10 for us on Tuesday, and had a nice little 50 partnership with her, and it was really enjoyable to bat with her, albeit wouldn't have chosen to in the context of the game, but she stuck around and she did a job. Played some lovely shots actually.
And you find too, I mean, over the years, especially at first, that the best sides, and Somerset have done this over the recent years pretty well, is that they have a sort of a capacity, not always, to get themselves out of trouble from batsmen at 6, 7, 8, 9. How often we've seen sort of a Lewis Gregory or Michael
Craig Oaken,
and Aldridge has done it alongside. The good sides, they reckon to have that little engine room down the bottom that can, if necessary, sometimes at least, get them out of a terrible situation. He's full of energy, isn't he?
Yeah, I was going to say, Matt Henry looks on here, looks fired up. Side-on replay of that dismissal.
Well, what would be interesting there, although I've never been a coach, but hang on, where are your feet to a full-length ball? It says, which I think it's all very easy. But when you watch them side-on, there are certain things you look at, and where your feet are, where the batsman's feet or batter's feet are. Are they going anywhere, or are they just stuck on the crease? And he was sort of stuck on the crease, but it was a handy delivery, no question about that. I think that 6 might have been quite a good investment, though. So where are we? 273 for 8. So we're up around the upper 80, mid-80s now. Sometimes magically will come up on our screen. I'm going to do the sums.
87.
Thank you.
That might be few more. That's going to reach the boundary edge. That lead will go into the 90s, and McAndrew gets his first boundary.
Well, judging from the first tees, McAndrew's not one to hang around. He's pretty forthright and capable of hitting a strong ball. If one more. Just third in line, and he's a lovely fine tickle. Speeding through the 90s.
That raced away, very fine. Certainly get a lot of value here at Taunton.
Well, I went very briefly. I did not exactly a circuit of the ground, but I just was meeting someone sitting over in that segment of the Somerset stand. And you're so amazingly close to the action there. You could, it's like you're on the field. Really. You're in a normal, if you're in the seats there, you're in a sort of normal deep third position. You feel like you're on the pitch, you're so close. The outfield is quick now. It's a very short boundary down there. Doesn't ruin the game or anything, but it's great for spectators to be so close. You can hear them.
I mean, that's
wittering away.
That's the beauty of here, isn't it? You feel so close to the action. As a player, you feel close to the support. That's it's brilliant. I don't know what it feels like to be a bowler that takes a wicket and then takes your cap from the umpire and walks back down to that sort of area of the ground, and you get a warm applause if you've bowled a good over. That must be a lovely feeling.
Well, you just have to work on your bowling, Sophie, and you are captain. Forgive my ignorance, but what is your wicket tally?
My wicket tally?
Yeah. Have you got one?
I actually do have a list A wicket.
You do?
I do, yes.
Bowling. What's your what does it say after your name?
I think medium pace is generous.
Okay.
But yeah, when I first turned professional, I thought I've got a bit more time on my hands now. I'm gonna get back into the bowling world, but it didn't last too long, and it's too much like hard work. I've got one, yeah. It's better than none, isn't it?
Yeah. But you haven't bowled this season?
I haven't bowled for probably 3 years, Vic. I loved bowling when I was growing up, though. I absolutely loved it.
Well, I think anyone who's young and likes playing cricket, you've got to try and do everything, haven't you?
Absolutely, yeah. We were talking about wicket keepers earlier. And I'm sure I've heard a rumour that there's not that many young female wicket keepers coming through the pathways these days. So
right. Well, it's because there's male wicket keepers everywhere.
Yeah, and that's how we got into the conversations. We were talking about how many wicket keepers England could get into their ODI team or T20 team at times.
Well, it's an oddity, that, isn't it? I don't know why that should be. But you would think if you are, I mean, actually, I think people experiment more because I remember Matthew Maynard, who was the coach here, but also is a phenomenally good, aggressive batsman for Glamorgan and England, who could, on his day, he could tear an attack apart. It was a lovely, aggressive. Anyway, he played a few games for England, but it never quite worked. But he used to keep, later in his career, he kept for Glamorgan. And I thought, if he played about 15 years later, it kind of takes the pressure off you if you are keeping and you're a batsman. You've probably got a bit more freedom anyway. But it could have enhanced his career and taken some of the agonies of being a specialist batsman away. And it's also, if you're you've got that good, it's a great place, surely, to That's a good shot. And is he can get that one?
Oh, no,
Oh,
he's
no,
not.
he's not. Oh, dear.
That's Tom Lammonby.
Oh, right, well, he's
It's
in
not
the
like
doghouse.
it's not like Tom.
No, it's not. But it's a great place to, is to watch great batsmen from behind the stumps, but also, if you're playing in this particular game, to know exactly what's happening, where it's you know, where the pitch is behaving. So it's got to be an advantage, really, for a batsman to, in one way. If they got the energy to be behind the stumps, or maybe at first slip. So you've only got one wicketkeeper in your team.
Well, no, we've got three in our squad.
Right.
But I think coming through the junior sort of pathway,
no one's really. They
there's-
all want to bowl.
There's not a lot of keepers coming through. But yeah, we're all right for the moment.
Yeah.
Speaking of wicket keepers, there is a game today, a development game against the West Indies touring team that are coming over, and our wicketkeeper Katie Jones, along with 3 of our other players, are playing in that game. It's at Canterbury, so I'm going to try and find
No, it's going.
how that's going. It's a T20.
Oh, that's gone up in the air, and it's not going to go anywhere. Please get up, Matt. Henry. Yeah. That must have got the toe end, I think. We'll have a look. If we can. Short ball again. Well, not that short, but he's gone for the pull shot. It could have gone anywhere. In fact, it sort of ballooned gently, but not far enough for Matt Henry to get there.
Lead is ticked into 3 figures as well.
Right. Well,
Up
it's
to
still a healthy
101.
position, but McAndrews already got 12 of just 10. Simpson 56 of 144. It's another skipper's innings from him. Any joy? Not yet. You'll find it in a minute.
I'll get it in a minute. Yeah.
So that series is just about to get underway. There's a match here, obviously.
Yeah, the last ODI of the series is here on the 7th of June. They start with the T20s at Canterbury on Wednesday. That's going to race away.
It's beautifully done. I mean, he's a good time with the ball. He's McAndrew, and he's just whipped that away, and there's no protection out there for him.
Just gone a little bit too straight on occasions, Matt Henry,
Yeah.
in the last couple of overs. One worked very fine, and then that one slightly squarer. Still the same result.
Protection, that man's got on the boundary for it. Yeah, you see, Henry knew that was not out. And James Root probably knew, but didn't reveal that he probably thought it was going down.
West Indies are 64 for 1 in that game. Nick?
Right, found it. That's it. Well, that's a very welcome wicket. He may have given away a few runs, Henry, but he's kind of making stuff happen. He's bowled a few short balls. One of them, they've gone for runs. He's slipped down the leg side a little bit, but he's kind of going for it, and he's found the outside edge actually with the
The
beauty
incoming
going to
batter
finish.
for Sussex, number 25,
So even though that's left him, that's a good ball, isn't it?
That is a
It's
very
left
good
him
ball.
off the pitch. He's done well to nick that. Even though I don't think he's quite, and you wouldn't expect to even be 100% on this game, Henry. He hasn't played for 2 or 3 months. He's had long flights and he's here. Anyway, he's kind of making stuff happen, even though he's not quite probably yet at his absolute peak. And
Here's your number 11, Vic.
yeah, he is. But it's Ollie Robinson. He's batted number 8. I've seen he can play properly, but he didn't play properly yesterday. I mean, I don't know what his highest score is. I saw him smack a beautiful 6 yesterday.
Let's have a look.
But he's well, we'll see. Actually, I better not castigate his batting because that's almost guaranteed to ensure that he's going to hit his maiden century, assuming he hasn't already got one. He'll be, I bet he's got a substantial high score and a reasonable average. Yeah, first class, not necessarily test level. My statistician is busy.
First class, high score, 110.
There you go, you see. And what's the average first class as opposed to test? He's not got a great test average.
Average is 19.
As a test,
First class.
Modest. Something else. The point is, he can bat, but sometimes he doesn't bother. But he probably will now. No, he's not going there. Simpsons is telling Pretorius that I've just hit the bugger off my bat.
Which I think it did.
Yeah, it probably did. I suspect there's still a little bit of feeling about Banton's first innings dismissal, which I don't know whether you saw it.
I didn't see it, no.
Well, he was caught at slip with the wicketkeeper standing up. And he was absolutely, as a batsman often are, but astonished to be given out. And the replay, well, what we could definitely see is the ball, whether it hit the bat or not, ricocheted from the keeper's gloves to slip. But once you see the ball go to slip, the umpires get, and that's a good shot. Hit through the line. He's going to probably bat with a bit of freedom now. He's wasn't quite a hard volley, just hit through the line. Lovely hard ball, hasn't moved.
It's a glorious shot.
Yeah.
We've seen some lovely shots from Simpson.
Yeah. Anyway, my point is, I mean, it's wishful thinking in the 21st century. That he's going to say, no, come back. I can tell you, it hit my glove and not your bat. It didn't happen. I mean, it ain't going to happen. But there were one or two feeling a bit aggrieved that hang on, he knew very well that's the notion. So there may be a bit of sort of feeling, but it'll soon pass. It's like Trigo and Batty. I mean, I'm sure they're best mates now. They are off the field, white line fever and all that.
Simpson there on 61. Ollie Robinson
so what's
taking
he gonna
guard.
Do? He can bat, but he played an extraordinary 4-ball innings in the first innings. He was playing. His extraordinary shots were against Jack Leach, actually. So let's have a look. Well, they're putting a man out actually on the Archie Bourne is just retreating a bit in no man's land at sort of square leg. Yes, so this number 11's got a first-class century to his name. I warn you. He's going to play more responsibly this innings, perhaps, but it was the spinner that got him going in the first innings. amazing record he's got. Forget his batting. He's got about 75 test wickets, 22, 23, something like that. But he's very much
on.
I know, we found out yesterday.
76.
I know, it's the only time I've been spot on today.
76 at 22.
Assuming I've got the right Robinson. But he is. It's a free and good. I think he's not going to block Sussex to safety. He's going to play some shots. But it's remarkable with someone with a record like that is very much on the sidelines. Part of it.
Brings up Sussex's 300 here. 300 for 9. Lead of 114 at the moment.
Well, that should be manageable. You can take nothing for granted, but it should be manageable. Gregory's just adjusting the field. He probably sensed that Simpson is going to play with more freedom with just 1 wicket left. So Gregory's setting a slightly eccentric sort of in-out field. There's a couple slips, but there's also 4 men on the leg side who are deep. Their main role, well, it's obviously to stop the boundaries or catch the catches, but to stop the 2 as well. Go on and running 2. Likewise on the offside, no one saving single, just 2 slips and 3 men out and about. Not to worry, he's hitting for 4 very sweetly indeed between 2 of those offside fielders, and that's prompted Gregory to send another man out into the middle distance. Beautiful shot though, wasn't it?
Yeah, glorious.
He knew he was going to bisect the sort of wide long off and square his extra cover. He sent Overton out in that direction. He's going to bounce him like that.
Nice.
I think this is where if you're captain of Sussex, we're in the Sussex dressing room, you say, come on Ollie, just you can play properly. And if they set fields like this, it'll be.
That's going to go as
He's
well.
found another one. But that boundary is short and it doesn't take much to penetrate even the boundary fielders. He's just given him, created a little bit of room for himself and then beautifully guided it. Just behind square on the offsides, that's 4 more.
Yeah, even with those boundary fielders out, there's just so much space out there to
short boundary, ball races
pierce
away. So, I mean, that's the way to go too. It's a huge boundary on the leg side actually. He's going to bowl under the bounce, so it's almost a wide, but it's not. It's one for the overall. It's the second one of the over, I'm not sure. Now Matt Henry's taking charge now, where he wants his fielders. He does what he's moving them a bit straighter, I think, because he might have done his quota of short balls. I'm not sure. We'll see. Well, perhaps he's got one left. I'm not. We'll wait and see. There's only 2 balls left in this over, and they want to keep Simpson off straight, so they've actually brought quite a few men in. There's no slip now, but there are 5 men in our hypothetical circle to try and save the single. Might get that one.
We were watching game of car park cricket earlier, and I can spot a little girl now absolutely whacking it. Left-handed bat.
Looks no more than about 5 years old maximum, I see. You better go and sign
That's,
her up.
yes. Caught that at the corner of my eye, Vic.
I know, but it was. She's just playing. She's playing an eye for a ball. She's even played a forward defensive.
Forward defensive as well.
I've never seen anyone under 10 play a forward defensive. Under 20 play a forward defensive. There she is. Left-handed too.
Yeah.
Like.
We could do with a left-hander.
Yeah. Okay, we'll mark her in for, where are we now? About 20:35, she'll be ready.
Returning to establish Craig Coates.
Oh, look at that. Just punched it.
High elbow.
Yeah, just punched it into the gap on the offside. That'll do me.
Don't need to run for that, does she?
No. Well, it's a lovely sight, that, isn't it? Oh, hang on.
They're some of the best memories, though, when you're playing
She's got to give the
brother
bat
and
up now.
sister.
She doesn't really want to. I think
No.
her turn's finished. There's a bit of a dispute. No, she's going to continue. I think Robinson is, he's minded to play properly.
Well,
what he should do for Sussex.
Yeah, the way Simpson's playing.
Yeah.
He definitely want his partner to be doing a job for him at the other end.
Absolutely. Just reeled off two beautiful boundaries. Once it gets beyond, I know the pitch has got easier and easier, but once you get beyond 150, things happen, doesn't it? And they've got to believe that, Sussex.
Yeah, what is it now? 1-2-2 lead is up to. Half a shout there.
Yeah, well, it's high, isn't it? Even if he hasn't hit it. I think he's touched that, but it's weird how it must have hit the footholds at the other end. He's trying for a Yorker, I think. I presume that wasn't touched, was it?
No, I don't think so. Rue does well in the end to get across.
Let's have another look.
Wasn't too much. Oh, no.
Do you think
It must have.
You think he
Really?
nicked it?
I don't know.
It didn't carry, even if it did.
The only way that could have gone there was if it come off his bat.
Well, he's going to take the strike. He won't run that too much. Is it the end of the over? Yeah.
That is the end of the over.
I don't think that, even if he'd nicked that, it didn't carry.
No, I didn't carry, no.
Very full.
But it only deflects after he's played a shot. So he must have nicked that.
In which case, Overton's unlucky that it didn't carry. Look, there goes Rue, quite rightly going in front of first slip, because it's never going to get there, and it doesn't actually carry to him. It's actually a very good piece of wicket-keeping. And all is well for Overton.
Still going to be Matt Henry searching for a fourth wicket here. Nice looking drive
Exactly.
up to mid-off.
Well, that's not really a number 11 shot. And he's not actually number 11 on the card in this. If there is a card, he's number 10.
10.
But that's it's easy to push drive in the right slot. Slightly concerned then with Simpson about defending that offside. Henry's signalling to his leg side fielders. No justice there. He thinks he's probably right. Inside edge, scuttling away. He's racing around all over the place now. There's nothing wrong there, Henry. Oh, could have gone anywhere.
Brilliant head.
Simpson into the 70s now.
Decided, and I actually think that's right, that they're just going to take the runs that are there, because you've got to encourage Robinson to bat properly, and he's a strong player, so he can get off. It's not as if he can't get off strike. If everything's in the right place, he can hit the ball. So I think they're right to just take whatever's on offer, and there'll be a lot on offer for Simpson, because by and large the field has just been spread. As it is now for Robinson, they don't mind if he takes a single. As it is, he's going to leave it. And that's the end of another Henry over. He's bought quite a few in this spell. He's got 3 for 90. He's quite expensive, but he's got 3. That's the key thing in his 21 overs. Robinson, he's been batting so long now, he's got to have a drink. He's having a drink.
He's only faced a few balls, surely.
Yeah, I know.
I know, maybe he does need some medical attention as well.
I don't know, let's have a look. I don't know what this is about. He requires some attention. Magic bag and a physio carrying it, but I don't know what he's looking for. Umpire's striding over and say, what's going on?
Well, while we've got a little break here, I'm going to take a little break myself.
Okay, well.
Triggs is coming back in.
Jolly good. We'll still be here after tea, Sophie. There's a lot of cricket left in this match. I might even be back here tomorrow while you're preparing for your next contest. So Overton, it is. He's still got his 2 slips for the left-handed Simpson. He's got 3 men on the leg side boundary and a fairly widespread offside field. And they're just taking that single. And now the onus is on Robinson from a Sussex perspective. See what sort of field they set for him. They want to keep him on strike. Pete's here. He can bat, Robinson. He doesn't always do it, but he can bat. He's got a good eye.
Yeah, he certainly can. He's a hitter, isn't he, I think? Yeah. But he could be trying to bat for his skipper up the other end. He played into the offside for a single there.
So what do? Are you going to keep going with Henry? You could, I say not risk Leach, but you could try Leach, given that Robinson in the first innings he didn't try and play him properly. Would you just keep piling in with the seamers?
Yeah, I can't imagine it'll be long before they give Leach a go. Like I said, I think that's the style of bowling that
Make him
Robinson
think a bit.
will.
Well, he won't be quite so content to play properly against Leach. He'll want to whack him, I suppose. Well, that's what happened in the fact. Then you just protect yourself against Simpson. And Simpson being left-handed. Well, the big boundary is away to the right. I'm not sure Simpson is so old, relatively speaking. He's in his mid to late 30s.
36. That's a very fine shot there
It is,
from
isn't it?
Robinson.
That's commanding.
Straight mid-wicket.
He won't catch that. He's just caught it.
Yeah, I mean the lead's 133-ish.
Yeah.
You know, it's getting into that realms of an awkward chase now, isn't it? Really,
Yeah.
You know, a couple of early wickets, a bit of pressure on, and you know, you think if Leach does come on, chance your arm, can you get another 40-50? All of a sudden, certainly puts the Somerset batters under a level of pressure, which, like I say, at the start of this day, especially after those early wickets, you wouldn't have thought there was any potential of that. So Sussex have fought really well here.
And
What is
I don't know. You see, we're at the stage now where Sussex know exactly what they're doing in this partnership. They're just taking all the runs. So it does seem a bit odd that you're just yielding Simpson. We're not going to get you out. Have one whenever you want it. I don't know.
Yeah, I would say that Somerset is still confident. But I suppose one rule of thumb you could look at is, you know, what's the lowest score of the game so far? Sussex is 152, and all of a sudden it becomes quite feasible that you could do something special as a bowling lineup. And you know, let's face it, Ollie Robinson in particular.
Yeah, he's
a classy operator with the ball. He's one of those bowlers. Once he gets into rhythm, that late swing he gets, he could easily take 2 or 3. You've got McAndrew, who's like a level of pace up, who can unsettle. So they've certainly fought themselves into a position where they're very much in the game now at 136.
Yeah, they're second favourites, but given that the surface is also improved,
Nonetheless,
they are in the game. Now we are going to have Leach. What I was going on to say that Simpson, we've got that very short, what is for Simpson, offside boundary. I think he's one of these older players. Does he play the big reverse hits, or do they all play it now? But he's of an era that might not naturally want, like you didn't really love to play.
No, I'm pretty sure Simpson sweeps
can do it
both sides,
both
and,
ways,
and quite well actually. But
it
would purely be an on-choice thing, and
well, that's an option for him, given that short boundary.
They popped a man out at deep point, so
yeah. Well, he's been there all match actually for Simpson.
And Henry's going back on that line as well of the reverse sweep. So they're definitely protecting it.
Okay.
Question answered.
Thank you. And he's got plenty of options to get off strike. And that's a very straightforward one. Now what will be interesting, though, I mean, you would expect. Now it'd be interesting. What sort of field are you going to set for him? Are you going to give him one hit over mid-on, or no?
Well, I would say I would have gone with a relatively orthodox field, but I would have Craig Overton at mid-off floating, and I think that is what Jack Leach is telling him.
And likewise, the mid-on is not saving the single, but he's not on the boundary. Okay, here we go. I mean, you'd think Robinson would play discreetly, but you never know nowadays. That's what happened in the first innings. He beat him with a sort of classic delivery, which prompted Robinson to go tally-ho.
Well, I think that goes back to that conversation I know we've had a number of times. If you don't trust your defence, you know, the modern cricketer is going to go quite quickly to
he's
more
got that
aggressive
turn
options.
as well, but he's only going to get one. He's got the ball. It's a good piece of bowling, but he was playing it properly. I think you need it.
Yeah, I was just imagining, you know, rather sort of early in the innings drinks break would have been initiated by the coach up there. Send a message out, don't get out.
Yeah, that's very helpful, isn't it?
Thanks for that, coach.
Good idea.
And then you see the physio bag, so he's obviously might have a headache or a bit of hay fever. A lot of cricketers get struck down with hay fever this time of year. The old antihistamines.
Bringing a few fielders in because it's towards the end of the over, but not all of them by any stretch. Mid-off's come up. But he's found the gap expertly. So that was Sussex is over.
Dangerous sort of period. You don't want this. These free runs, because they are free runs really for Simpson. That is, he's on 79. He's pretty much able to milk a run a ball. There's probably a little bit of a shelf life to how long you can allow.
Well,
that
the trouble
to
is, once you've put them out, and set that pattern, it's quite hard to bring them in again, isn't it? I mean, he hit 2 4s off from Henry through the offside.
I think the obvious one for me with that last field would be, I think, the deep cow fielder to come into mid-wicket, and then you bring in mid-wicket to square leg just to stop
that nurdled square on the right leg side, and they'll go for 2 there, and they'll get it. So these are sort of dangerous moments where runs are coming now rather quickly and without any real jeopardy.
Yeah, I think having Robinson on strike will be the plan here. But Simpson's a very good player. He's a good player. He plays strong shots and boundary quality shots. But he's also got a great touch game where he's able to play shots like that and just find the gaps. He's certainly bedded in here. He's on 82, seeing it pretty well. As many balls as he can bowl at Robinson will probably be the order of the day for now. Yeah, I think that those turning balls from Jack Cleese and Robinson, I don't think it will be long before he takes the aggressive approach. Great piece of fielding there by Lammonby, swooping round and taking the stumps.
Good call, really, from whoever shouted no. He's hit that well again, and oh my goodness, Overton's down. I think he's going to get up, and they've taken a couple more.
Yeah, I would definitely use the short ball very sparingly, and I'd certainly want it higher than that to Robinson, because he's the sort of player that strikes me that if you went short to him, you might just wake him up.
Well, he's not asleep at the moment, but
no, not really wake him up.
Yeah, he's demonstrated that if it's sort of belly button high, he loves the pull shot. He can play that all right. That's a bit of a club. I mean, that's only one, but they'll be very keen now to keep Simpson on strike for the last ball of the over. There's a lot of arms being pointed by Gregory, and then Abel's not quite sure where he wants him to go. There's a gap. If you're looking boundaries, there's a delicious little gap down to the third man. And mid-off and on are obviously up.
High bouncer.
You reckon?
No.
No?
What? This is a key field, I think. Robinson, Leach, I think that sort of in-out field. Have a look at that run out.
Simpson goes back. It's very close. It's always closer than you think with a direct hit, isn't it? I think he's just. Is he just all right?
Yeah, I think he's safe.
The fielders were not excited, were they? Nor really was the umpire, but it was closer than you'd have thought. Okay, here we go then. We've got a gully in now. Instead of a sort of short extra cover, there's a deepish long on. Mid-off is sort of hovering, just saving the single possibly. And he's walloped it for 4. And when they do that, it looks so certain, doesn't it? I'm just trying to get the line for that. It's probably pitching on, isn't it?
Well,
he's
yeah,
fetched it.
You're in a bit of trouble if you miss a sweep, generally, but...
Yeah, that's taken from just outside off stump, but with great authority. Still, see if you can do it again.
There we go. Beautiful Leach delivery. Caught this time at second slip by Craig Overton. The lead, the chase will be 149 runs. Simpson stranded on a magnificently played 82. Lovely delivery there. Watch the replay back, pitching just outside off, catching the outside edge, and this time Overton doesn't make a mistake. Very happy Jack Leach, who finishes with 4 for 51.
Yeah, it's a lovely piece of bowling actually. He's done this in the last 2 games. He's taken a bit of pace off the ball. It's been in the air a little bit longer, particularly for lower order batsmen. And he's just slightly misjudged the length. It's not quite as full as he thought, which gives Leach a greater chance. It's just held its line with enough energy just to read. That was a classic left arm spinner's dismissal. But Leach for a long time, like most modern spinners, finger spinners, has been bowling quick. And modern finger spinners do bowl quicker than they used to. Nathan Lyon being the obvious example, but lots of others. But in the last couple of games here, on these surfaces, Leach has varied his pace much more. And he's not been so dependent on that sort of fired in, looking for the LBW, prop forward type of dismissal. He's just given it, when he wants to, a little bit more air, not quite so quick through the air. And he's prospered. I mean, that was a classic little dismissal, even though he's against number 10, but just slightly misjudged the length, maybe.
Yeah, that was a fine piece of bowling.
Anyway, so
I can tell by the glint in your eye, you're very impressed with that.
Well, I'm impressed by the way he's bowled. I thought he bowled really well against Essex and could have got more wickets, as it happened. Beat the bat a lot and was extremely consistent throughout. And he's been critical today, in this, not just today, but in this match. He's 6-7 wickets on greenish Turner. And got the first wicket to fall, got the last one in this innings. So he's on top of his game at the moment. It's a weird scenario where he's not in England. He's not in the England team anywhere near.
Yeah, he very rarely lets you down. Yeah. Jack Leach, a fine bowler.
So we've got an equation, which is
149 is the chase.
Is
150
right?
To win.
And today there are remaining at the moment. The board says 35. Whether they've deducted anything, they won't deduct anything because we're going to take tea now. So there's still 35 overs remaining, with the possibility of an extra. I'm thinking, unlike you, I'm down to come. You coming tomorrow?
The extra half hour.
Yeah, there is the possibility of the extra half hour. So it might be over today, but it's not absolutely either way.
Book a tea time, Vic.
Do you think so? That's what
I think.
How do you know what I'm thinking?
One or t'other way. I'm pretty confident that we're going to see the conclusion of this game, whichever way it goes. Plenty of overs left, and I think Somerset will play positively as we have a look at the bowling figures. They're 3 for 90. Matt Henry, key wickets towards the back end of this innings in particular. Overton 1 for 68, 1 for 48 for Pretorius. And a rather magnificent spell of bowling from Jack Leach, 24.2 overs, 4 for 51, going a shade over 2 runs and over. So he's added control and potency. Yeah. A very fine performance. We'll be back in about 15 minutes for the start of the final innings here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. We Look forward to seeing you then.
Biggin.
Steady, steady. Are these bubbles anything to do with the machine, or is it you?
The screamer is back, you know, the thing that goes up and down.
Sure, really?
No.
I put petrol in instead of diesel. Not now. Got an email from Rebecca. My dad did exactly the same. He's 53 and he's having senior moments. I'm not as old as your dad, Rebecca. I'm probably about 46.
Just making a cup of tea, ready for bed, and a ball comes through your window.
The box has just turned up here. All right, I'm here. Yeah, I'm fine, thanks. I haven't said a word.
Don't get him upset there, please.
Quicker delivery again. Sarsauer's way!
Oh, yes, direct hit. Oh, that's big. That is huge. That's gone out of here. Oh, no, it hasn't. It's bounced just in front.
Yeah, some of the lighter moments from 2020. You got the right petrol in your car?
Yeah, everything's sorted this year. It was down at Taunton as well. It's great fun, isn't it? The cricket is absolutely magnificent. It's amazing what happens outside of the game. It's great fun.
It is great fun, and it is absolutely amazing how much the players love it as well. Now, Matt Floyd has been looking at the rise of the phenomenon, which is 2020.
It all started on the 13th of June 2003 when the Sussex Sharks took on the Hampshire Hawks at the Rose Bowl. No one could have predicted the excitement that was to follow after a slightly inauspicious start.
2020 has liftoff. And it has liftoff with a wide. That's absolutely ginormous.
Great ball. Meeting Britney Spears later.
The game has now been signed up at international level. England have played 2 matches against Australia and Sri Lanka to packed houses.
I think it's very, very exciting. Pro 2020, I think it's good for cricket. We needed that game. It's exciting for as far as the spectators are concerned, which is very important. I find that the players really enjoy it.
At the end of the day, it's entertainment for the crowd, and if we can entertain the crowd, that's the way we go.
The crowd certainly weren't disappointed. Last summer, England's demolition of Australia set the tone for one of the most tense and exciting Ashes series in living memory. And it's not just over here where the game has taken off. With the first 2020 World Championship to be staged next September in South Africa, 2020 fever has gripped most, but not yet all, of the cricketing world.
I think people are accepting it more and more, especially because of how successful it has been in the UK. And if England can embrace it, then I'm pretty sure the rest of the world will want to, because England is always known to be very conservative, and the fact that they have done it well, and it's been very successful. The rest of the world realize that it's a good way to go.
For test matches, the stands are full. For the one-day games, it's more than full. So India hasn't had that problem of people turning up and watching cricket matches, so probably they don't realise the importance of 2020.
Didn't know how really it was going to work in Australia, but we played our first round of domestic games last year, and we got great crowds. And even the season before that, we played a couple of associations, had a couple of trial games, and we got sell-out crowds as well. So it's really taken off.
Back in England, the profile of the 2020 competition as a marketable brand has been rising each year. allowing most counties, both large and small, to cash in heavily. None have taken to the new format more wholeheartedly than Leicestershire, who have made final stay on all 3 years so far and won the competition in 2004. For them, 2020 is more than just a bit of fun.
It's become the climax of the season where we fill the ground. You know, we get anywhere between 4,000 and 6,000 depending on the opposition. I guess for a normal C&G type game we'd probably get 1,500, and for a county championship game 700 or 800. So it's a big money spinner.
We're seeing the hospitality numbers grow, sufficiently so that we've had to bring in an additional marquee this year to cope with the numbers, and then next year obviously we're looking at increasing the number of boxes that we have.
Women particularly, I think, if you said which sport would turn them off most, I think cricket used to turn them off more than football, actually. And I think the 2020, it's shorter, it's faster, it's more dynamic. I think introduces a different dimension to the game. I think they want to see that.
We're entertainers. We love doing well in front of big crowds, and it's, you know, those finals are what it's all about. You know, it's, in a way, it's our test matches. If you're never going to play for England or not going to play for England, then these are your Lord's finals, and it's fantastic, and long may it continue.
But it's not only the commercial side of things that have changed. During its short history, 2020 has evolved on the field, with players improvising and developing new techniques.
I think the first couple of years, people just went out there and expressed themselves, whether they won or whether they didn't win. I think nowadays people are really making sure that there's a plan and they're sticking to their plans. And I think that's what we did very well in the last couple of years. We had our plans, we stuck to our plans, we took our egos out of the game. Game plan was everything. And 120 balls is a lot of balls.
Every year, batsmen are becoming more innovative, and new shots are being displayed, and I think it's fantastic for the game. And a lot of that type of cricket can be transformed into normal one-day cricket and even four-day cricket.
Batters have worked out areas to score, to go for fours and sixes, for hitting their boundaries, and bowlers have had to get a little bit cannier.
So the new format is undoubtedly still growing. The game is getting more popular by the day and has managed to bring cricket to a wider audience while adding to both the commercial and technical sides of the game. But what next for 2020?
We're trying to globalise the game of cricket, and especially in America, you know, where they find cricket very boring and confusing. If we play the shorter version of the game, I'm pretty sure that they will catch on.
It's just important that maybe we play less tests or less one-days and they bring in the 2020. How they do it is a very difficult job, but it'd be nice to see a few more 2020s at international level.
Check out the view. Get to the cricket this season with First Bus.
I'm James Roux, and today we are recreating some classic Somerset photographs to celebrate 150 years of the club and the launch of our new County Championship shirt.
We wanted to raise our profile locally. We were a growing business and Somerset County Cricket Club is well known, obviously within Taunton. We recruit primarily from the Taunton area, so really in honesty to start with it was all around improving our brand, making sure that people locally knew who we were and it really benefited us in terms of feeding our recruitment channels. The team at WPA really enjoy interacting with their colleagues at Somerset. I think we've seen incredibly high levels of commitment from the team, the commercial team that we work with. So nothing's too much of a bother for them. They're responsive, they work hard on our behalf, they've delivered on everything that they've said they're going to do from the beginning and more. It's been a pleasure, to be honest. It's the easiest partnership that we have to work with. Well, the benefits initially were around the kind of our profile locally and helping our recruitment. Now we're a growing business. We've expanded by quite an amount in terms of staff, but also customers in the last 4 or 5 years or so. And it's helped recruit the people that we need to fulfill our service requirements. But more than that, it's helped build our brand nationally as well. You know, being on the front of the County Championship shirts, as well as sponsoring the live stream, has allowed us to reach a wider audience than perhaps we expected to at first. We really thought this was going to be a local thing first, but actually it's gone beyond the boundaries of the local area out to the national. I think the big innovation from when we started to where we are now has been our involvement in the live stream. That's been amazing in terms of, again, that brand exposure. So many people watch the live stream from so many different parts of the country, in fact nationally, but all the way across the UK. And to see our brand up there when the live stream's on is a big thing for us. I think the success of the partnership for us comes down to those two things I mentioned earlier. First and foremost is, are we recognised locally? Well, yeah, we are now. Very much our brand is recognised in the Taunton and Somerset area as being linked to Somerset County Cricket Club, but also for what we do. We've also seen the
pair of Lewis Gregory and Josh Davey are on the boundary side, and we'll start the 4th innings of the match. Somerset needing 150. I'm joined by Somerset women's captain Sophie Luff to take you through proceedings. Nervous times for everyone watching. I think you get sort of indoctrinated into this feeling of there's always a twist in the tail, don't you, Soph? Fascinating next sort of half an hour to an hour's play to see which way the rest of the day is going to go.
Yeah, I think Somerset will obviously be feeling pretty confident, only 150 on the board, but Sussex, you know, it just gives you a little sniff, doesn't it? It gives you a little bit to play with, probably a few more than they might have envisaged after 2 wickets fell in the second over of the day. Brilliantly led with the bat by John Simpson to get them up to what is a lead that gives them a chance with the ball.
All very much a momentum game. We've got a couple of high-quality bowlers in Ollie Robinson and McAndrew. Ollie Robinson has got enough pace, but very highly skilled. McAndrew's what I'd say is quite a raw pace kind of bowler, can unsettle the batter. So early wickets here will be the order of play for Sussex, and stopping that happening will be the job of the Somerset captain Lewis Gregory and the new Roy of the Rovers, Josh Davey. 150 runs, 35 overs to go, and potentially another 8 overs-ish if it goes into that last half hour.
Just defend it to point there. Ollie Robinson right on the money straight away.
Oh, a nick and out. Lewis Gregory's gone. A no ball. A no ball from Ollie Robinson. The twist has a twist in itself. And the perfect start for Sussex. Lasted about half a second before Tom Lungley raised the arm. Lovely away swinging delivery. Loose drive. Pouched at first slip. Oh, that is absolute heartbreak. A life for the Somerset captain.
It's got to be one of the worst feelings as a bowler, I can imagine.
Oh, another no ball and another absolute beauty there from Ollie Robinson. If he could just get that size 12 plate of meat behind the line, he's in business here. There's definitely movement on offer here. Somehow the bowlers having a moan at the umpire. Not sure that'll go down too well with Tom Lungley.
Mid-off, not happy either. Daniel Hughes, I think that is, number 89.
Definitely a massive effort to stay behind the line there. I wonder if Hughes has got a view from side on that he felt like it was a legal delivery. Get the Sussex fans on the live stream fired up if we can get a side-on view of that second delivery of the innings. Unfortunately, we don't have a view of that. The umpire's certainly got the best view of the house. A good start from Ollie Robinson. Mark from Hove thinks it's shocking and never a no ball. He's got incredibly good eyesight.
All the way from Hove, yeah.
All the way from Hove. Movement on offer. 4 runs on the board, none off the bat so far. costly will that no ball be?
Yeah, that's exactly what Sussex would have wanted as well. Wicket, generate momentum.
It's always a hotly debated thing between sort of players and coaches, especially head coaches, often ex-batters. I don't know the stats on that, but it's a feeling that I get that a lot of ex-batters, a lot of batters are captains. Captains end up coaches. And there's a hotly debated in the dressing room about why do you need to be so close to the front line, and it's a bowler's rhythm thing. You're always trying to, get as close, or that feeling of getting as close to the batter as you can. Obviously, it's quite a long run up. I think the only thing you could probably equate it to would be something like a long jump. You've got to be behind the line before you take off. Thinking of Jonathan Edwards and his world record attempt, but. Yeah, a lot of bowlers do flirt with that line. I always tried to get a run-up that was very much half and half, so at least I had sort of like 4 to 6 inches of play if I was loose of hamstring one morning. I think it's definitely one of those parts of the game which is inexcusable when spinners bowl no balls. That drives me crackers, because there really isn't an excuse for that when you only waddle up from 3 or 4 yards. Vic Marks. Andrew from the River End. Oh, a wide delivery nicked, and it's hit first slip on the chest and it's gone down. 2 opportunities to strike here, and they've both gone begging for 2 different reasons. That has absolutely flown through. I don't think the first slip, I think that's, is that Alsop?
It is Alsop, yeah.
He's got a little bit of hand on it, but I think the majority of the contact with the fielder was the shoulder or chest. And that was behind the line. So, Somerset living on the edge. It's gone low, so but both batters dismissed without a run on the board. That would certainly make 150 look a long, long way away.
That would have been, or felt like a very long and big chase then. Yeah, both have had a life for different reasons. They'll be wanting to make Sussex pay for that now.
Positive swing, I think, that time from Lewis Gregory. 4 runs. That's certainly the way that the Somerset fans will want to see Gregory playing nice and positive. If you're going to swing hard, give it the 4 beans.
Yeah, he won't care. 4 in the book. And it's just, obviously Alsop dropped Davey, but it's just never a great feeling, is it, when you shell one and then runs flow in the next couple of balls. Gonna sneak 1 here. Don't think it will turn into 2. It doesn't.
Plenty of excitement here in this last session. We've had our fill of it already. We're only 10 legal deliveries into the innings.
Yeah, most of the days felt, I'd describe it as quite a slow day. Plenty happening in these first couple of overs. Somerset's chase here.
Yeah, I think it was relatively predictable going on form that Simpson was going to play the way he played. He's having such a good season last few years, decade even, such a quality performer, and batted beautifully. It was, you know, it was almost that sort of tense feeling in the ground. You can almost sense it on the pitch as well, that it was a how many will we be chasing kind of feeling, whereas now you've got that little bit of anxiety with a run chase, as you always get, whether it's one-day cricket or a 4-day game. Old skipper here at Somerset, Justin Langer, always coined the phrase, especially if we were bowling last, is the runs to win a game are always the hardest to score. You know, there's a little bit of emotional toil on it, bit of pressure.
As mentioned earlier, that women's ODI match here on Saturday the 7th of June. It's the last of the 3 one-day matches of the series against the West Indies. Get your tickets, get down to Taunton, watch Heather, Charlie and the rest of the England girls hopefully win that series.
Classic cover drive to mid-wicket from Josh Davey. Somerset batters definitely look like they're going to play their shots. You wouldn't blame them for feeling like the luck's running with them after those first couple of overs. Could easily be sat here, 2 down without a run on the board. Oh, that's an absolute beauty from Ollie Robinson. Pitch middle, clips the top of off. And that is the end of Josh Davey for 2. And again, just echoing, 3 without a run on the board could even be, well, that would be a perilous position. But you have to say, Ollie Robinson has absolutely been on the money, albeit an inch over the line.
Turns around and checks. The umpire didn't have his arm stuck out there.
That's just the ball that, you know, if I had to think of Ollie Robinson, that's the ball. I mean, when he has played for England, I mean, his record at Test level is quite something. County cricket even better. And that is the ball that sort of sticks in the mind. That sort of ball that lures you in and just sharply nips or swings away towards the slips. Hopefully Josh Davey isn't giving the feedback to Lammonby that he's doing all sorts, but it certainly looks to be doing plenty. Sussex are very much in this game. 139 is the target for Somerset.
The incoming batter for Somerset, sponsored by Paul Forbes, spinal surgery number 15, Tom Lammonby.
Enjoyed that halfway through that sort of semi-celebration. Robinson just looking round to the umpire, hoping that that arm hasn't gone out sideways.
Tom Lammonby then got 60 in the first innings. Glorious late afternoon here in Taunton. Still plenty of people in watching this on this Sunday afternoon.
Rather hopeful appeal, very high on the thigh pad at Lammonby there, but a little bit low on that actually.
Just outside the line, yeah.
Ooh, crikey. Yeah, not a great angle for that. I think it is just outside the line, but close. Certainly close. Enjoy following the live stream when I'm commentating safe. I have an absolute feeling that there's a couple online, Sussex fans clearly, that will think that was absolutely stone dead. And they're right to think that. I do like a little bit of interaction. It's definitely been a very tense day so far on the live stream between the warring fans.
The warring fans.
That's close. That's given. Lammonby is often in a position to be quite offside of the ball. He's missed the straight one. Ollie Robinson has struck again. 11 for 2 here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. And if you bat in that position, you can't miss the straight one. Yeah, clattering into middle and leg. Good decision by the umpire, and Sussex are on a tear here.
Somerset in a whole lot of trouble and could have been a lot worse. Had a couple of chances in the first 2 overs.
Look at that scene presentation, absolutely perfect. Yeah,
He's been on the money, hasn't he?
it's not a pure angle that we're seeing now. I think that's definitely middle and leg, absolutely salmon and trout. 2 wickets in the over by Robinson, who's looking dangerous. James Rue striding out at number 4. An afternoon of some serious work to do here. What a switcheroo it's been today. It looked like it was going to go a completely different way, that first ball of Overton, then the run out. You thought it was just going to be a easy day for Somerset, but the quality batting of Simpson, backed up well by Hudson Prentice, and a little spurt of runs from Ollie Robinson have put Sussex in a position where they could really fancy themselves this afternoon.
Definitely up and about out there, as you'd expect, with Somerset 11 for 2. It's James Rue batting in his new position in this order, batting at number 4.
Oh, another one right on the money from Ollie Robinson. Probably saved by that inside edge down to 3rd man. James Rue's off the mark. I'd love to see a replay of that. That looked like it was heading towards those timbers as well. Oh, right on the money. That is a beauty to get first ball. Could easily be 4 for virtually nothing.
And we've only had 3 overs. It's all been happening out there.
Shout out to Jonathan Down. There might have only been maybe 1,000, 1,500 people that witnessed what you've just mentioned. One of the greatest moments of my sporting career. I salute you. James Rue, Lewis Gregory. Need to put in the old captain shift here. So, do you on that? Do you feel that when you play cricket, that sort of, right, your team's in trouble? Does it give you something positive being the skipper?
Yeah, I think it does. Yeah. I think there's slightly more not expectation on your shoulders, but yeah, you certainly want to stand up as the leader of the team, don't you? So yeah, I presume that's why Lewis has taken the ballsy move and gone to the top of the order, and that's the way that he wants to lead from the front, lead by example, and do the hard yards, I guess.
Yeah, I suppose in the back of your mind as a captain, that I suppose Lewis Gregory just flashing outside off stump through backward point is going to pick up a couple there. Another positive swing of the bat by Gregory. I think it spans across leadership in whatever field you're in, that you don't ask people to do something you wouldn't be willing to do yourself, and that kind of is in this is in the grey matter somewhere. And those opportunities where you have a spot that needs filling, and I think it's good as a leader to occasionally put your hand up and take on something that you don't necessarily want to do, but you do it for the good of the team. I think it's a really good thing to do as a leader. Lewis Gregory does it time and time again. McAndrew steaming in. Lewis Gregory just bunts that out to the covers for one. There's certainly a bit of pressure on out there. It looked like 150. I did get a sense talking to Vic that anything in that 150 and above becomes, a bit of a challenge if you get a couple of wickets early on. Turned around, squared up by a ball angled into the stumps, picks up a run. Definitely given the Sussex team some volume out there. You can hear on the effects mic, they're all up and about. They sense that there is a small door open, but it is very much open, and now's the time to walk through it. These next, I think, 10, 15 overs with attacking fields, you've got to keep your slips in. Runs are up for the taking out there, but Sussex have just given themselves a solid sniff in this game.
Yeah, you can even see just energy between overs. All the slips jogging through. There's generally a lot of movement with the left-right hand. Batters at the crease as well. If you're down at fine leg third man, you've got a lot of yards to do.
Get the youngsters doing the old, and the non-bowlers doing as much of the running as possible. Ollie Robinson's probably going to settle into quite a lengthy spell here. He's looking dangerous. Another beautiful delivery, outside edge, running down to third man at a pace. Can the Sussex fielders cut it off? Yes, they can.
Good running by Somerset.
Pick up 3. We haven't seen too much of the Trade Nation win predictor. I wonder if we could get the old gremlin downstairs to tap a few keys and see what it says. It's always a nice little add-on when we have it. Calls for debate. Don't think draw's going to be
no.
offering too many percentage points.
Well fielded.
Good stop there at gully. He saved 3 runs there. Robinson with a full slip cordon and one round the other side, a leg gully for exactly that sort of ball there, flicked off of the pads. fielders through, so anything defended well onto the offside is going to be a certain one. That'll probably be quite a key thing for the Somerset to do, to not have someone like Ollie Robinson have too many balls at one particular batter, because he's very good once he's honed in on a zone, keep moving his aim point around. I think he's just been saved by an edge there. Ollie Robinson looks like he could take a wicket every ball at the moment. It's all going on. Inside edge, do we think they're safe? That looked very straight.
Might have been a little bit of something on it. Yeah, this angle to the left-handers looks like he's all over them at the moment. This angle's not really going to tell too much, I don't think. Maybe an inside edge. Just doing too much, actually, I think. But that might be the angle of that camera as well that makes it look like that.
End of the Robinson over. He is absolutely ticking at the moment. Not beautifully so far. Has two, could easily have three.
Here we go, Triggs. What you asked for? The old win predictor.
I'd go 70-30 at the moment, I have to say. Unlike me to disagree with the win predictor by Trade Nation, but yeah, I think the way that Ollie Robinson's bowling at the moment, maybe they factored in the buttery hands of the Sussex fielders. They've dropped a number of opportunities this game so far. That's definitely had a pretty sizable impact, I think, in where we are at the moment.
Did they shell a few in the first innings?
Yeah, I think so. There's a couple through the middle order. Outside that one. I think the wicket must be in line right towards the very edge of this stand. Yes, no. Definitely a bit of tension out there in the middle. One of the key words missing in that little passage there. We had the yes, we had the no, but we fortunately didn't have the sorry.
That's a lovely shot. Driven beautifully by Gregory. I'm not sure it's going to reach the boundary, just a couple of runs. Just push down the ground.
Half a chance of a three there, but I'm guessing Lewis is carrying a little bit of something, hence why he hasn't bowled, or isn't available to bowl in this game.
Do you think we'll still see him at the top when he is back bowling as well?
Well, I don't know how long Dixon's out for. I think he had a nasty break of the hand. That's going to run away for four, down to third man. Valuable runs off the thick edge of Somerset captain Lewis Gregory. He will not care one iota how they come. A bit of extra pace from McAndrew left the fielders with no chance of reeling that one in. Yeah, I know Dixon's got a hand injury, whether it be a finger or the actual hand, I'm not sure, but So I vaguely remember being told it was quite a nasty one. I don't know if he had any surgery or anything, but yeah, he's you imagine six weeks. I would have thought. Wouldn't surprise me to see him up there for a while, but you know, there's going to be a break at some stage for T20 cricket, so who knows? Absolutely don't mind it, to be honest. I think he's a quality player, and you know, he's also, you know, much like the Davey debate that we had, and you know, he's very much at that age in his life where, in an ideal world, he'd like his batting to overtake his bowling in terms of longevity.
Well, I remember growing up with Lewis. I think he is a couple of years older than me, but he never bowled in his junior days. He was always just a top order bat. So yeah, I really enjoyed him playing at the top, to be honest.
Yeah, growing up, coming into the first team. Oh, wide slash and nick. Rue's gone. Somerset 30 for 3, and one of the absolute key wickets of James Rue has been taken by McAndrew. Not a great delivery, but equally matched by not a great shot and a good catch by John Simpson. Short, wide, almost a wide as well, John Simpson. Making sure he takes the responsibility of that catch out of the first slip's hands and does it himself.
Yeah, good grab there. Straight across first slip. Tom Alsop, who shelled one in the second over of the innings, will be grateful that the keeper held on. Somerset 30 for 3. Chasing 150 here.
I think now 70-30 looks a lot more likely. Tom Abel strides to the crease to join Lewis Gregory. Yeah, that was, apart from the catch, that wasn't an amazing bit of cricket there. A ball that was almost off the cut strip. Big slash by James Rue, quite uncharacteristic in some ways. Just catching the almost that Q end of the bat. Great catch from John Simpson in front of Tom Alsop. For 3 here. Tension everywhere around the ground. Lots of noise from the Sussex team, and rightly so. That's why we love county cricket, 4-day cricket, test cricket so much. Ebbs and flows and often shocks. Oh, that is a beautiful shot from Lewis Gregory, rifling off the bat. 4 from the minute it left the bat. Dream of those, don't you, Soph?
You do indeed. Gregory looking in good touch here. That's a beautiful shot. Met with a full face of the bat. Don't need to run for those, especially on that small boundary. Out to the offside, towards that Somerset stand.
See, one of my favourite comments on the live stream. Both these teams are desperate to lose this game. I don't think Ollie Robinson would be that disappointed with that shot. That's definitely the length, maybe a fraction too full, but that's the nick length. Just working in and out of that off stump. First couple of solid defensives there by the Somerset skipper. 3 slips in a gully waiting. Plenty of movement for the bowler to work with.
Just going to be cut off out there. Deep point. Single to end the 7th over. Somerset 35-3. Somerset will be hoping that Abel and Gregory can get a partnership going here. It's well fielded.
Great piece of fielding mid off.
Daniel Hughes, I think that is.
Just time for the Somerset batters, I think, just to have a deep breath. Tom Avon at the end will certainly add a bit of calm to proceedings. Everything's going about 1,000 miles an hour at the moment in this game. Lots of theatre out there created by the Sussex team and bowlers.
Deep cover coming up. Able to face his first ball.
Play and miss there from Tom Avon. Had a testing delivery. Straight in a little bit. Well in behind those last couple of balls, Tom Abel. The McAndrew over. Both opening bowlers successful so far. 2 for Robinson, 1 for McAndrew. Somerset 36 for 3.
Yeah, Sussex have been brilliant with this new ball. And they'll be looking for these two to bowl a few more, I'm sure. We've got a couple other options in Hudson Prentice. Clark, Hayes, spin of Carson and Coles.
Yeah, I thought Hudson Prentice bowled particularly well for long periods in the first innings. And this really is a key moment when that ball has got a bit of lacquer on it, a bit of hardness to it. Somerset can just navigate the next 10 overs. I think things will get a little bit easier. No mean feat. Great shot from Lewis Gregory, over-pitched and slightly too straight from Robinson and flicked almost, but straight down the ground by Lewis Gregory.
Get a bottom hand in that one.
Very nice shot. Yeah, it's unusual to see it go that straight from a bottom hand, but yeah, beautiful timing there. He's a very sweet timer of the ball.
Got the James Hildreth stand on if anyone's listening. Give us a little wave.
There's a couple. We're keeping someone awake, so.
It's a lovely spot over there, isn't it?
I'm not sure how you can relax at the moment. It's very tense. Somerset have played a very solid 2.5 days of cricket at the moment. Sussex have fought back incredibly well today in this little 3-wicket burst that, let's be honest, could have been 4 or 5. We've certainly got everyone on the edge of their seats at the moment. Tom Abel yet to get off the mark. The square leg fielder has gone back. Feel like at this stage it would be a little bit of a double bluff to go short. Just trying to get in the batter's head a little bit. Oh, what an absolute beauty again by Robinson.
Brilliant rig, brilliant rig.
He's just metronomic in the area that he hits, Robinson. Too good for Josh Davey. Got rid of Lammonby as well.
Yeah, Hudson Prentice has got a ball in him as well. He shapes the ball naturally away from the right hand. I was really quite impressed with him when he bowled in the first innings. So they've got a like-for-like style bowler to come on after Robinson. He's just bowled 5 overs. I don't think that will be the end of him just yet. It's always a little bit of a, I suppose, question mark. You know, you hear the chat when he was playing for England about, you know, his sort of fitness levels. But from my mind's eye or my memory bank, I think he bowls a fair few overs. He's not shy of a decent spell. I suppose that old question that many cricketers will face. Are you fit to do your job? And you don't take the wickets that Robinson takes without bowling a lot of overs. So he's, I'd say he's fit for purpose.
Andrew's been pretty good as well. Probably the wicket he got was probably one of the worst balls he bowled at this spell. Let's get rid of James Rue. Still a lot of noise out there from the Sussex players. They know if they can get another couple of wickets. That's that one. Through to Simpson.
Yeah, just a bit of meat on the bones in terms of the fitness. I'm making inverted commas signs here. In his first-class career, I mean, these numbers get quite deep as you go through a career. Ollie Robinson has taken 448 wickets, minus whatever he's taken this game. 19,844 balls he's bowled, and I think quite a remarkable average of 21.6. So, yeah, fitness, but you know, you don't argue with those numbers. And in Test cricket, 76 wickets at 22, and he's kind of out of the conversation at the moment. You have to say that if he strings a number of games together and things don't go well at the top, you'd think that he'd still be there or thereabouts.
How old is he? He's got that on his profile.
He's 31. So I mean, a lot of people say that, you know, in cricket years, which are kind of like dog years, I think. You know, as a bowler, 28 to 34, probably quite strong years where you know your game, your skills. You also have that added level to your bowling, about the bowling intelligence side of it, working out batters, subtle variations of what you bowl. So, I mean, his numbers are phenomenal. I mean, there's not a county in the country that wouldn't snap your hands off of having an Ollie Robinson in your team with those sort of figures, and he can obviously offer with the bat as well. Fine performer, and he's certainly putting Somerset batters to the test at the moment. McAndrew the same. Loose-ish shot there from Gregory, but he's going to pick up another run. I don't think Lewis is going to worry one iota where his runs come from. McAndrew looks like he's going to give you some sort of more scoring opportunities. Looks like he's got the odd sort of wild ball in him, but when he gets it right.
Cover fielder coming up again, able yet to get off the mark. Defends to mid-on. 10 overs gone here. Somerset 42 for 3. Seagulls are swarming in.
Yeah, they're swooping in on those leftover fish and chips from the Great Catch. Is it the Great Catch, the fish bar underneath the Botham Stand? I think that's what it's called, isn't it? I should know. I go there 3 or 4 times a week.
I feel like I should know what it's called, but I don't.
think it's the Great Catch. Something to do with catch, anyway. Makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense.
Even though I normally have a little battered sausage and chips, so if I'm not going to lie, it's my little treat. Oh, Gregory! One of the, I suppose, negatives to timing the ball so well. He's nearly squeezed that all the way to that catcher on the leg side.
Yeah, there's been a couple where he's timed it well. It's just sort of on the up, a little bit aerial.
That one a couple of overs ago towards mid-off. He it was a beautiful shot. He just a check drive, nearly went all the way to the mid-off fielder. Robinson still with his tail very much up. I think, you know, like, I think Overton fits into this category as well. Ollie Robinson, and going back to one of the great big sort of seamers, I'm talking like big guys as well. Like Ollie Robinson's, he's got to be 6'5", somewhere around there, so big frames. When you see them and they've got their tail up and they're in rhythm, it's almost like the bowling becomes quite effortless, and you know, you get those 7, 8, 9 over spells. I mean, Caddy was a freak. He could bowl 15, 16 over spells. Probably why he's ended up with about 4 back operations, but he certainly looks like he's in some serious rhythm at the moment. Comments here, so about sort of that sort of moan partisan commentary. We have a directive to say what we see. If there's good cricket played, we talk about it, whether it's from Somerset or the opposing team. And you have to say, I think we do it quite well, don't we, Soph?
We try our best, don't we? That's all we can do.
I think one of the things I really enjoy post-career commentating here at Somerset is seeing players that I haven't played against, and seeing players that I have played against and how they've developed and evolved their games. And you know, I remember facing a younger Ollie Robinson, and just that ball to Josh Davey, I think he's got me a couple of times with balls exactly like that. So it's like a bit of a unfortunate sort of trip down memory lane, but just like watching good cricket, to be honest. It's I think the standard of first-class cricket is superb. I think as well the point systems and how there's a huge tariff on winning games. You know, I think this ground in particular is starting to get it right, or they get it right more often than not. You know, there's a wicket there where you can see 40 wickets, and you know, which will produce results, and that's exactly what you want. You know, we've had some fascinating games of cricket. I think the Essex one is a prime example where, you know, Essex were kind of on top and Somerset back beautifully in that 4th innings. I mean, you're never going to change the characteristics of your ground, but that offered everything. And you know, Somerset narrowly scraped through with that 6 that Overton scored, you know, with a couple of wickets left in the shed. I mean, that was a great game of cricket, and I think county cricket is in a very good place. And the byproduct is England have lots of selection headaches. Like I said, I mean, it's unthinkable really that someone like Ollie Robinson, averaging 21, isn't in the conversation. But then you have a look at the depth and the quality of bowlers on show. It's great that England have so many very, very good cricketers to select from.
Yeah, I guess this is Sam Cook's first opportunity in an England squad as well, and he'd have been someone that's been knocking on the door for a long time.
Yeah, well, again, I think he's in that 400 wickets category, and I think his first-class average is 19. And I think you just can't ignore. I mean, he has to have an opportunity. It's just, you know, people talk about has he got enough pace, but Vernon Philander was not a quick bowler, and he averaged 18, 19 in Test cricket. Highly skilled, never gave you any freebies. Nipped the ball on those South African wickets, was a master at bowling with that Kookaburra ball as well. I think it's great that England are broadening their horizons and looking at these skill bowlers, as I call it.
It's a lovely shot by Tom Abel, but Daniel Hughes is fielding pretty well at mid-off. And they were reluctant to run to him, and I think that was the right decision there.
people battling hard out there still, not off the mark. Gregory on 29, the lion's share of these 42 runs. Another play and miss outside off stump from Tom Abel. He's going to be itching for that first run. 12 balls faced so far. Hasn't got one away yet. Another ball that's just nipped sharply again. Just backing up my sentiment about the pitch. Is just offering enough. Keeps everyone interested. And I'm hearing on the live stream that they're very interested in the Marcus Trescothick stand. It's very tense, apparently.
It's tense everywhere, I would imagine, if you're watching this. It's one of those, isn't it? When you're Sussex, it's almost like you've got nothing to lose in a way. You just, you know, not relax, but, you know, you're up against it, games against you, whereas, you know, it's there for the taking for Somerset, yet all the pressure is almost on that team.
Well, it's that classic kind of underdog position, isn't it? You know, the team that can do something special. I mean, that's quite an empowering position. You know, this game, no doubt, when we broke for tea, Somerset's to win or Somerset's to lose. And Sussex have definitely capitalised on that kind of emotion, and they have put themselves in a position through great batting at the back end, led by Simpson. What this opening pair have done, have just forged a little bit of an opportunity here. Ollie Robertson taking on some fluids there, much needed. It's a warm enough day. They certainly deserve their position in the game. Still, Somerset slightly ahead of the curve, I would imagine, but another wicket or two here, and that would change very quickly. Well watched by Gregory. Probing around that off stump. In this position here, so as a captain, would you be sort of bowler-led in terms of letting it, you know, because he's bowling so well, would you just let him go until he sort of gives you the nod?
Yeah, I think so.
Or would you enforce a change?
I think if he's bowling like he has done throughout this spell, and he's feeling good, then yeah, let him be the judge of that. I guess it depends at what point do you think, oh, actually I need to make a change to try and make something happen in the game. You know, he obviously took those two wickets early in his spell, didn't he?
Well, I think there was a period, and I don't think it's over, where he almost looked like he was going to get a wicket a ball, didn't he? I mean, it was just there was something that was happening every single ball. Balls like that will certainly encourage the captain to keep him on. Yeah, I'm sat here now. My feeling on it is it would not surprise me if there's a catch offer to slip the next ball. That's how I feel about Ollie Robertson's spell at the moment. It feels like something's going to happen. So yeah, definitely just a little bit of a Robbo, how are you feeling? I'm all right, Skip. Crack on.
They keep running him on a little personal drink every over. I'm sure he's fine.
Oh, he's a big old carcass, isn't he? He needs hydrating. I mean that in an endearing sense. That's what I used to call Luke Fletcher when I played at Nottinghamshire. Guy used to drink gallons of water and juice or whatever throughout a day's play, but when you're 6'6" and I'm not going to put an amount of kilograms to it, but quite a big old unit, he needs a fair bit of diesel in the engine.
That's guided away.
False shot there from Gregory, but he's going to get another 4. Moral victory from the bowler. I don't know if Mr. Marks would have played with Angus Fraser. I could imagine Angus Fraser being quite a supper of the fluids during a spell, especially overseas. Merv Hughes, famous for downing the jug of juice at any drinks break. He was a glass half empty kind of guy, wasn't he, when on the field? Yeah, I know. Nice guy, but he always looked like he was having the hardest day ever. Another outside edge. Somerset batters are going to pick up another couple of runs. Gregory on to 35 and doing a great job for his team. Ollie Robinson, 7 overs, 2 for 26 so far, and he's bowled probably better than that. So he's going to take a little break, and Vic's going to come in and join me. Another man that needs regular lubrication. Maybe of the grape variety.
Well, here we are. It's game on. It's always exciting here, isn't it? It's never tranquil. Or never. Well, they have little tranquil bits, and then who knows?
Good cricket, though, isn't it?
It's good cricket. It's
very engaging.
Excellent. Yeah, absolutely. And we've had some fantastic cricket here at the County Ground over the last couple of years. Some of it's made you exasperated, but it's often tense, and this is no exception just at the minute. I mean, without Gregory, he's got 35 of the 48 Somerset have mustered so far. Dropped, caught first ball of a no ball. I mean,
5 of those have been extras as well.
Yeah.
So we've had 8 runs from the other end. Abel yet to get off the mark. He's probably, I think he's getting into the anxiety realms of being stuck on naught, but he's a pretty unflappable character.
He is, but he doesn't look as if he's picking it up quite right. Oh, good Lord. There's the Man Mountain just walked in the back.
Yeah, we've already spoken about this man. Caddy's in the comms box. I'm expecting a thick ear. I think he was watching his son Fraser at Weston-super-Mare yesterday. He was expecting maybe a cup of tea with me, but I was up the road, pal. Yeah, we were just talking, Caddy, about big framed bowlers and long spells, and there weren't many seamers out there that bowled more overs in a spell than Caddy. You had to crowbar the ball out of his hand, especially if there was a little bit of swing around.
Well, I think in this situation, if you're Sussex, you almost want to bowl Robinson until he drops, really. It's got to happen now. You could take him off and think, oh, I'll save him. But once it's 40, if there's still only 40, it's not the same. So I think you just bowl him, if you like, into the ground in this spell. It's got to be this spell. He's bowled 7.
I was quite impressed with Hudson Prentice, the way that he bowled. I thought he looked dangerous. He's a shorter version, but he got quite a bit of shape away and looked threatening.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I wasn't here on Monday, so I didn't see that. But Robinson, just trying to think, you were talking about Angus Fraser. Actually, Robinson has got a smoother action than Fraser. I mean, there's similar sort of pace, similar sort of shape. Bit of a better athlete, actually, than Angus. I mean, Angus was a terrific bowler and with a terrific record, given that he wasn't very quick, he didn't swing it much.
Bit of nip.
He had a bit. Yeah, he had a nip. He was. I caddy played with him quite a lot, and it tickled me. He got 17 wickets or something like that in Trinidad in two consecutive Test matches, and he hated experimenting at all. And then he suddenly, during that one of those matches, he got someone caught mid-off of what seemed to be a slower ball, and so everyone was absolutely agog that Fraser had deserted his usual thing of bang, 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 bang. So we chatted to him. So what's going on then? Have you picked up? What's this slow? No, he said, I lost me run up. I couldn't be bothered to go back, so I just bowled it. And Corley B caught mid off. So yeah, he was very much that. I'm going to hit my length, ball after ball after ball. If he did his length, he usually hit the footholds with his big size 12s. But I played against him once or twice when he was a youngster, but I obviously got to know him in the press box where he was very popular and, a bit Eeyore-ish, but actually with a absolute heart goal. That's right. He had a brother who played for Essex, didn't he? Who was a more obvious athlete, a much better mover, not quite so tall. But obviously Angus was a superior cricketer, partly because he was so bloody minded. He would give you nothing. And he made himself into a Test quality bowler. Anyway,
Robinson continuing his.
And Robinson is a more absolutely beautiful natural bowler. He's got a lovely action.
Nice whip in his arm, isn't he? He's just all. Just saying I think that was how the conversation started. You get these big frame bowlers. Once they just find that rhythm, it looks quite effortless. And there's no doubt that he'll be on the tired side of knackered. But yeah, as I'm hearing in my through my headphones, Caddy says it's very easy to find your rhythm when the ball's swinging. Oh, another beautiful shot. It's going to cut off that extra cover fielder. Very well placed there.
It's been an odd game because you've had a man for the seamers throughout most of this game that's a deep, not square cover quite, just a bit in front of square. Partly, I think, initially because there is this very short boundary, but he didn't make that much difference. But both sides have employed that throughout the game. So there's a big gap at extra cover. There's been endless singles just pushed. If you can get it in front of square on the offside, there's probably a single anyway. Anyway, can Abel get going? He really has. Look, he's searching for the ball. Looking for it. I always remember people telling me when I wasn't batting very well, you look like you're searching for the ball rather than just watching it. You're looking for where's it gone?
Yeah, they're certainly trying to peg him back. They've got that 3 slips gully. They've also got a backward point for anything sort of half edge. There's no easy singles out there. He's going to have to play a good shot to get off the mark here.
They brought the boundary fielder on the offside in.
I think Abe's, from very young, has always been pretty content with playing the ball on its merit. One of his real strong suits in the longer form of the game is just to be able to stay in his own little bubble and watch the ball hard.
Yeah, well, that's more or less what proper batsmen do, isn't it? They play the ball on its merit by and large. They play the ball rather than the bowler.
He hasn't got the noisy demon on the shoulder.
Well, I would say his demon is a lot quieter than the one that was on yours.
I had 2, one on either.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Well, that balanced them out nicely.
Yeah, I never got around to naming them. I definitely should have. I had one that used to give me positive reinforcement. One that was definitely out to get me.
What did he say, or she?
One of them, left shoulder, left shoulder demon, used to give me messages in advance of the ball coming out of the bowler's hand. The
Saying-
one that wanted my downfall would, like, the ball would be halfway down and he would shout at me, "Whack it! Slog sweep it!" And it was too late.
Oh, I think it's Tino Best's uncle. I think he's called Clyde Best, who played for the West Indies. I remember. You remember who?
Carlisle Best.
Carlisle Best. That's
Scored
it.
100 on debut, run out going for his 101st run.
Well, Otis Gibson. I remember living Otis Gibson, who played with him for Barbados, telling me Carlisle Best used to commentate when he was batting. Oh no, you don't bowl there to Carlisle Best. That's another footballer and all that sort of stuff. Anyway, he was explained to me once how Carlisle Best got out very cheaply for Barbados. And he went back into the dressing room, and there was Carlisle Best, and he plonked his bat on a chair opposite him, so he was staring at it, and he was talking to his bat. "What are you doing? I didn't tell you to play that shot." "What sort of shot was that? You let me down."
Well, I definitely ran in the family. Tino definitely has a lot of conversations with himself. That's for sure. Thanks to
Yeah, well, he was good. You played against him a bit then, did you?
Yeah,
you
with and against.
With and
He's
against.
been
With as
playing
well.
in these leagues in subcontinent. I've been playing in. It's always.
Oh, right. He's still is he still charging in? Not quite so fast.
Yeah. Oh
is he?
no. He's a fierce competitor.
Is he?
Yeah. The slower he's getting, the faster he is in his mind.
Well, that's
he
the
can
other thing.
No, he can still get it through. To be
Yeah.
fair, Tino, he's
Yeah.
he's a unbelievably good athlete. Hudson Prentice into the attack. He's
It's 50 up and a sort of relieved round of applause. It's a very odd-looking score, but 50 for 3. Gregory, 37 not out, extras 5. After, what over here? We're in over number 16.
he's doing the lion's share of the scoring. For
Well,
sure.
I also have this theory about, in my era, I think, the people who had a lot to say, they wouldn't be the fast bowlers. They didn't need to say much. Yeah, Malcolm Marshall, yeah, Michael Holdings. Doesn't matter who, Alan Donaldson didn't say much. The people who had a lot to say were those niggly little, not little, but the medium pacers. They were all lovely men off there, lovely people. Well, Paul Allen was a bit before your time, Robin Jackman, who were good English-style seamers, but not express pace. They're the ones who never stop wittering on against you. The fast, if you're really fast, you didn't need to say anything.
The scrappy doos.
Yeah, people your pace, really.
Yeah. I know where you're going with that, Vic. I was waiting.
No, if you could really bowl quick, you just didn't need to say anything.
It's one of the rare times where I'll go down to the restaurant in the hotel and see my teammate Tino and join him for dinner. It'd be just the two of us. I don't get a word in edgeways.
Really?
It's a very peculiar feeling.
Okay. Still looking for his first run. But it's come there, and it's come in quite a majestic fashion. He was not a great delivery, but he was relieved to receive it, and he's put it away. And there's, for like a routine boundary, there's quite a lot of noise from the crowd. Not many are going home early.
Yeah, beautiful shot, and he's waited and waited for that Tom Abel. It's got to be his 25th ball, somewhere around there. He's been waiting for a loose one to capitalise on and played it beautifully.
Well, you're exactly right. It was his 25th ball to get off the mark. Another one now.
Yeah, I think he operated for the majority of his spells from this end. Hudson Prentice, I know he dismissed Banton. He had a couple of balls that sort of had that sort of Robinson shape on them, swinging away. He is a good competitor. Change of ends.
Well, he batted nicely too, didn't he? genuine all-rounder then, so I haven't seen so much of him.
Yeah, proper all-rounder. Yeah, undone by a quality ball after parking Henry into the stand for 6. It took a pretty decent reply from Henry to get rid of him. I was standing by the floodlight at the time.
Oh, right, you had a good view then.
I'll get me steps up and had a lovely view of the dismissal.
Who's that warming up? It could be, I'm wondering if you're thinking, is he thinking Carson perhaps? I'm not sure. He attempted just to keep Roberts going. He's bowled really well, 2 for 27. It sounds ordinary, well, not ordinary, but in a way he's bowled better than that. He's bowled some terrific balls. And we'll just see whether he's going to continue, but I've got a feeling they're just going to give him a little bit of a break. And with the advent of helmets, you think, it's going to be some spin. Most of the spin at Taunton is always bowled from the river end, but maybe.
Yeah, the
maybe not now.
Pads are out. Short leg is definitely going into place. Jack Carson into the attack. I could easily see Lewis Gregory being quite positive here.
Yeah.
But can he? Runs aren't flowing from the other end, as we mentioned.
Well, I mean, he was caught off a no ball very first ball, but since then, in his own, he's scored a lot of offside runs, hasn't he? I mean, maybe that's where they've bowled to him, but he's been sort of nurdling it, a few little outside edges, a few nurdles into the gaps on the offside. It's been a predominantly, if you had a run chart, it would be very offside, which is not necessarily a feature of Gregory, but it's where they bowled, I think. But he's got a vital 38. They need more.
Well, he's a very talented striker, Lewis. I think if you, whichever side you stray, he's more than capable of scoring both sides. But I think to back up what you're saying there, that he's scored heavily on the offside, just shows the quality of what Sussex have produced. They've really challenged that off stump. Very rarely have come in straight.
Yeah.
A couple of leg buys there. Caddy's going to do me a favour. If he could just come in and join you for 10 minutes while I go to the bathroom, that would be magnificent. And we'd love your insight, Caddy.
Come on then. We'd love to have a chat with the Man Mountain behind us. You'd have enjoyed bowling on this surface, Andrew.
I don't want to big him up any more than I've already bigged him up.
No, I haven't. He would have enjoyed it.
I didn't see many wickets that he didn't bowl well on, to be fair. There you go. That's what you're getting, Cad.
That's very forthright, and it's 4 runs. Well, he's taken that. I'm interested to see what line he's taken, but he's taken that from outside off stump. But he's got a lot of bat on it, and it's sped away, beating the boundary fielder. Bit of top spin on it. Hello, Andrew.
Hello, Victor. Well, isn't it nice to be known as the bloke who looks after Peter?
Well, he goes to the loo.
Well, he goes to the loo.
I mean, you know, it's a pinnacle, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It's a landmark.
I think it's on my bucket list, that is. Tick that one off.
You've been dreaming about that for decades, haven't you? Do you know, one day you might ask me.
Yeah, he might ask me. Somebody more important might ask me.
Yeah.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. Have you seen much of this game?
No, I haven't. I've been trying to get down the last couple of days, but never managed to. So.
Yeah, well, it's been a fascinating game. I mean, well, you've played so long here, but it's interesting. The surfaces have produced some really interesting cricket, and you would have enjoyed bowling on them. I wasn't here on the first day.
No, well, I watched a little bit on
the stream.
On the stream, and what I liked was the colour of the wicket.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Well,
nice and green, nice and hard.
Yeah, but. And you need them to be green here. You don't need them to be uneven. But
no, you don't need them.
The carry's been good.
Correct. You need them to be hard. You need them to be green. You need that grass to be live, and it brings into players like those swingers, Robinsons and the Gregorys and the people who can swing the ball.
Yeah, you want, and nearly every nick, well, especially from your height, but every nick carries. And you get rewarded for being able to move the ball, which is the art, isn't it?
And I've always said a decent wicket at a tournament was always a wicket that the batsman was committed to a shot. As soon as you release the ball, he was either coming forward or going back. Bad wicket's a wicket where you can decide, I'll change my mind halfway through the shot. So this is, I was pleased to see that this was a good looking wicket, and you can see there's still a tinge of green to it now, so the things are still happening.
Yeah. But it sort of does. There are times where the ball gets older, it doesn't do so much, and batsmen can have their time.
Correct. Well, that's the beauty of the game, isn't it?
Yeah, getting the balance right.
Correct.
So he's going for a double spin now. So this is.
I was listening to you and Peter, and I just sat there thinking, you're right. I just have seam one in, bang, bang, bang. You've got to have your seamers on. I think this is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think Leach has done a terrific job, but Leach is a high quality bowler. He's bowled really well in the last 2 games. I mean, the Essex game, I think it was greener actually when they started the Essex game, but it was an amazing surface, even though I didn't see it every day, but it was a green turner.
Well, it was yesterday when we had a certain little Pakistan player called Mushtaq Ahmed who thrived on green turn, on green hard wickets, because it bounced.
And he could get it to spin
get it to spin. And if you got somebody can just give a little bit of variation with the finger on finger spinning, and just maybe get a bit of, maybe offer a bit of turn, maybe a bit of other rough, but it bounces. That's why Rob Turner was such a very good keeper down here, because it bounced. And Mush got a lot of bounce and turn on these green wickets. Nice to see a good wicket anyway.
Yeah. And Leach has bowled very well actually. He's become a bit less predictable, and he hasn't bowled with quite. He's become quite a quick finger spinner, which is the modern way in many ways. But here he's noticed that he can get the ball to grip a bit better if he bowls a little slower, and he's done that against Essex, and he's done it this game as well.
That's the one thing that with Leachy was I was always sitting there going, I watched a bit of club cricket yesterday as my son was playing, and it's the same thing. You get these young spinners coming in, they think they've got to go flatter, turning.
Yeah.
But as a batter, you want them to go flatter.
Yeah.
You want them to try and bowl it flatter and sharper, because it comes onto the bat more. I just want to see. And Leach is one of those, I think he's just lacked that little bit, get it above the batter's eye line.
Well, I think
just get it above. Because the brain takes a little bit longer to work out the trajectory.
Yeah. And he's had the confidence to sort of change pace a little bit. Which
you need to.
I mean, if you're not bowling very much, and particularly Heaton, who's flourished in the modern way of spinners, of getting that LBW pushing forward and not giving them much time to come down the wicket or anything. He has bowled quicker and quicker, and he's had success and done really well. But he's also now added this to his, so he doesn't have to bowl.
No, he doesn't have to bowl that all the time.
And that's
as you said, makes them less predictable.
Yeah. Anyway, but here we go. I mean, this is an important little partnership. It's just feeling a little bit more secure, but it can all change. I mean, Gregory, look at Gregory, 45, not out at 66, opening the batting.
Yes.
Were you here for the no ball? Were you here for the no?
No, I wasn't. I was trying to get through I wanted to come to the last, the last 2 hours, the last session. Because I thought I haven't been able to get here, so I'll come down to the last session. And in the space of trying to get from Bradford on Tone through Taunton, past Sainsbury's with a diabolical roadworks that's been there for the last 28 years, I think. That's how long it's been going. It just took a little bit of time because I missed that. No.
Well, it was, everyone's buoyant. 150, it seems eminently reachable. First ball, Robinson on target, bit of movement. Drive, nick, well caught, no ball.
I've had a couple of those. Yeah. Even the test got a couple of you just want to sink.
Yeah,
it's nothing worse. So what you're trying to say that Lewis is there 46 for 2?
Well, no, I'm not saying that. It's just part of the sort of tension and drama that, you know, you could never take anything for granted watching watching Somerset. I'm sure every club feels the same.
Well, one thing's for sure, it'll have made him relax a little bit more and take a little bit of pressure off, because he's sort of like that second opportunity, and he's taken it well. 46. Let's have 65. That's taking the game to them.
So where's your son playing? Is it Fraser?
Yeah, he's playing for my old club, Clevedon.
Clevedon,
So
right.
is it?
Yeah.
We're at Western-super-Mare yesterday.
You a good watcher or not?
No, I had to give him a little bit of a chat.
Oh, right, poor boy.
He's bowling. He's just coming in and bowling these powder puffs, not just putting it there. I said, for crying out loud. I said, get angry. Run in. Stop mucking about. He wasn't following through, and he's putting balls there, and all of a sudden he's bowling wides because he's putting balls there. And I said, run in. I said, you talk a good game in the nets on a Tuesday night. I said, just pretend it's your batter. A net. Yeah, having a net. Run in and try and knock a head off. Yeah, it did work.
Oh, good. It did?
It did.
Oh, right, that's all good then.
They ran in and knocked their overseas player over.
Physically or
no, knocked us off stump over, yeah, which was good.
Oh, right. Then you gave him a little.
I gave him a bit of a praise. Well done. So now do it again.
Well, good. Agonies of being a cricketing parent. It's not a good game to be a parent.
It's not.
I think it's worse if your offspring is a batter. You know, you were able to.
Well, he's never going to be a batter, my boy, no.
Okay. No. But if, you know, it's one chance and you're gone.
Yeah.
Whereas you were able to come and intervene and say, for heaven's sake, knock him over.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true.
and
I completely concur with
turn
you.
it round.
Yeah, you got an opportunity. But that's the biggest argument of the game.
Yes.
I think Peter's gone to the other side of the ground
Oh,
to go to the toilet.
Yeah. I mean, don't go away from it.
That's a great shot.
That is nice and gentle. They've got a sweeper there, but they'll get a couple.
This is why I think for Essex, I think this is the wrong move.
Indeed, even with Sussex.
Sussex.
Sorry, no.
It's one of those days.
Don't worry, I've had a complete nightmare today.
Is it in Yorkshire?
No. I've had... Anyway, I won't dwell on that. No, I think
they've had a bit of a... they've released a bit of pressure.
Yeah. I mean, Robinson, I think once Robinson left the attack,
they
were going to feel more comfortable, because he was...
Yeah, look, it's...
clearly the danger man on song.
What, he bowled 7 overs, Robinson?
He did, yeah. That's beautifully tucked away there.
This is the bit, you've got to say to your big bowler, look, you're bowling all the way through, so
you're bowling till the match is gone.
Yeah, you suck it up and get on with it. I think you've got to say to him, because he's the one who's shaping it. He's getting...
Well, actually, I mean, you did, actually. I mean, obviously your standard spell might be, I don't know, 7, 6, 7, 8 overs, but you actually, on several occasions, if everything, in a situation like this, or if everything was clicking, you might bowl a dozen overs, I suppose.
Oh,
off
easy.
the reel.
Yeah.
And didn't feel too...
No, as I was saying, Peter overheard me. When you get a wicket like this and it's just kissing and you get a bit of shape, it's quite mesmerising, because you just get sucked into the game. Every ball, and you're not using that much energy because you just get into a rhythm. And myself as a rhythm bowler, I wasn't like Goffey, who was all effort.
Yeah.
Silverwood is the same, all effort.
Yeah.
Even Gus was that, all effort. And you knew that he was blowing out his backside by 7/8 over. But
yours was rhythm.
I was just rhythm. Once I got the rhythm,
fine. I mean, I remember it, sort of similar bowlers just before your time. Graham Dilley. Did you ever come across Graham?
Yeah. Well, he coached us. He coached us on.
And I remember him telling me...
Came out as a tour.
And he had a long run up, and he was a dragger too with his back leg. But he said to me once, when I've got my rhythm, I never feel tired.
Yeah.
Don't feel tired, and you're never straining. You run up.
No, you're not.
You're just cruising.
You're just cruising.
It's easy to say. It's hard to find it. So I'm sure.
Well, I can remember vividly. I think we had Aravinda with us the year we had him, and we were playing at, I think it was Stockton-on-Tees at Yorkshire. So I can't remember.
Yeah.
And it was bitterly cold.
Yeah.
First game of the year, our second game was up at Scotland against Edinburgh against Scotland. It was warmer in Edinburgh than it was. And it was one of those days where you had a cloud would come over, it was bitterly cold. Aravinda was wearing 3 jumpers when he was batting. And he hated it. He just kept nicking off because it was just too cold for him. But I remember that game, I think the Yorkshire were chasing 120 or whatever, and I bowled 14 overs on the trot. Until I was too cold and I couldn't bowl anymore, because I knew that if once I stopped, that was it. I was never coming back. So there were games when you do that, and there's other games, as I said, when the rhythm's there and you just keep going. I think the maximum I bowled in one spell was 24.
Really? On the same day?
On the same day. 24 in a row.
That is a lot. I mean, I think, they talked about Stokes at Headingley, 2019, and he bowled about 20-something, but there was an overnight.
So I'd never known how.
So it was still pretty unusual in this day and age. He bowled sort of 12 one night, and then the following morning bowled another 13 or something like that, or that sort of thing. But it doesn't really count after a night's sleep, I don't suppose.
And the only one who, I think, Mush bowled, I think he bowled 29. He bowled against Essex. He bowled from the morning till the evening.
Well, I mean, for different reasons. I think I ended up doing that once or twice when we suddenly got beset by injuries. There was only suddenly we look around. So and so's gone on. I think I bowled that end just about all day.
I think Sussex have just lost the trick here. I think they've just let the pressure off. These two can settle now.
Well, they obviously, I mean, what they clearly decided was that Hudson Prentice, who bowled, he must have only bowled a couple overs.
He did.
And then they thought, no. And they've opted for dual spin. I don't know.
You must have seen something in the wicket we haven't.
Well, Jack got a few to spin, but he had to work hard to get his wickets. And he bowled
a lot of overs.
Bowled really well. But at the moment, it's a comfortable coming off. It could change with the loss of a wicket, but it's tricky. Just picking up singles quite easily.
There's a nice little partnership forming here.
Yeah.
49.
Yeah. It's a bit rosier.
And of course, with it being the third day, not the end of the fourth day, we can take as much time as you want, but ideally...
You can still get the extra
half hour.
Well, there's 15 overs remaining. And, well, it depends how it goes. If they get...
Well, we're going at three plus an over, so...
I mean, in press boxes and in dressing rooms, they will be thinking about, rather than more in the stands, they'll be thinking about, well, it would be quite nice, wouldn't it?
Get it done tonight. Who do we put in next?
I mean, it's not priority A.
No.
But
sometimes if you've got the rhythm in your favour, if it's in your favour at the moment, the game's going your way, you tend to want to capitalise on that rather than...
And the umpires will be, party to that, although they have to be, absolutely even-handed.
Well, I'm sure George would love, Mr. Burns would love a day at home, night at home yesterday, tomorrow, with the wife.
But they would probably welcome not having to pitch up at 11 o'clock tomorrow with very little cricket in prospect, but we shall see.
Well, there was always a certain couple of umpires in the past that would make sure that they got on that.
Oh, that's turned. That's turned.
And his turn. You got on that 5:30 train in the evening.
Well, when I played at university, and obviously we were very often outgunned, there were quite a few umpires who scented a 2-day match and who hastened the game with a few LBW decisions against the poor old students in order to get that day off. Anyway, that's ancient history.
Now, I do think that the left hand is slightly more threatening.
Yeah.
You can see that with bring another slip in.
Yeah, they are attacking, but
there's a lot of gaps.
Yeah.
I just get that sense that there's going to be a front foot down the wicket, a slog sweep cow corner coming in a minute.
Yeah. I think we're too far away for Gregory's captain now.
That's a beautiful shot.
That's a far. Yeah, I like that one even. Got a beautiful time. He's not going to go for 4.
No, but lovely shot.
Yeah. And that's his 50. And
well batted, sir.
That's a look. 73 balls. Quite a few boundaries.
And 1 no ball.
Oh, yeah. I mean, caught off a no ball before he'd scored. New opening batsman, he might have to stay there. He's back.
Hello, Peter. Well, I saw you on the other side of the ground going to the toilet. It's a long walk over there, isn't it?
He was just saying, Andrew. Well, Peter will be back in, but Andrew was just saying this is probably one of the highlights of his life, really, being asked to fill in for you while you disappeared to some convenience somewhere. He's been tossing and turning, wondering whether you'd ask him to do this. Anyway.
I was hoping it was somebody more important, but Peter.
More seriously,
I'm the fill-in.
More seriously, the fill-in opening batsman, Lewis Gregory, and captain, has got a terrific half-century, given the situation. Had a little bit of luck, as we say, early on, and he hasn't decided the outcome of this match yet, but he's certainly made Somerset return to being favourites. There's still just 68 required. So they can't take anything too much for granted, but they've got the game under control at last.
They have, and the little noodly singles like that are just, they'll start frustrating. Yeah, they'll start frustrating Sussex. They'll can't stop the singles. Good use of the feet by Tom, and as we said, he's just happily taking the singles and rotating the strike, as they say. This is what they can't stop.
No, well, they can do. They can try and change the field and be. But I mean, that is infuriating. He's just bowled it.
Good length ball.
A good length off break, and he's just prodded it forward, and it's 1 run without having to do anything really. I wouldn't like that. He hit the field there. He's a bit disappointed. Yes, there's huge gaps on the offside. It's a sort of pitch, a sort of field that you think it's turning square. Well, it's not turning square. It's just offering a little bit.
He's trying to go through the gate. He's trying to offer the. Everybody's on the leg side, and he's saying, right, if you want to hit me through the covers and. It is, as I said, it's a very attacking field.
Yeah. And
And
he'd
they've
be
got to
you,
take
and I
wickets.
mean, if he gets his length wrong, he will pump through the offside
Hmm.
or try and beat that mid-off fielder. But he's got to be fooled to do it. But that's a nice
That's
to
a
pick
nice
off. It's only going to be one, I think, but it's an easy one. So, like you, I'm slightly mystified by the dual spin attack, but I don't think it's a source of great angst for Messrs. Gregory and Abel at the moment. I'm just going to give way to, well, one of.
You're going for a comfort break yourself, Victor?
No, I'm not. I'm just going to relax because it's very tense up here sometimes. So one of you are going to come in here.
I'm staying, I've been told. I don't know who needs the good luck.
I'm lovely. What are you on about, Pete?
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
You got dragged in here, did you?
No, as I said, I was trying to get here for the last session. But traffic in Taunton's terrible. So I got in here for the last 1 hour 10. And everything's happened.
It has.
Prior to me arriving, which is good.
It has been a slow day up until we started batting anyway.
Well, that turned. Does it come out the rough?
Yeah, they only gave one over to Hudson Prentice, which I was surprised about.
It's turned as well. So, as I said, I think the left arm orthodox is one who's going to cause the issues, and I would have, in my head as a captain, I would have had my seamers running at this end and my spin going at the other end, saying, right, just not allowing them to settle, having two varieties of bowlers. I just think this is working in Somerset's favour. There's a nice shot. Been waiting for that.
Maybe at least a couple.
And the crowd with every run is giving Somerset a good old clap.
Yeah, I think that shows just how tense a small run chase can be, especially when you find yourself 3 down pretty early.
Trying it again, get through that.
One ball to go in this 24th over. Abel lets that one go through. Somerset need just 62 now.
11 overs and the option of the last half hour. So yes, it's a promising, hopefully into a good day.
Friday the 8th of August, Somerset against Durham. We've got the Beer and Cider Festival. Get your tickets for that one in the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Seems like a long time away, but season soon flies by, so get your tickets now for that one. Still the off spin of Carson from this Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Gregory cuts behind square. Just be one though.
Yeah, I think the spinners, it's quite a consistent bounce off the spinners now, so it's easier to play. So these little late cuts, boys are getting very confident, especially Gregory.
Just so much space there.
There
to
is. It's
access as well.
a very, very attacking field, as I said. Offside's very open. Trying to encourage the drive. Hopefully getting it through the gap, but if you're attacking, I'd have put somebody in front of Tom on the offside and another lid. And just said, okay, we'll try and hit it through there. You never know, things can happen. Make them drive. That's the sort of ball he's looking to push into the back of the push. Hopefully opening up the between bat and pad, but it's just as I said, I'll go on it again. I just can't believe Robinson's not bowling.
What did he bowl? Did he bowl 8?
I think he bowled 7.
7.
That's a fine shot. Let's just cloth that through there. There we go. So it's working in Somerset's favour, the spin attack. I just don't think Sussex have worked out. They just need to apply a bit more pressure, especially with the ball, which is what, 24 overs old. It'll be still swinging. So a seam bowl. If I was Ollie Robinson, I'd be sitting there going, Captain, what are you doing? Get me on, get me on. I want a bowl. There we go. It's too easy. So Robinson's now, he's just walking, having a chat. This is the bit, you know, he's a senior bowler. He's got a day off tomorrow. No matter what happens, whether they win or lose, he's got a day off tomorrow. It's, what date is it? It's May the what? May the 18th. And you're telling me he doesn't want to bowl? That to me just, yeah. You wouldn't get the ball out my hand.
You'd wrestle it off the captain, would you?
I'd have told the captain, bugger off, you're not getting it back. You know, you had, what is it, 25 overs now, 35 overs. You know, just, if you're a senior bowler and you're swinging it and he's bowling well, you're saying, Captain, give it to me. I'll run until I fall over.
Yeah.
And then you got McAndrews, another very good seamer that you could just alternate between the two. Just, you know, just left arm orthodox. He's the one who's going to take the wickets here because it's turning away. We always say it's the ball that turns away from the batter that you've got more chance. So that, again.
Another couple, Tom Abel, who after taking around about 24 balls to get off the mark, has moved well into the 20s.
So this is all in Somerset's favour.
Into the leg side. Which end did you prefer operating from here?
I'd always bowl from the river end because it was always slightly uphill, and because no other bugger would bowl. They always wanted to bowl the flat end, but it was totally different. There's a lot of improvements since I last played at the square in the outfield. So that camber, right? That's a free shot. So as I said, it's easy here with the spinners, but you used to have to, I think that's George down the far end, Mike Burns, where he's standing as umpire, actually where the spinner is about to start his run up, it used to jump up, so you always have that a little bit of a rise, but a number of years ago they leveled all that out, so it's nice to be running in slightly uphill, but I always liked running uphill. You could attack the crease a little bit harder, you weren't worried about bowling no balls, and I just had a bit of rhythm. But if the wind, it depended for me, the wind was always bowling coming from the southwest, so from the church, from this end, so I like to swing it, so I always bowled the far end. If the wind was coming from the north, then I'd bowl this end, but Not very often.
Oh, he's gone.
There we go. That's what. As I said, it's unlucky for Tom, but he's done a good job there. He just pushed at that one. As I was saying, it was always going to be a left arm spinner that was going to cause the problems for the two right-handers. He's been persistent and he's just pushed forward in this nice length, nice line, just a push. Good carry, very good ball.
Abel goes for a well-made 27 in the end.
The partnership is 68.
Definitely the most important thing there for Somerset.
Well done, Tom.
No, he's batted well there, good partnership, and he's a little bit unsturdy as far as what was happening in the middle, but the two of them have.
Sponsored by King's College, number 18, Tom Banton.
Tom Banton, a new batter for Somerset.
Tom's just got to watch this. He's got to be very mindful. Just make sure he gets forward, watches the ball. It is turning. It's a very good ball. Aimed it off stump, just offered. Carried well, so he's just got to watch and cover this, because as I said, out of the two spinners, there's the left armour that is going to be causing the problems.
I think it's going to be seam back into the attack.
Yeah.
Nathan McAndrew.
So this is a little period now for Somerset. We've got 9 overs remaining, plus whether we take the extra half hour, which the umpires might say yes. Just need to see through the next 3-4 overs, especially the seam. As I said, this is the crucial bit for the seamers. Bit of shape. Got 3 slips back in.
We have a change of bowling from Marcus Justice Pavilion end. Number 43, Nathan McAndrew.
McAndrew earlier got the wicket of James Rue. Not the best ball that he would have bowled in that spell. Got the nick and Simpson did the rest.
It doesn't matter how it comes out, as long as it's a wicket in the column. We've all bowled some horrendous deliveries to take wickets. Straight away. Straight away. Enticing. Bit of a wide one for Lewis. Old right boot is always better than a shovel.
Down to the vacant third man boundary. Gregory moves to 60. He's playing a fine hand here, and that's Somerset's 100 up as well. To a warm applause from the Somerset crowd.
Nothing worse for a bowler. Thick outside edge. 4 runs. You're going to put a third man down, but yeah, at this state of play, I wouldn't have a fine leg. There's no point. It's not there for a reason. You've got a deep square. You can cover that. Great shot. Great shot by Lewis.
back boundaries for Gregory.
Now, I will ask the question and pose the question, why is Robinson not bowling? So he was the one who was swinging it, shaping it. It's causing all sorts of bother. I'm glad there's a seamer on, because there's somebody's independent watching the game. It's always nice to see a seamer doing a job on this sort of a wicket, because I do think this wicket is very offers enough for a seamer, but I just don't understand why Robinson is not bowling.
Gregory, quick single. Brings the new man Banton onto strike.
So that's 9 or 4 balls. And bring the third slip. Well, the third man's come back up into slip. Now this could go one of two ways for Tom. He could either block it and nudge it, or he could smack a quick 25.
Slips waiting, they're just adjusting the deep cover fielder.
Doesn't seem to be doing much with it. Seems to be a little bit very straight. That may end it back on a little bit.
Misfield there at mid-wicket allows Banton to get off the mark. 27 overs gone here. Somerset 108 for 4.
And 10 off that over, so yeah, that hasn't quite worked for Sussex. But as I said, you'll hear me repeat it again. Where's Robinson? Has he gone on a tea break?
He's on the field.
Has he got a niggle?
James Coles then to continue. This will be his 6th over. Picked up the wicket of Abel in his last.
Oh, he's missed out there. As I said, other two spinners, this Coles is the more threatening. Taking those, a bit like Jack Leach, just take it away. Control. Oh, he's hit that well. Well fielded. Extra cover.
It's mid-wicket, vacant mid-wicket area. It's kind of all Somerset need to do at the moment.
.41 required, 8 overs. What would you do, Peter?
Bit of a leading edge there. Gregory trying to turn that one into the onside.
That's a good ball. And bounce. This is why I'm saying to Victor, this wicket, I'll give groundsman credit. This is a beautiful wicket. Even though the odd one turns, it's the bounce. End of the 28th. So 41 required off 7, and yes, I think we'd be wise to take that extra half hour, extra 8 overs, and get it done tonight.
Is it just solely the umpire's discretion, or how does it work?
It is, well, Lewis, I'm sure, will be sitting there going, well, can we have an extra half hour? But it is solely the umpire's discretion. If they think that a game can be completed in the day and you don't have to come back, then they will call it, and yeah, they will. There's 2 there. And again, Somerset crowd clapping enthusiastically.
They do love a 2 here, though.
They do.
No matter what stage of the game.
If Derek Shepherd was here, he'd be standing at at square leg with his one leg off the ground. The triple Nelson, bless him. He'd be alternating from one to the other. That's a good length. Well, I may have got stuck in traffic getting here and lost a bit of time, but I think I'll enjoy the extra 8 overs. Listening to Peter waffle on.
Defending again is Banton. Are you always planning on coming down, or
I've been trying to get down. I've been trying to get down all run around. I was trying to get down today, and he was going to try and get down for the last session, but I missed out on the dramatic start.
Again, Banton defending.
Andrew's just getting into a bit of a rhythm here now, which is slowing the Somerset proceedings down. But as I said, we've got lots of time. Good length ball, pushing to the offside, off the Nelson, so there we go.
Single to finish the 29th over.
So are you due to Ewan tomorrow, were you?
No, we travel tomorrow. We're playing on Tuesday.
You're playing on Tuesday, are you?
Yeah. Yeah, travel days aren't my favourite days, but
On the
got to
team
be
bus?
done. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh.
It's worse ways to travel, though, I guess.
Well, we used to, back in the day, you'd have your own car and you'd be sponsored cars driving around like headless chickens all over the place.
Did you used to car share? Did you have someone
We
that
had
you
car
used to
shared, yeah.
always
You'd be
go
always,
with?
yeah, always trying to. It was always the clan. You always knew who was travelling with who. Yeah, I'll pick them up. I'll pick them up. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, not anymore. We used to have all our sponsored cars. Not anymore. I had a Ford Probe because I remember doing an advert for White's Brothers that said, probably the best drive I've ever driven or something like that. And clang, clang, clang. It was a good car. It's well bowled again, just prodding. It's just turning a little bit. He's got a little bit of drift.
Slightly too straight, that one from Coles. Banton able to work it into square leg region.
Yes, when he drifts just onto the leg, it just allows, but when he's getting that little bit of drift and then hitting off stump and then offering the bit of turn, there's a bit of bounce on those wickets. That's what I'm saying. I'm praising the groundsman here to produce a very good wicket. For it to be still a little bit green on the third day, we've had some warm weather.
Credit to Nick Pepper and his team here.
So I always used to like bowling in Taunton. We had a groundsman back in the day called Phil Frost, and you could never tell which wicket, where the wicket was on the square. It was so green. The underneath was so hard. And that just green tinge, green grass just made it kiss. Didn't do anything sideways, just kissed. And the beauty of that was when it kissed, you leave little marks, dewy marks and moisture marks on the wicket, but it kept the ball in such good condition because it wasn't never rough. And there's no, didn't rough the ball up, so you could always get the ball swinging. But this is going back to the days of walking up going, where's the hell's the strip? Where's the wicket? I still like turning up to those days. It was the ones where you thought, Christ, I can see this wicket from 5 miles away on the first day. I'd be dreading.
Still McAndrew, who's found the outside edge of Banton, but played down to the surface. Just taking a little shuffle towards the bowler there, Tom Banton.
Getting a little bit of shape coming back in, so it's a shame really because there's nobody down square leg, deep square, deep wicket. Only one on the leg side. A little bit frustrated he's missed out on 2 of those. Good single. And a good left foot of Ollie Robinson can never beat a size 12, especially a big bowler. You try to get down to the ball. There's always a dread when you see a ball like that because you think to yourself, please don't hit me in the ankle, bobble before you put your foot down.
Was that a trusty method of yours, was it?
It was
on
a trusty
occasion?
method with me, yes. If I didn't think I was going to dive and look like somebody felling a sycamore tree. Me big mason boots, big size 13, which they were back then. Nothing wrong in using a size 13. Good short ball. So that's going to be frustrating the Sussex bowlers. Just the singles. 35 needed. There's enough balls to face to knock those off.
Every run being applauded here as well.
Well, they're not going home, are they, the spectators, which has been, I hear that the last few days have had some good crowds in, so I think that's helpful that the weather's been so nice as well. Banton just shuffling slightly forward, making that slightly fuller ball. So 117 for 4, 31st over, 4 remaining before the dreaded half hour. Well, I want to pass over to to Peter. I've got names wrong all day today, and I did last night as well, so I want to hold back to Peter because he's back from his lavatory break, which is probably the longest in history. But so I'll pass you on over.
Thanks, Caddy. Thanks for joining us. Still going to be the left arm spin of James Coles. Gregory on strike. Pushed up to mid-off, no run.
I think Caddy was enjoying himself there, Soph. What do you think?
I think he was, yeah.
That's a good job. It's not an unfamiliar thing for finally when Caddy's finished bowling, I'll get a turn. Great job by Lewis Gregory so far. Of all the knocks I've seen, he's put in some important ones, normally in that sort of 7-8 position. I think if he can just see this one home, this will go down as one of his better 4-day knocks in the context, opening the batting. Some sharp turn on offer. And the left arm spinner, that was a very impressive delivery, the one that got Tom Abel out. Very similar to the last wicket of the Sussex innings, wasn't it? From Leach, that just turned away from Robinson sharply, caught and slip. Somerset still need to be watchful here. 33 runs adrift at the moment. 4 wickets down. Banton on 9. Good batting so far from Somerset, especially this last period, just milking those singles, frustrating the Sussex bowlers and captain. You always feel like cricket is, you know, when you're in the field, you're always one fielder short, and trying to pull them from somewhere else can be a bit of a headache. On the subject of heads, we've got a double header. Sunday Fun Day on June the 15th. Somerset women versus Durham, and Somerset men versus the Kent Spitfire.
There's not many sort of those names left now, is there? The Kent Spitfires, Sussex Sharks. There's not that many counties that still have their...
Not many have retained the name. I think
yeah.
that popped up very early 2000s when everyone, you know, the remarketing of county cricket for the limited overs competition. We all got our names. Do you remember Somerset?
Somerset Sabres.
Somerset Sabres. So the Wyvern with a sabre in his hand looked very fierce. I can remember the first shirts we got were these maroon, thick polyester shirts that weighed about 5 kilos each. I'm pretty sure they procured them from like Mountain Warehouse or something like that. They were so heavy. Good to see how the old materials for those things have improved over the years. So Lewis Gregory takes guard.
Off spin of Jack Carson back into the attack, so only a couple of overs from McAndrew.
Definitely a bit going on. I wonder if Sussex are tempted to have one last beg to Ollie Robinson to come back into the attack. It feels like it's getting very close to last throw of the dice time here for Sussex. As Caddy rightly said, we've got 3 overs remaining as Gregory slog sweeps and slog sweeps well for 4.
Square leg fielder completely lost that. It's going in the wrong direction, but well hit by Gregory, and he's going to maybe use being attacking as the best form of defence to get these last few runs for Somerset.
Yeah, I don't think he'll want to give it away. He's played beautifully here, but yeah, he's a positive-minded cricketer in all aspects of the way he captains and bats. He certainly had a good lash at that one. One of the questions in the mind of Sussex captain, I know you've got to play each day to its fullest, but Robertson bowled a fair few overs in that first innings, 26, 8 today, so 34 in total. You know, looking at the bigger picture of keeping him fit for the season, that might be part of the thinking to maybe hope the spinners can do some damage. There's a conversation being had with Robinson, not by the captain though. Doesn't look like he's preparing himself to bowl at the moment, but yeah, certainly into that realms of last throw of the dice here. 122. Somerset at the moment 28. They need to chase this total. And a fascinating day's play, a couple of days' play really. In fact, all 3 have been very engaging.
Reverse from
Banton.
Banton.
The trademark shot for 4. First met Tom Banton, I think it would have been 2018, maybe 19, his first season. I was just playing one-day cricket that year. We played a second team game, and he scored a double 100 away against Kent. And I think he scored 120 of his runs either sweeping or reverse sweeping. Didn't matter if it was a medium pace bowler or a spinner. It was just incredible to watch. It was like the real first time I saw live a young cricketer play the game in a completely alien manner to how I was brought up. It was unbelievable stuff, and obviously he was a absolute main reason for the success that we won that Royal London Trophy at Lord's later on that summer.
He wouldn't have been very old then either, would he?
He was very fresh, but just played incredible shots. Had no baggage, no scar tissue. Just went out there, and that's the way he did it. And yeah, it was amazing to watch. Quite a few years on. Now, I think the last couple of years he's really come on as a batter in terms of the big picture, all formats. Now he's started to produce. I think maybe that 371 is hard to say. That could be his finest moment in a Somerset shirt. He's already had it. I mean, what an incredible performance that was against Worcestershire. End of a productive over at Somerset. 24 runs deficit.
Umpires are getting together, having a chat.
Yeah, I don't think there'll be any doubt. They'll definitely take the extra half an hour, being so close to the target. For those who might not understand, you could imagine being on this wonderful island of weather we live, that Somerset could be 3 runs short at the close of play and day 4 gets washed out by rain. And I think that's kind of part of the thinking behind the extra half an hour. You can have it at lunch and tea intervals. Any close of an innings that can be finished, they will add those extra 30 minutes, give or take 8 overs. We're certainly going to see a bit of extra action tonight.
Gregory trying to give himself room there, access the big space on the offside. Field is spread slightly on the leg side.
Clean strike by Gregory. Straight enough. Robinson can do the fielding down at long on. Calmly taking him away. I wonder if Banton's eyeing up that vacant gully line in the hall. Simpson spotted it and he's moved that deep cover fielder to deep point. If he's got it in his mind there, that one fielder won't put him off. Sensible option. Just
yeah, it's
moving
good
down
bang
the
that.
crease, clipping it to long on.
One ball to go then, Carson's 7th overs. Gregory looks to sweep, and I'm not sure how that's gone to sort of third man, but
Pad back of the bat,
come off the back of the bat or something like that, yeah. Almost threw the shot and caught it up on the way round.
Let's have a look at that one. rather unorthodox.
Yeah, he did. Called it up on the way around. He should have swung a bit harder. He could have hit that for 4 there.
The skills of the man.
Moves to 73. Needs to stretch his calves a little bit.
For a further 8
He'll be desperate to see this home for Somerset now.
And they've just announced that the half hour has been taken and starts now. It looks like 150 is not going to quite be enough for Sussex today. They've fought hard, fought well, led by captain John Simpson. Ollie Robertson was spectacular with the ball in his opening spell. Maybe a slightly missed trick that John Simpson didn't negotiate one last little blast out of him, just to see if he could do something special. Oof. Slid on with the arm. Oh, Banton drives and caught at extra cover. Nice piece of bowling, good bit of flight and drop there from Coles. He picks up his second. Banton will be disappointed with that. Pass in the buck down the batting order.
Fair play to James Coles. He's bowled a tidy spell so far in a few dot balls, building on Banton, and goes for the big drive. Can only find one of the two catching fielders at cover as Archie Vaughan makes his way down the stairs and onto the pitch.
Well, certainly just throws that responsibility right back onto Gregory's shoulders again. Archie Vaughan strides to the crease. I don't want to put the commentator's curse on him, but one of the features of his cricket that I've seen, he's been a very good player of spin, and he's going to need all of those skills for these next 20 runs. Nice bit of confidence in the walk of Archie Vaughan following that first innings score of 80.
Somerset still need 20 runs here then. 5 wickets needed for Sussex.
I mean, you never say never. Catches just moved from short leg to silly point, very, very close. Under the helmet there in front of Archie Vaughan, no margin for error. Right on cue, the ball goes to where he was, the short leg. Probably not an opportunity there, didn't really think they carried.
Oh, I felt that.
Silly points taken one for the team there, but that would have been something that would have nestled into the midriff of silly points. We have a look at that replay. Oh, it's hit him square in the middle of the hands. Uppish though from Vaughan. Very similar to the dismissal of Banton. I wonder if that would have been on the right line for one of those catches, and Silly mid-off's just got in the way. Friday the 13th of June, you've got Somerset taking on Lancashire Thunder. Somerset women in action, tickets are £5, and then you get the treat of watching Sophie Luff perform on stage with Forever Swift. Could be in the realms of fake news, but let's make it happen.
Interesting little spell here now. Gregory well set on 73. New man in Vaughan. How does the Somerset skipper play it from here?
Down the wicket and 4. That's how he's going to play it. He's going to be positive. I think I'm just going to make a comment on the positioning of the 3 scouts that are out on the leg side. I think they're really smartly placed in the context of the game. They're both all 3 of them 3/4 the way back. They're just trying to play on the ego of Lewis Gregory, giving him a bit of a gap in behind. Any kind of a false shot, they're very much in the game, but Gregory's come down the line of stumps and jumped on that opportunity. Gregory will just pick and choose his times to be positive. I'd probably like to see a few runs coming from the other end.
Beautiful drive again. Beats mid-off and is left this time. Gregory into the 80s. And is very, very close to taking Somerset home here.
Just trying to do the maths there. Could we get within 1 and then a 6 for 100 for Lewis Gregory? There's not enough runs. I don't think the Somerset captain will mind, though. This has been a monumental effort by the Somerset captain and opening batter.
He goes again. That might make it as well. It does. Brilliant from Lewis Gregory. Great footwork.
Nice use of the bat face there. Gregory just opening the blade, exposing that extra cover area, 3 boundaries in the over, and that really should see it home for Somerset here. 8 runs required now. Gregory on 85. Down the wicket again, down the ground to Ollie Robinson. Splendid batting by the Somerset captain. Really taking charge of the situation where came in. He was nicked off second ball off of a no ball, and what a massive moment that looks to be. You take away Gregory's 86 runs from those 143 and could have been quite an upset here at the Cooper Associates county ground, but he's made the most of his life.
Yeah, he certainly made them pay for that costly mistake. Ollie Robinson overstepping. And just 7 needed now for Somerset. Cuts away another single.
Only a few runs, it would be a great thing if Archie Vaughan can Stay around, hit those winning runs. Such a special feeling. Winning a championship game, chasing a total, hitting those last couple of shots. Only one hit, so I reckon that's in Gregory's mind. I don't think it's
yeah,
in Archie's.
agreed.
No man out on the sweep. Be too much for me, that's safe, I'm afraid.
Too tempting.
Massive slog sweep incoming.
Playing this nicely at the moment, Vaughan. I think it'll be 1 ball to go, and over to you, Skip. Oh, he's gone for the reverse, finds the fielder. Can't say I was expecting him to go to that option.
See,
off
that
the
blows
last,
my mind. You've got all
ball.
the fielders on that side, no fielders on the other side, and you play the sweep where all the fielders are. That is a mystery. Gone through that over. 6 to win now for Somerset. 144 for 5. Lewis Gregory, stand-in opening batter. I'm trying to find the right sort of phrase, really, or just new opening batter. Hard to argue. He had a bright start in the first innings. Probably didn't get the score he wanted, but he certainly backed it up in this second innings. Batted beautifully since the second ball. The last championship match won here. An epic game against Sussex. Won with a 6. Will we see it again? Looks like Ollie Robinson at long ons come even closer in. There's about, I'd say, 25 yards between him and the boundary, and the way that Lewis strikes the ball, probably only has to get half of it. Very watchful. Down the wicket, pounded towards Robinson. Smartly round to do the fielding.
Vaughan goes for that reverse again.
Certainly a good option in regard to the field. Anything on it, you'd probably pick up a boundary, you'd think. I do think an off spinner though, coming down the line of off stump, just hitting the ball straight would be the calculated option for an aggressive shot here. And he's taken that option, he's popped it over, wide, mid-on, mid-wicket area, and he's going to pick up 4. Good batting there from Archie Vaughan. He gets Somerset within a run. Down the line of the stumps. Sort of mitigate the risk by getting your pad in the way. If it does turn sharply, it will hit the pad. If it's in your slot, you can just throw your arms through the ball. Good batting by Archie Vaughan.
He's got the opportunity, this last ball with Carson's over, to hit the winning runs for Somerset.
it's quite fitting that Lewis Gregory has the opportunity to hit these winning runs. Cement a real high quality couple of championship games back to back for Somerset if they can just see this one home. It's amazing what a couple of games can do. There was talks of doom and gloom and the dreaded R, and now all of a sudden a couple of good wins and all change going into the T20 season.
I think that week off did him the world of good. Come back refreshed, revitalised, and yeah, to pick up a win against Essex and Sussex here.
Lots of cricket here also at Taunton, as you saw on the screen. The 7th of June, England women take on the West Indies in an ODI here at Taunton. Tickets are selling out, so get online as we watch this final little passage in this fascinating game of Rothesay County Championship cricket. Seems like an awful lot's happened in the 3 days. And there's the run that Somerset require, very fittingly scored by captain Lewis Gregory, who's going to finish 89 not out, a magnificent captain's knock at the top of the order. Somerset take the spoils here against Sussex. And Sophie, who've been there before, not out, runs as a captain. Life's good in the Gregory mind at the moment.
Yeah, no better feeling. He'll be delighted that firstly Somerset have won the game, but to lead from the front, take that responsibility at the top of the order. It's a proper captain's innings by Lewis, and yeah, we'll give the boys a lot of confidence going up to Durham next week.
Yeah, great win by the lads, and an opportunity of course for Luffy just to get a singing of the Blackbird tuned in. If you want to go over there and join in, I'm sure you'll be welcome. Umpires giving a thumbs up and a nod to the groundsmen who have prepared a very, very good cricket pitch for this game. Safe travels for all Sussex fans and the team themselves. We've had quite excellent 3 days cricket here. I'm sure we'll get the game summary up on the screen soon. We'll just enjoy watching Archie Vaughan, who I think's had a magnificent game as well, coming in down the order, batting number 7. He's backed up with 80. Probably one of the better 4 not-outs he'll score in his career. Always feels great walking off with a win, but I think the big applause have to go to Lewis Gregory. Simpson leading his team off, who played through this week as well. But Sussex fought really hard after a disappointing first innings to take the game this far. To get Somerset 5 down, you have to say. Could have easily been 4 or 5 down in that first 5 overs, the way that Ollie Robertson and McAndrew bowled. Somerset fought well, fought hard, and they've deserved the win. There's the captain, great big cheesy grin on his face.
Yeah, he might be doing it in the next game now.
Oh, he's definitely given himself every chance of getting another crack at it. And Josh Davey as well. I thought he played very well for his 28 in the first innings. Doesn't sound like a lot, but he batted for the best part of the session. Was unlucky, I think, to get out. Just hit his back arm, that particular delivery. So he did pretty well. Here's the match summary. Vaughan 80. Standout performance in that first innings. McAndrew 4 for 71. Sussex in their first innings really struggled without any real contributions. Ended up being dismissed for 152. Sussex second innings was a much better effort of 335. John Simpson left not out on 82. Leachy, the star bowler, 4 for 51 off his 24.2 overs. And there's no doubt the star of the show today in the Somerset innings was Captain Lewis Gregory, opening batting for the first time and scoring 89 not out. Ollie Robinson was dangerous up top, picked up a couple of wickets, but 150 was never quite enough. So
No, it wasn't. We did think that it was touch and go at one point, didn't we? But you know, Somerset like to keep you on the edge of your seat. So yeah, brilliant job by Lewis, and I think that partnership with Tom Abel in particular just settled the nerves a little bit, didn't it? Took Tom a while to get off the mark, but his time at the crease was what set up the game there. So yeah, credit to Somerset, and yeah, they'll be looking for a few days off before they head up to Durham now.
yeah, pack the extra layers. We've had a great time. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage. It's been a pleasure sitting with you for the first time this season, Soph, and thanks to Vic Marks, who's on the rattler somewhere on the way back to Tiverton or wherever he disappears off to. But it's been a pleasure. Thanks for joining us for this Rothesay County Championship as Somerset take the spoils against Sussex. We will be back on air for the next home game, and we look forward to seeing you soon.
Well, welcome to another player podcast at the Cooper Associates County, we should say. Today we're joined by Errol Sapaya. Errol, welcome back to Taunton. Lovely to see you.
Thank you. Yeah, glad to be back here.
Let's go straight in where everybody will remember you for. 6 for 5 against Glamorgan. T20,
yeah.
July 2011.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that must be one of those occasions that you're never, ever going to be allowed to forget. Well, I'm not going to let you forget it, am I?
No, it was a special evening, probably quite similar to what we have here. It was a dark, sort of wet evening at Sophia Gardens. It was called Sophia Gardens then in Cardiff. And yeah, I remember warming up, and I think according to Trez, and Trez was the captain, and they just wanted to play 3 spinners.
Yeah.
And so Kartik was one of the spinners, Max Waller and myself. And we won the toss, I think, and fielded first. And Kartik opened the bowling. First ball, Joss was keeping. He pitched it outside leg stump and hit Joss's right shoulder.
Right.
So it spun a lot.
Yeah.
It was a very dry wicket. But anyway, so it was I didn't come on to bowl till probably after 10 overs.
Right.
Yeah. I think Trez was like, just chucked me the ball and said, look, just get a couple of overs in, go as little as possible, and then your job is done. So fair play, I'll do that. I ended up taking wickets, oddly enough, and yeah, it was just surreal, the whole how it all just happened within a space of 3.2 overs, and yeah, I mean the pitch did offer a lot of assistance, but you still had to put it in the right areas, and yeah, it was an incredible evening, which I will never forget.
And this was the world record, and was only recently beaten, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right. Yes, only quite recent, as probably about two years ago.
Yeah,
2 years ago. And that as well, there's a story behind that. And I came back from the supermarket and put on the TV, and Leicester were playing against Warwickshire. And is it Colin Ackerman? He was bowling. I think he had got 4 wickets then. So I was watching it, and then he got this 5th wicket. And I was like, I think my record could be broken here. And then he got the 6th one. And by then Warwickshire needed, they needed pretty much six every ball. and I think then he got his 7th wicket, caught in the deep mid wicket. I think it was Jeetan Patel, and that was it really. Which, I mean, records are there to be broken, but then straight away I messaged Colin Ackerman to say, many congratulations, and celebrate it while it lasts, cherish it, and it's all good. Yeah.
So you held the record for 8 years.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I've given a lot of people hope. I think there's been a lot of figures that are very, very close, and actually it won't surprise me that someone will take 8 wickets. I think you just need to get on a roll, and why not? I mean, like you just saw Sydney Thunder being bowled out for 15, about 3 weeks ago, which you never thought that would happen in a professional setup, but. Yeah, I think getting 8 wickets is possible. You never know.
So let's go right back to the start. How do you end up coming to be part of Somerset? Because you were born in Kuala Lumpur, in Malaysia. How does a lad like you end up playing for Somerset in the first place?
Yes, so I was very fortunate. I gained a cricket scholarship to Millfield School, which is obviously based in Somerset, and I started in my third form, so age 12, and obviously the most sensible option was to come through the Somerset setup, the county age groups. So I just played for Somerset since under 12s, under 13s, worked my way up, and that's how I ended up playing for Somerset. And I'm pretty much a West Country boy, even though yes, I'm from Malaysia. But I've been here for 28 years. So I was at Milford for 5 years. I did my A levels under the and I had very, very lucky to have coaches like Mark Davis, who was a former Somerset player, and Richard Ellison as well. And straight after school, I went to Exeter Uni, which is just further down the road, further southwest. So, and then straight after that, I was with Somerset. So I'm pretty much a West Country boy, and I played for Devon as well, for a couple of years, which I definitely helped me in my progression as a cricketer. But yeah, just by being at Millfield, and and I know it sounds silly, about 8,000 miles away, but and that's how I ended up playing for Somerset.
Who was in your sort of year group that you played through with, who people would have known?
Yeah, so Wes Durston,
right,
James Hildreth.
Yeah.
So James was 2 years below me, academic years. Wes was maybe a couple of years above me. There was Max Waller, Craig Keyswetter. There's quite a few names. I remember when I started at Millfield, I will still not forget this. The first match I went to watch Millfield First 11 playing, I swear the keeper was probably about 5-10 yards inside the boundary.
Right.
And the bowler was running in and letting go of this ball, and it was Simon Jones.
Really?
Yes. Yeah. So I was lucky enough, Simon Jones was there, Dean Kosker. Yes. So yeah, there's a lot of cricketers that have come through from Millfield. Very fortunate for that. There's a lot of names that to mention.
Yeah. And obviously, it wasn't easy though to break into the team here, was it? You sort of had quite a period of trying to get in and not quite get in there. Tell me about that period of time.
Yeah, it was difficult. I mean, there was a lot of competition, and I think the only way that I could get in was to actually open, bat in the top 3 for the second team.
Yeah.
And so I put my hand up and said, look, I'll open. And I actually then transformed myself to be an opening batsman. And by doing that, that gave me a small window to get into the first team, an opportunity to get in. And, that paid dividends. And that's how I really got into the first 11, was actually transforming from a middle order player, at school. There's this running joke that I got 4 years running I won the fastest 50 competition.
Yeah.
So I was definitely a stroke player, someone that would get on with it. But then for me to get into the setup, I had to just transform or put my name in the hat to say, look, I'm going to open and challenge myself. And that's how I got in, really. Yeah.
You were a pretty sharp fielder, though, weren't you? I've seen you take some pretty good catches over the years.
Yeah, I've always that is one of my strengths, was my fielding. Always it was all down to pride and attitude in fielding, and I really enjoyed it. And I must admit that I myself have kind of surprised myself. I've taken some spectacular catches over the years, but for me it was just something, whatever way I can contribute to the team. And actually in 2005, when we won the T20 Cup under Graham Smith, I got in the team because of my fielding.
Yep.
Simple as that. Because I think it was again at Cardiff. I came on as a 12th man, and I think I took 3 catches, and the last catch was a running diving catch from long off to mid off, and it was to save the match. Basically, it was a tied match. Yeah. But after that night, it was like, well, yeah, you're playing for the rest of the, because of the energy that I brought. So it was something that I really, found quite easy to control, and so I really enjoyed it.
I think I remember you playing at Northants and doing a stunning piece of stopping there. And you were one of the first people I remember used to wear long sleeves.
Yes, that's right.
You?
Yes, I always wear long sleeves fielding, simply because I would be diving everywhere. So it was just a protection for my skin, really. I know now that you got tuber grips and all those things, but I used long sleeves, and that's what I would pride myself is basically just to stop everything that comes my way, regardless of anything, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. Yeah.
Let's talk about red ball cricket particularly for you. You had one very good season, didn't you? 2009.
Yeah.
Tell me about that season.
Yeah, I think it was a build-up from a couple of years before that, from sort of 2007 really. I felt that I was playing good cricket in 2007 and, wasn't getting the opportunity. And I think 2007 was when we came up, right, from we were champions of Division 2. So everyone was playing well. There was no need to change the team. We were on a high. But I personally thought I was playing quite nicely and doing as well as I could. And then 2008 was the year where I actually found, that I had the opportunity to play a few first team games and actually made a difference. And I just took it with me. I learned as much as I could over the last 2 years. And 2009 was again, I think it was pre-season, all down to pre-season. And I got a lot of runs over pre-season. I think I made a couple of hundreds or 300s in 3 pre-season games, which meant that I guess I didn't give a choice, for the selectors of the coach, captain, who to go with. So I suppose they went with me. And 2009 was my best year by a long way, and really enjoyed it. To be sandwiched in between Trescothick and Justin Langer, open with Trez and Justin Langer at number 3. So that was quite, I was a bit starstruck. But I just went about doing my job. At times I would go like, well, Trez is playing on a different wicket. But then I just had to do my bit. So I think as a pair we worked really well. We bonded really, really well.
That was the year of the game with Yorkshire down here. Tell me about that.
Oh,
that was a spectacular match, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I think we were chasing 470, 475, and I remember Yorkshire. They batted the last morning as well. Batted up to sort of lunchtime, and they may have had 20 minutes at us before lunch. So we had essentially 2 sessions to get 475. In all honesty, we just went out there to bat. We just batted, and obviously Trez went off like a bullet, and I did too. And I think we just kept going, and I think that's when I sensed sort of at tea time. I sensed that the fielders, the bowlers, the captain, of the opponent, Yorkshire, they were kind of they were panicking a little bit. They were not quite sure, and I sensed that actually, the game is there for us to win it if as long as we, hold wickets and continue what we're doing, and we still had a massive task, but that gave. I remember Langer, David Stiff.
Yes.
Stiffy, he came in at number 3.
Yeah, he came
as a pinch hitter, and my God, I think he made 49 of like 20 balls, and I think that shifted the momentum as well massively, or showed our intent to actually, we want to win this match, and then Triggs at the end there to get a ton, that was unreal. So. It was just set up for him. It was one of Trigo's innings, wasn't it? It was just set up. It was just brilliant. It was amazing. I think, I don't know how many people were in, but I think, you definitely got your money's worth.
That was one of those never to be forgotten days, because you got 131, which was your career best at that stage.
Yeah, at that stage. Yeah, that's right. And that's when I sensed actually we just got to take a few more risks. And it worked out really well. And I remember coming off, getting out and going, guys, I think, we can win this, definitely. So I think, there was a belief there. And I think I remember Xander hit the winning runs, and it just poured with rain after that. So,
like it was meant to be.
Yes, exactly, yeah. So I think since then, I think teams have been quite reluctant to set anything below 500.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That was a special match.
It was.
And then 2 years later, you had another good season, didn't you? And you opened the innings against India with somebody, again, a bit special.
Yes, Andrew Strauss. Not very often you can say that you've been opening with international superstars. Again, he was...
Against superstars?
Yes, against, big superstars.
Yeah.
One of my idols, Sachin, who I've always, followed from a young age, and... that's probably the main reason why I played cricket, really. But it was. I remember we had a match at Nottingham the day before. We finished a 4-day match.
Yeah.
I don't know what the result was. I didn't think we did too well, or I didn't do too well at Nottingham. And I was obviously travelling back, and we didn't get back till about 10, 11, in the evening. But next day. Presented itself, and it was a fresh day. It was a good day. It was a nice sunny day to bat. We won the toss, and we batted. Usually, traditionally, the touring teams bat first, but I think we were having none of that. I think Strauss was quite adamant that we do what we need to, and try to lower the morale of the Indian team. And I think we did well. I think that whole situation. I remember batting up to lunch, and I struggled. I wasn't as fluent. I was probably about 30, 40 not out at lunchtime. And then all of a sudden after lunch, it just clicked. Everything just clicked into gear, and it just starting to flow. Everything just started to flow, and by then, it just became, just really lovely to bat on. It was good. Yeah.
And what's it like batting with people like Trez and Strauss and Langer, and you've been lucky enough to play alongside in the opposite end to lots of big names. I mean, what's it like batting in the best seat in the house?
Yeah, I mean, you learn a lot. I think the key here is not to play like them. I think you've just got to play your own game and trust your game. So batting with Trez was amazing. purely because we, not so much, his quality was obviously very, very different, at a much higher caliber. But I think little things like we pick up on, like watching the bowler, how they hold the ball, what they were trying to do, which way they're trying to swing, whether it was reverse swing. So we would convey all those, and actually I think for me that was the partnership. It was about giving as much information as possible to one another, and then it was up to each individual to use that. So it wasn't so much about how you play or, this is what you have to do. It was about just, trying to pick their brain and going, okay, yeah, maybe what about me doing this? And just, so I think I found that really helpful with Trez, and in a lot of similarities in terms of actually the process of batting. Yeah. Not so much batting itself, the process of it. And then on the other side, Langer, who was simply amazing for me. I think he played a massive role in my development. However, if you played a miss a ball, he would come down the wicket and tell you off, and go, come on, concentrate, next ball, So every ball was like a golden ball, which I understand because you only get one chance. So there's no right or wrong way, but I think you've just got to find what works for you. But I think for me, playing with these superstar big players like Andrew Strauss again, he was very level-headed, very calming influence. So you just got to pick their brain rather than replicate what they're trying to do. Because I remember at Warwickshire, I came off laughing, but it was a tough wicket. We won the match. I think it was 2012 possibly at Warwickshire. And it was a tough wicket, but I got it just on the stroke of lunch, and I only made 2 runs. So I batted a whole session for 2 runs, and I think Treswell was on 70 odd already. But funny enough, I came off and I just sort of just had a giggle because I had to. You would have thought I'd nick one for 4 or whatever, but I just couldn't. But oddly enough, I got a lot of praise for that innings because that set up for other players to come in to, and obviously Trez was playing on a different wicket. I found it really difficult, but it just shows you that you just got to go about what you stick to your strengths, and just also at times appreciate what's at the other end. Obviously Trez took a lot of pressure off me, so which was amazing.
Yeah, and obviously. Being in best seat of the house with people like Tendulkar and Dravid out there. I mean, what was that like, being so close to them and watching them play?
Yeah, starstruck. I remember Sachin walked into bat. I was like frozen. I was fielding at points, and I was like, oh my god, I can't believe it. My idol is coming in, and all how his routine, his tap this, tap that with his bat. Yeah, just very fortunate to play against and with these superstars. Like I remember Ponting playing here,
of course.
Graham Smith. Yeah. We've had some big names playing for Somerset. The likes of Kieran Pollard, in T20. I think it's about just learning from them because they've got all the experience. They've seen it all. There's a reason why they are the best. So I think it's just, even when Hashim Amla played for Nottingham, I went into the dressing room and spoke to him for a couple of hours just to pick his brain, just to obviously work, find out how to be more successful. And not everything works for the individual. You've got to pick what is right for you. But there's no harm talking about the game. Yeah.
And all too soon it came to an end for you, didn't it? Because you had injured knees and you had to pack up in 2013.
Yeah, 2013. Yeah, so sort of like 4 years on from my sort of best year. I've always struggled with my knees. I've got patellar tendonitis, so it was very difficult. I've had it, long term, and I think it just got to a point where it was sort of affecting my day-to-day living, my lifestyle, and like driving, sitting down to have a meal, I was in agony, or even just, walking around and stuff like that. So And yeah, and unfortunately, and you know, that's something with professional sports. It's a short career, and you know, these things happen. I thought, well, actually, I need to look after myself, and obviously with the advice of the surgeons that I saw was best that if I just, you know, retire and look after my knees and you know, go from there. So, I mean. It was obviously very sad to retire under those circumstances, but again, you know, I think I can honestly say that I've given everything, like put my hand up and worked hard for it, and I've enjoyed it. So, and you know, you just got to make the most out of it.
And what about one or two sort of special moments? I know that, you know, that ton in that game against Yorkshire here, and again with Straussy and the wicket haul, but one or two other little sort of moments, things that I might not pick out as highlights that you might want to remember.
Yeah, I think it was against Northants here, T20 match, and Alton Chigambura, who was the overseas player for them from Zimbabwe, and I came on to bowl and I got him out my first ball. But I think that, because I think it was the quarterfinals, home quarterfinals, but that was a turning point as well. For me, that was quite, you know, high up there on one of my sort of list. That's quite. I remember,
because you had a long time in the changing room with a whole range of people, didn't you?
Yeah.
So there must be one or two little things that maybe sort of click there for you.
That's going back quite a while now.
Must be a Trigo story somewhere.
Trigo. Yeah, you remember, what was it, changing those and the Colin Atkinson Pavilion back in the days with Big Graham Rose and all those, you know, Piran Holloway and all of that. And, you know, Jamie Cox was captain then. This, I guess, my debut 100, first class at Derbyshire.
Right.
There were three of us from Millfield, so it was me, Hildreth and Wes.
Yeah.
And we all got hundreds. So, you know, that was Wes's debut maiden 100 as well.
Right.
Mine too. So that was quite you know, something unforgettable, which was, you know, a very proud moment. I don't know. You should put me on. It's a very good question. There's a lot. I think, if anything, you're right. If anything, it's more things like catches that come to mind. Like, I think in 2005, Shah Willoughby was bowling, and what's his name against Gloucestershire? Craig Spearman ballooned up one over covers, and I pretty much sprinted for about 40-50 metres and took a diving catch in front of a packed house. I think that's the day where we made the world record. 250 plus.
That was with JL and
Cameron White. And I remember Cameron White hitting a ball to the gates here. He was a good player. He could hit big balls. But it was more about moments of like catches and stuff like that, rather than, you know, sort of like, again, taking a catch. I remember it was at Hampshire in the finals day, we tied the match.
Yes.
And then
Never forget that one.
and Afridi, it was at Warwickshire, and Afridi was batting, and it was a sky, and I took the catch at deep mid wicket. So again, that was a, you know, sort of a contribution. You know, in front of big crowds and you know,
and let's just talk about a development that happened whilst you were playing, because you were playing before T20 arrived, weren't you?
That's right.
So I mean, what was the attitude of people then? I mean, what was your thinking? I mean, now we've taken it just for granted, don't we? But I mean, back when it started, there was, you know, what was the general feeling about in the game of people like you towards the T20 game, which was completely different?
Yeah, it was. I think it started in 2004,
Three.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, 2003. I think Leicester were the team to beat, right? Yeah, I started 2001.
Yeah.
Around there, and it was all very new. It was still unknown, but I think when I played, we had a squad of players that would play in all three formats.
Yeah.
And that was the difference.
Yeah.
We had to adapt our games to fit in. So I remember playing, a 4-day match and then a 1-day match, and then, trying to adapt to T20 as well. So, but whereas now, the difference now, I think there's separate teams for each competition, if I'm not mistaken. So essentially a different squad for each competition, and so players are able to come in and out, but whereas then I think everyone had to just adapt, whatever the conditions were, and for you to play. So for example, like me, I was opening the batting or batting the top 3 or whatever, but then I found myself batting at number 7. But then I had to adapt to white ball cricket, so I had to learn about death hitting, so I might go into matches where I require a runner ball, or where it's under tight situations, or where there's only 2 overs left and I have to put try to slog it. So I think my role was quite different as such when the red ball and white ball. So I had to red ball cricket opening was completely different. So I had to adapt quite a lot, and I actually found it okay. I actually found batting at number 7, 6 down the order in 1-day cricket actually not bad. I found a niche there, and obviously I could bowl half the overs or my full quota. So it is, it's difficult. I think, I think back then, it was.
It's only 20 years ago. Yeah, but it was back then, aren't we?
I mean, I don't think we were looking at big scores. So for us to get that 250 against Gloucestershire, that was a huge total. But I think, generally speaking, high sort of 180s, 170s were good scores. So it was still relatively new. But whereas now, I think players just go hard at it from ball 1 to ball, 120. Every ball, and there's no fear. Whereas I think back then there was also I've got to play well to keep my place in the team. So whereas now I think it's just go hard, So, and I actually can't keep up with the number of T20 tournaments that's happening. It's everywhere. There's a lot. Like today, the South African T20 series has just started. So it's a lot.
Exciting times. If you had your time again, would you do it all over again?
Yes, most definitely. I think that there's things where you learn throughout your career, and if anything, I would probably take it easier during training days. I train. I wouldn't say train less, but I train smarter. So save myself for matches, and actually I wouldn't try to put too much pressure on myself. Because at the end of the day, it is a game. You've got to enjoy it. But I think, definitely, there's areas where you tweak and change. But I think, generally speaking, the whole lot. Yes, I'd love to do it. Yeah, I'd love to do it again.
If you had to choose one format, what would it be?
I'm a purist. Question. Yeah, no, it's red ball. Yeah. Red ball for me. Look, cricket evolves, so do human beings and everything. But I think for me, I judge a cricketer, or like to judge a cricketer based on red ball, first class Test cricket. But yeah, because for me that's the purest form. It tests you with everything: character, tactically, technically, everything really. And there's opportunity for you to also get big runs. And it was difficult. 4-day cricket is not easy. I mean, Test cricket. It's the reason why it's called Test cricket. Got the test of everything. stamina. It's because first innings and second innings, or playing the first and fourth innings, is completely different. The pitch changes a lot, so you've got to adapt. Yeah, conditions change a lot.
And now you're back living in Taunton.
Yes, I am. Yes, I had a brief period in London for 3 years. Unfortunately, I wasn't too well, so I had all my treatment up in London, and thankfully I thank the PCA for that, and people around me to support. But yeah, now I'm back in Taunton, sort of familiar surroundings, familiar faces. Really enjoying it.
Great. And obviously still follow the cricket here, still come and see what's happening?
Yes, definitely. I have done over the last few summers. Still keep in touch, obviously not with James Hildreth now, but he's obviously just retired last summer. But likes of Tom Abel. Somerset will always be part of me. It's always been and will always be part of me, and it's great to come back and actually see the supporters as well. On the Gimlet Hill.
Yes,
I see a lot of them, and they still do recognise me, which is great. But and Tractor is always there. But no, it's great. It's great to come back, and it's a very warm, friendly, family-orientated place. And Somerset cricket for me is special. I always have a special place in my heart.
Brilliant, Errol. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you.
Great to hear you talking about Somerset with so much affection. We've always enjoyed seeing you down here, and we look forward to seeing you in many, many years to come. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Thanks.
Welcome to another player podcast at Somerset County Cricket Club, and today we're joined by Ian Blackwell. Blackie, lovely to see you back here at Taunton.
Nice
Always
to be back, Richard.
Yeah,
Thanks for having me.
That's all right, you're very welcome. And I would describe you as the man who's played the most aggressive championship innings I've ever seen here or anywhere else in all my watching days. And we'll talk about that a bit later on. But can you tell us how you sort of came to be here in the first place? You came here first in 2000. How did that come about?
Yeah, I was brought up in Derbyshire, Chesterfield, and I played all the way through the age groups and got onto the staff there in 96-7. Had 3 years there, and in 2099 I played a couple of good games against Somerset actually in the one-day stuff when I was making my way for Derby, and Dermot Reeve was the coach, and I think we got hammered down here, but I think I got 80, and we got hammered at Derby and I got 40, and sort of Dermot said, I think you've got something that we'd be interested in utilising, and we need a spinner for the years going forward, because I think we just had Logger, Adrian Pearson down here, who was 38 at the time, and obviously he could see me bat as well, and he had high hopes for me, and said we want you to come and join Somerset.
And what was it like coming into the club at that stage with Dermot in charge and that sort of thing?
It was quite daunting in a way, because I think we all looked up at Dermot as an innovative coach and somebody that had obviously been at the very highest level, and he was always utilising the little grey areas in cricket, and just trying to be the best that he could be, and that sort of transpired with the squad we had. You go into a dressing room with Jamie Cox and Marcus Roscothig, Andy Caddick, Mark Lathwell, some serious players in the team, and you sort of ask yourself, are you good enough to grace the same field as them in their team? So for me, that was having to break down those barriers at the age of 20, and come into a side that was very good and try and impress.
But obviously you came in and fitted in pretty well, didn't you? You seemed to pretty quickly establish yourself in the side.
Yeah, I think first year was pretty good. I think I might have scored 800 runs and got 30 odd wickets. But when you were playing on an absolute road here at Somerset, it was difficult to take wickets. And I think anyone who said they played at Somerset in the early 2000s, they all knew it to be a batting paradise, and lots of runs, quick outfield, and bowling was quite tricky. But I did okay, and I think then Kevin Shine took over the following year, and he brought Keith Dutch in from Middlesex, and I think he favoured him over me at the outset, and I don't think I played in the first team until the middle of or I think after the first 6 games of the second season, which was obviously disappointing on my part.
But then that second season, I mean, you got runs, and we had the 2001 championship. With the cup win, didn't we?
Yeah.
I mean, that must be one of the highlights of your early career.
Yeah, it was. I think they also won it, or they won it the year before I joined, and to go back to back and sort of, I think following those footsteps of what the team did, and to actually play in every game and to do quite well. We obviously thought we got a very good one-day side that could compete every year, and obviously Gloucester were, second to none back in the day as well, and it was a very close rivalry against the Gloucesters all the way through, and we were fortunate enough to win in 2001. But yeah, it's obviously a very big highlight of my career, that as well.
And I'm guessing to lift a trophy at Lords is something a bit special, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I can't remember much of it, if I'm honest, Richard, but I just remember, I think England won 5-1 on the same day in the football, yes. And all I remember is just the phenomenal support that we had from the Somerset faithful, and, to hear everybody's names being chanted and all the adulation, especially after the crowds we get here to follow us to Lords was very special.
Yeah, you've touched on something which everybody seems to mention. The crowds here are something different, aren't they? I mean, you've obviously now involved with umpiring, and you come here, and the crowds here as a player, and when you come as an outsider to look in. I mean, there's something special about Taunton crowds, isn't there? Yeah,
I've had it on all fronts. I've obviously come down here as an opposition player as well. Certainly when I'd moved to Durham, I think when Somerset got the better of Durham in one of the, I think might have been a quarter-final down here, you just realised that I was so happy sort of being a Somerset player with the crowds that they had rather than somebody from the opposition. So, yeah, it's a great place to come. The crowds seem, almost on top of you, and they're very vocal after they've had a bit of a session on the cider, and, it just makes for a great atmosphere because there's no malice there, not to the extent where, it becomes that aggressive. But they make themselves known, and, most of the players appreciate it, and I know the home players do, and it's a great atmosphere to play in front of.
That 2001 team, I mean, you talked about Dutchie come in, Jono came in as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
And that sort of seemed to be the finishing touches in that team. It was sort of a rebuild, wasn't it, slightly? You came involved in 2000, they came in 2001, and suddenly it all seemed to click, didn't it?
It did. I think, obviously, we need to take wickets at Somerset, and I think we'd got enough batting power. Yes, we were going to miss Marcus playing for England, and, Caddy was missing at times, but when we were full strength, we did need a second spinner, and Dutchie was a very good addition to that, and he was obviously in the one-day setup as well, and me and him bowling in tandem worked very well for the club, and to have someone like Richard Johnson with his strike power, swung the ball, which if you're not going to bowl at express pace here at Somerset, if you swing it, you can get wickets, as Caddy proved, time and time again. So Jono slotted in nicely, and, he's just a great guy to have in the changing room as well.
And obviously, if we can now move on to that 2003 season, let's talk about that game when Derby came down here. And talk us through it. It's looming large for me, so it must be with you, I'm guessing, but you've talked about it a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was off the back of us all receiving letters from Peter Anderson for being that bad in the year that we were all threatened with a sack. And I think we came into those sort of last 3 games with something to prove. And, we finished very well here. I know I certainly did, scoring 3 big lots of runs. And the one against Derby, it's all a blur, really. I think we thought last game of the season it was a green wicket. We thought, well, we'll win the toss and we'll bat anyway, just because we'd had a gut full of fielding all year long here, and obviously it didn't go to plan. I think we were quickly 20 odd for 4 when I went in, and yeah, it was just one of those certainly didn't want to get out to corky moments, which sort of started my innings, and it was quite pedestrian at the start, if I remember rightly. I just didn't want to get out to corky, and I think he ran through the top order quite nicely, and we managed to limp to lunch, I think, at about 100 for 7 or a little more. And then after lunch, obviously found my 3rd or 4th gear, and every ball that seemed to hit the middle either went for 4 or 6.
You're a bit understating it there, Blackie. Corky took, I think, 4 wickets for 5 runs off 18 balls.
Yeah.
And then your innings, actually you scored your big runs very quickly with 11 sixes and 29 fours, I want to say. That's off the top of my head.
27.
27.
Yeah.
See,
I do know, only because every century I did score that Jerry used to write me a scorecard. He used to do 2. He used to do 1 for me and 1 for my dad, and I do have them all framed up, to be fair. And the 200 is actually in my downstairs toilet. So every time I do visit the lavatory, it's something that I do look at, and gives me a bit of a smirk every now and again. Just that I did play, and it was but the years keep sort of going. Oh God, that's 20 years ago now. So time certainly flies, but I do fond memories still of that day.
It was such clean hitting there, Blackie. That's what I remember of it. It wasn't slogging, it was clean hitting.
Yeah, it was just one of those days where things hit the middle, but equally you play out at Somerset and everything is true. The bounce was true. The wicket wasn't a particularly quick wicket, but it came onto the bat nicely. It bounced as it should do. And you could hit up on the ball. You could, wait for the ball to come under your eye line. And Corky was skillful. He got wickets by swinging the ball. And I think I just tended to watch the ball a lot more than perhaps other people for those reasons that I said earlier. So for me, it was not a case of trying to hit every ball for 4 or 6, because I think that's the danger of when you do that, you just hole out. So it was just one of those freak days, and, it happens once in a career. And, fortunately it was for me against Derby, and I believe it was Hildy's debut as well.
It was indeed. I was going to mention that. I mean, he's somebody else you've watched develop over the years, isn't it? I mean, he's had a wonderful career.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's actually godfather to Lily as well, my daughter. So, yeah, me and him are very close, and, it's great to see what he achieved at the club as well.
Go back to that innings again. Is it true that one of your 6s hit St James's Church roof, do you think?
You tell me, Richard. I was, in the moment, it was... It definitely looked like it was heading towards the church. I think Kevin Dean was the bowler, and it's not that big a hit, to be fair. But I think some people say at the top of the church. I don't think it got anywhere near the top of the church, and if it did hit it, then I'll take that.
It's your target zone, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, long on.
Bottom end.
Certainly from the Botham stand end, anything into the graveyard and the churchyard is in my locker, and anywhere towards the flats and Cow Corner as well.
So where we're sitting now wouldn't be far off where the ball would have soared over.
Yeah, not too far, I suppose. You see some big hits nowadays, and whether or not you can compare with the stands that are here now, and you think, oh, that's a big hit. And I remember Kieswetter hit him on over the flats, and whether or not you think, could I have done that back in the day? You're not sure, but it seemed big at the time.
It did indeed. And 2003 saw the start of the T20 competition, didn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, what were your thoughts at the time about that?
I think everyone saw it as a bit of a hit and giggle. Certainly not the hype that there is today about T20 and the money involved, and probably the adulations that you get, certainly at international level if you move up, or IPL, and even now the 100 that's come out. We saw it basically as the 4-day team still playing one-day cricket. And then when you lost a few games and you're out of the tournament, you played all the youngsters to give the old boys a bit of a break. But now it's very much seen as a completely separate side, and the young lads come in and play with no fear. All the shots in the book, and some shots that you've never even seen before, and the game certainly changed. But I think we all loved it because it was it was seemed half a day's work for the same pay. So that was how it was viewed back in the day. But now it's obviously very different and, very serious.
And you'd have made a lot more money, wouldn't you, now?
Potentially. I try not to think about it, Richard, if I'm honest. Where you look at some of the money that's, flying around now for players that really haven't, played a 4-day game in their life, or they're not regulars at their county yet. They're going to T10 tournaments and, the UAE or wherever the next tournament is, and they're earning some life-changing money, and, fair play to them. It would have been nice if it was 20 years ago and the same happened, but, unfortunately not, and, I've got a life of umpiring ahead of me.
Let's move forward now to 2005. 2003-04, we were learning T20, weren't we? But then somebody came onto the scene in 2005 who made a huge difference to this club, didn't he?
Yeah, Graham Smith. We were lucky enough to have Ricky Ponting the year before for half a dozen games. I think he came for a month, and just to be able to learn from both of those two was just, a big eye-opener. Graham came and captained the T20, and he just had a clear plan. We're going to win the toss, we're going to bat, we're going to post the total on the board, and then we're going to squeeze. And some of the field settings seem a bit rogue that he operated with, but he said that's where people hit the ball. Under pressure, you revert to the slogging across the line, and, he was very innovative in that sort of sense. And, we just got on a roll. And I think that is the tournament, essentially. If you can get on a roll, win games, and we won games where we should never have won, but we put enough pressure on the opposition, and it's such a new tournament that people couldn't chase 7 and over. Now you think it's 10, 12, even 13, 14's gettable. 50 in 3 overs. No way going to get that back in the day, but now you never say never, and we just utilised what was ahead of us at that time, and Graham Smith was a fantastic leader, and everyone followed.
That was a special day, wasn't it, the game at the Oval, and it rained, and everything came into play, and we were very much the underdogs going into that final against a star-studded Lancashire side.
Yeah, I think we enjoyed that, to be fair, and I think it helped us being, I think we were the second semi-final on, so that we almost played back-to-back, so we were allowed a leisurely morning, which we had a meeting, and, Gareth put together Mark Garrow, the coach, he put together a big sort of montage of clips of everybody being brilliant, and we watched it, and Graham Smith said a few words, and it was actually really powerful ahead of the day. And then we went to the Oval. We managed to watch some of the first semi-finals, so we could take in the crowd, the atmosphere, see what the wicket's doing. I think it went in our favour quite nicely, that did, and having a shortened chase against Lancashire proved to be the winning formula for us.
Yeah, and that was special. And the open-top bus ride, you remember that here?
I do remember that, yes. It was a bit surreal and strange, but I think a few people did turn out to see it, and it just brings a smile to your face knowing that you've brought something to the town and certainly the club.
And obviously you took over the skipper's role when Graham Smith went. That must have been a special time for you.
Yeah, it was. It was the back end of the year after the T20s when Graham left. It was, it was great to sort of have a chance of captaining the club that I love so much. And as a young sort of side, it was difficult. It was tough. We had no real senior pros. We had quite a few missing with injury or selection with international cricket. So we just went out and played. There was no fear. I don't think there was any expectation on us, and I think we did okay, but by certainly no means we weren't challenging for any silverware. But it was an ambition of mine that I wanted to captain the club and take it forward the best way I could.
Before we move on from 2005, you played in another never-to-be-forgotten day when we beat the Aussies down here.
I did. I was under the radar that day. It was, I think, the Graham Smith and Jaya Surya show. Yeah. But, Australia came and, they treated it very much like a bit of a practice and a warm-up. They had several batters come in, get 70 and disappear off and, let someone else have a go, whereas we weren't likely to do that. We were obviously trying to win the game, and I think chasing 340, I think we were 200 for none off 20 overs, 2 of the best hundreds I've ever witnessed in all my life in one-day cricket. And, you know, I still think we just about limped over the line, 5 down, with Hildy scoring the winning runs, I believe. And, yeah, I managed to bat for a little while and get 20-odd. So it was, you know, a fantastic day in front of a full house.
I mean, that was fantastic. Again, one of those days, if you were here, you'd never forget it. A really special day. And then let's move into 2006, when obviously you started the season, but then you had a shoulder injury.
Yeah, I came back from India's one-day setup and series there, and I'd had a problem. So I'd had a jab while I was out there, which hadn't worked at all, and I was still getting the same pain. And I think it was only the second game of the season where I knew something wasn't right, but I didn't exactly know what. And I chased the ball down in front of us here, and I turned to throw it, and something pinged. And I threw the ball about 30 yards and I fell in a heap, and I'm like, this is not right. So I remember Brian Rose driving me to hospital, and we went and saw a specialist, and they said the only way we're going to really know is if we go inside and take a look, because the scan was clear. And I said, I can tell you it's not clear. There's something definitely going on. And all the things that were happening in the shoulder were when it was moving. So a stationary scan, everything seemed normal. I had no tear in the skin when I was stationary, because they put some dye into the shoulder to see if it leaks through, and it didn't. But he said it was like a half-inch tear in the labrum, which I had. But there was a big dossier of what was wrong with my shoulder, and yeah, it wasn't great. So I had to have an immobilisation sling, and I had a slap tear repair done, and all sorts of bother, which obviously I've had it done 3 times now. So ultimately that's what finished me off.
Yeah. And obviously then you didn't really play the rest of the season, did you?
No, I think I played the last 2 games. Came back, and probably too soon, probably shouldn't have bothered. But I think I was going slightly mad at that point, and you know, to miss an entire season wasn't an option for me. And I was ready to start playing again, and I think it contributed a bit towards the last 2 championship matches. And yeah, it was not a great season for me.
Cam White skipper, didn't he?
Yes, yeah. I did some commentary actually that year, so it wasn't all lost, and quite enjoyed doing a few games down here where Cam White got his 150, was it?
Yeah,
I think
he got that T20 150.
Yeah, so it was interesting from that perspective, but also gutting I couldn't have been out there with him, you know, doing the same.
Yeah, indeed. And 2007, you were part of the side that actually got us back into the First Division.
Yeah, I think our cricket took a turn for the better, certainly on the 4-day front around that time when Justin Langer came as captain, and the way he did things, you know, it was interesting. But ultimately, you know, we needed that rudder in the ship to steady us and turn us round, because, one for a better word, we were a bit of a rabble, and with no direction. And you know, the only time we had direction in the previous 2 years was when, you know, Ricky Ponting and Graham Smith arrived. So that was certainly addressed. And, you know, the way he played his cricket, he was one of the hardest men, you know, on field that you come across. And, you know, that was his advantage. But, you know, a lot of people could say it was his flaw as well.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, we came back up. And we've stayed there ever since, haven't we? I mean, I've got pictures of celebrations at Essex, wasn't it?
Yeah, Chelmsford.
Where we won it.
Yeah.
Always a nice place to go and win.
Always, because, you know, they're a bit like the crowd here at Somerset on a Friday night in a T20. You know about it. And, you know, to go there and to perform in the Championship and actually to win there was fantastic. And I think a lot of people took a big sigh of relief once we got over the line, because we knew we shouldn't be in the second division. As Notts at the time, they were a very good side, but to come ahead of those and actually win it, I think that just showed just how much we'd turned the club around.
And we had, I mean, a couple of bowlers, really fast bowlers. We had a good partnership there with Pup and with Caddy. 2 brilliant opening bowlers for us.
Yeah, and, you know, Caddy's record speaks for itself, but I think Charles was probably one of the most underrated swing bowlers at that time. I've never seen a guy swing the ball as much since Richard Johnson came to the club. But just to have a left arm and a different angle of attack just completed us, really. And, you know, he he got wicket after wicket, and once he got on a roll, he could get 5 for 50, and roll sides out for 150, which just made our jobs as batters even easier.
We've talked about your batting a lot. We haven't talked much about your bowling. And
not much to say, Richard. I think
you've had some good returns for the club, haven't you? Was 7 for 90 was your best for Somerset?
Yeah,
I think?
back-to-back weeks of 7 to 90, I think.
Yeah.
But that, few and far between for me. It was, a case of playing here. My job was to bowl maidens, was to bowl from one end to rotate the seamers at the other end, and if I could pick up a wicket here or two along the way, then I was doing my job for the team. But my job, I basically said, go at 2 and over, keep it as tight as possible, and that wasn't very easy playing on a wicket like Taunton. Just glad they don't bat the way they did or now to how they do back in the day. So, I could bowl at batters and they respect you a little more than perhaps they would now. But yeah, I love bowling. I'd rather bowl than stand in the field. And yeah, if it was my wicket, I could prove to people that I could spin the ball and take wickets. But I wouldn't say I was a wicket taker. I would say I was somebody that kept it tight and could bowl lots of overs, and quite often bowled a whole session, unchanged. And that's how I like to do it. I like to bowl 10, 15 overs on the trot and really get stuck into the batters.
Something we haven't talked about that's happened in between the times we've been talking was your England career. I mean, tell us a little bit about that and how that all came about.
I think initially it was I got my chance via an injury to Andrew Flintoff. It was one of the cups out I went to Sri Lanka, and just a round robin tournament. I think we only played 2 games in our group of 3, and it was can't remember what kind of it was. Just an ICC Champions Trophy type thing, and I got the call because Flintoff, I think, had a shoulder injury. I had something, and obviously they thought they might need an extra spinner as opposed to somebody that can bowl fast or medium fast, and obviously my batting helped me get that position as well. But that was my first introduction to playing for England, which it was a bit of a surprise at the time, but one that I hoped would come, and very thankful for the opportunity.
Of course, we had 3 of you playing for England, didn't we, at one stage?
Yeah, with Johnson and Caddick as well, yeah.
And Trez?
Yeah, Trez, yeah. I'd say Jono was a bit after, but me, Caddy and Trez both went to that ICC Champions Trophy.
Yeah, I mean, that great ambition to play for England and to get that chance, something else you can tick the box to say, I've done it.
Yeah, you get your numbers playing for England and no one can take them away.
37?
Yeah, that was my shirt number, but 170 was my ODI number, and 629 was my test number. But it was one of those surreal moments where, am I good enough for this? Why have I been picked? What am I doing? And then, you have to go in and bat out a position and not bowl perhaps when you would do for your county. So it's all a bit surreal, and I don't think we quite got the opportunities back then as you get now with, being included in series after series and given those opportunities, where I just felt I was playing for my next game, which, rightly or wrongly was a good way to look at it, I suppose, because if I performed, I knew that I was going to get another game. But equally, I never felt part of the team, which, is a strange thing to say, but that's how I felt at the time.
We won promotion in 2007 back into the First Division. You had a big season in 2008, didn't you? You got 1,000 runs.
Yeah, I think only 5 of us that year got 1,000 runs. I think it was me, Trez and JL for Somerset, so 3 of us were playing here, which probably shows you just how flat the wicket was compared to everywhere else in the country. And I thought I'd perform pretty well, scoring quite a lot of consistent runs and saving games at the right time if we were in trouble. And I chipped in with a few wickets as well. And it was a pretty good year for me, 2008. And
then, disappointingly, you drifted off and went over to Durham.
Yes.
Hard decision to make?
Very, yeah. My wife at the time, Beth, she was pregnant with the twins. I'd still had 2 years left on my contract, and a move to another club wasn't on my radar. And even when it happened, it still wasn't on my radar. So, yeah, it was one of those unfortunate things where certain things aligned in the wrong way, shall we say, and yeah, it led me to having to go somewhere else.
But you had good seasons with Durham, didn't you? Very good seasons.
Yeah, and I think I didn't have anything to prove, but it was nice to go to Durham and actually won Supporters Player of the Year my first year. I think I scored just under 1,000 runs and got 48 wickets. So I knew that I could do it. It was an amazing new challenge, and to go into a Durham side that were, you know, full of internationals, playing with Benke and Diver and, you know, there was Plunkett, Mustard, Onions, Harmison. You know, the list was endless, and Shiv Chanderpaul, he was overseas, and, you know, to slot into that side and to win the championship, yeah, it was a phenomenal first year and something that probably the previous year would never have even thought would happen.
No, and then you had times there, and then towards the end of your playing career, you had half a season down at Warwickshire, didn't you? And
yeah,
got another championship medal.
Yeah, I had second shoulder operation as well, which hampered somewhat the Durham part of my career. And then towards the end, 2012, Collie got left out of the England setup, so he came back and he wanted to bat six. So he sort of nudged me out of the side because obviously, you know, Durham is his club, and he's obviously got the Trez reputation of Durham. So, yeah, it was tough for me to get into the side. They ended up playing Scott Borthwick as the spinner, who ended up batting three. So, yeah, they obviously played on predominantly seaming pitches, so didn't use the spin option until we went away from home. So, frustratingly, I got left out the T20 side middle of that summer, to which then I went and did some umpiring. So I wondered if I was going to enjoy it or not. And it was a time where the T20 was a block. So I had sort of 3 or 4 weeks where I could actually do 3 umpiring games on the trot, and I loved it. Absolutely loved it. I did my level 3 coaching, but that wasn't something I wanted to pursue because it's very volatile as a coach, and wasn't a passion of mine. Just did it just because I thought I might need something at the end of my career. But then when I started umpiring, loved it and wanted to pursue that. And, you know, here we are now after doing 5 years, I say, before I got onto the list.
Yeah, and your first game was here, wasn't it? First class game for Somerset, wasn't it? 2015, wasn't that?
No, I did one here, but my first one I think was at might have been at Sussex with Jerry.
Right.
So, but I'd done a well, it might have been a university game.
Yeah, you did a Durham university game.
Yeah, that was
with Wolfie.
I think that was classed as first class.
Yeah,
so that would have been my first, but the first championship game was with Jerry. But yeah, it was nice to obviously stand here and, you know, you sort of look around and have those fond moments of you being out there as a cricketer rather than as an umpire, and, you know, just looking at how things have changed over the years.
Things have changed here, haven't they? I mean, but it's still got something about it when you come back here, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's still very special. You wouldn't call it a stadium. I think it's one of those that sort of progressed as a ground still. And yeah, I mean, there was cinema seats there and a very upright stand, and you were literally on the boundary. The flats weren't there, and, you know, there's a little cow shed in the bottom where it's obviously the Hildreth stand. So a lot of things have changed, and obviously we're in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion before the Caddick Pavilion was built. So yeah, a lot of things have changed, and it's probably nice in a way that I witnessed it as a player as it was very different to how it is now, because I think that would be a bit more strange.
Yeah, and here you are, after all the years, still living here in Taunton and enjoying being around and about.
Yeah, I don't think I'd move anywhere else, you know, unless I had to go. Obviously, my kids live around here, and, you know, they're growing fast, and, you know, I'm more of a taxi service now for them than anything else, which, you know, it's great to see them love the sport as well and get involved. They're all in the development here, so I know they want to be cricketers, so whether or not that'll transpire, we'll wait and see. But, you know, I love it round here, and, you know, I consider it my home more than I do Chesterfield and Derbyshire.
Brilliant, Blackie. Lovely to talk to you. Thank you for coming and giving us your time today.
Thanks very much, Richard.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.